Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. Right hand and Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Do you foresee yourself being in, let's say, more thrilling fights as you get older?
Basically what you're saying is, Floyd, get beat up and get some black eyes, then get your hand raised.
No.
Get stoop to everybody else's level and be stupid.
When you get older, I'm saying. When you get older. Do you think
there's nothing cool about taking punishment, getting beat up, getting bloody lips, and getting a check. The coolest thing I can do, I can dominate you, shut you out, and make crazy money, and go home and live with my family in a very, very comfortable and happy way. That's how I like to do it.
Lifting weights and being strong doesn't win fights. Having great timing and being a very, very smart and intelligent fighter wins fights. I mean, I've been in there before with guys that was a lot bigger and probably hit a lot harder and a lot stronger. But Floyd Mayweather always has the remedy.
Okay. Well, 37 opponents had a heart, and all of them came up short.
Speed kills, I guess, right? Watching you in person is a lot faster than on TV, man. How important is speed?
Well, it's not about speed. It's about smarts. It's about smarts, and it's about not getting hit that much.
Baldamir's a big guy. What are you going to do to offset the size difference?
It's not by size. Skills pays the bills at the end of the day. It's about being smart, and the smarter fighter is going to win. Most guys I don't beat them with speed and power. I beat them with smarts. I think about it. It's more up here than here.
Bring the truth or tell on your ass what you're doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell rings, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. You can get killed in this shit, man.
You want honesty?
His channel. It throws real punches.
Rescue Boxing gives you skills, heart, and culture.
Straight up.
I catch every drop on my lunch break. Can't miss it.
What's good? What's good? Salute to the family. We back. We back to build on this boxing, man. Y'all already know the slogan, man. What they lying about today, what they crying about today, man. We got a lot to talk about in this live, man, in this episode, this today's show. It should be a good one, man. It's a lot that we could talk about today, man. We had heard about what's his name, man? Charlo. We getting word that Charlo could be coming back. That's a good thing, right? Y'all like Big Charlo, right? Omar, what's good? Let me say what's up to the fam, man. Y'all feel hit the like button, all that good stuff, man. We're gonna get to it, man. Radio, what's good, homie? Shout out to Rich, man. Jordan, my dog, Marcus in the building. What's good with it, fam? Shout out to Omar. Shout out to the fam. Yeah, man. Jermell Charlo could be making a return, is from what I'm hearing. You know, I did get some word that it was some talks about him possibly facing Vergil Ortiz, but he shut that down. But I don't think it wasn't like it was a lie or, or a rumor. It was some talk, some conversations about it. But a lot of times, just like with any of these fights, the the business don't always reach the other side of the street, if that makes sense, right? You know what I'm saying? Something to be proposed, talked about, some people will catch wind of it, and then the conversation won't go far enough to make it to the fighter and his team. And you'll get somebody reporting on half of it, and then we'll come out and say, well, such and such is ducking, or, you know, it's kind of silly. So I'm glad that Jermell came out and he cleared it up pretty fast, man. He let it be known. He like, look, man, I spoke to Al Haney. I don't know what y'all talking about with this Vergil stuff, but he said he fighting Tszyu next. That's what he was on about. He said he fighting Timmy. And I'm like, I could see that. I think that's a realistic fight. You know what I'm saying? The marriage was good with it, bro. How you feeling? Yeah, man, I think Mel could do it off the layoff and everything. He going back to his glory division, man. The division where he reigns the best. You get me? Where he was the best, the last undisputed champion for real. This could get really interesting, man. We're going to have a real good boxing conversation. We're going to talk some trash too, but we're going to get into some things, man. We're going to cover Robert Garcia did an interview with Mr. Versace, you know. He questioning if Vergil and Boots have ever happened, or he kind of questioning if Boots will fight Vergil, which is weird because we all know what that was, man. We're going to get into that. We're going to talk about Core new nickname. You know what I'm saying? I call him Zoo for Core. They out here calling him Baby Money. You know, that nickname sparked some controversy, man. You know, everybody's mad. And we're going to have some fun, man. It's a lot to talk about. You got Conor Benn and Ryan going, you know, they fight coming up, and Ryan been talking crazy. You know, Rolly been on the scene, right? Tszyu was on the scene. It's a lot going on. I like this, man. I'm gonna enjoy this weekend, man, because I'm looking forward to this fight. And it's gonna be, I think either way it goes, it's gonna get interesting. If Tszyu gets a belt at 147, he gonna have to fight other champions. He gonna have to. He literally gonna have to. You get me? And Rolly, same thing. You're going to have to fight other champions, man. You're not going to be able to protect no belt at 47, man. You're going to have to chase down some smoke. So we're going to get into all of it. But look, let's talk about it. I don't like Robert Garcia paying these interviews lately. I just take it as he's just speaking from, you know, his side of things, man. But he should know full well that Boots is willing to fight his guy. He should know that. Everybody hit that like button for me. Double tap the like on the vertical side. Let's get the likes up, y'all. Early in the morning. Yeah, he just be representing his fighters. That's all it is. He know what's up. So, yeah, man. That's what Charlo was saying. So, he shot down the report and the notion that he's fighting, you know, Vergil Ortiz. And it's a lot going on, man. It's a lot, man. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. You know what I mean? You get me? Yeah, get ahead of the curve. You might as well come back. Look, Earl lost to him. I think it'd be a good time for Charlo to come back and peek his head back out. But damn, I'm saying 54. I'm thinking maybe they go back down, though. Maybe, too. Maybe, though, Jordan. I don't know. I didn't even think about that. Maybe he goes back to 154. To make that fight. I know he'll do it because it got to be some money in that fight for him. You know what I'm saying? Got to be a good opportunity, good money. I wonder would Charlo be coming back at 160. I didn't hear no word on it, but I'm just naturally assuming 54 because that's what he's been talking about for so long, right? Getting back to where he left off, and that's 54. But 60, I ain't mad at it either. I could understand that it would be a good move because of how long he's been off. And the fact that he's been away from 54 for a while. So you never know how that would affect him. I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him go out there and go out like Willie Lump now. You know what I'm saying? He can't because Tszyu beat Charlo after beating Tszyu, man. After beating Errol Spence, he on a hell of a run. He'd be on a hell of a run. We can't allow that, Craig. We can't allow him to just be beating up our fighters like that, man. Tszyu can't just be, you know what I'm saying? He can't be whooping our fighters' ass. Shout out to ETV. What's good with it, bro? COE, let's build. You know we on this, a lot to talk about. We're going to get to it, though. Will take too much work to get back. 154, I don't know. Maybe. Look, Omar, it's a possibility. But I just know I'm just for me, I'm responding off of the things that he put out. I never heard no mention of him going to 160. But look, what y'all saying ain't crazy, because you see how Errol Spence, that fight was supposed to be a catch weight. Boom, they bumped it up to 60 and just said, hey, let's do it. So I'm pretty sure if the fight was at 60 or 54, I think Tszyu taking it regardless. I don't think nothing to stop this fight from happening, regardless of the weight class, because, you know, he had no problem going up a few pounds to fight Spence. If for any reason that Charlo wanted to do it at 160, I don't see him rejecting it. You know what I'm saying? But again, with him coming back, I would have thought that he would have, you know, I thought he would have been coming back to you know, try to reclaim where he left off. Because think about it, to lose all your titles without having to lose them in the ring, it kind of, you know what I mean? It got to be some sour grapes there. Part of him got to be feeling like, you know what, man, I gotta get back to 54 and start cooking shit. You know what I'm saying? He grew up, I think Charlo in a lot better condition than Earl is. Yup, Charlo stayed in the boxing gym the whole time. Yeah. And if it's at 54, that's his sweet spot. I think that's just where he's showing you he was his best, right? That's where he put all his work in at. So, and Tszyu, outside of that one fight at 60, I don't see him having a problem coming back down, right? Especially with the opportunity. And he'd be cooking if he could beat him. But look, Charlo being a fresher version of himself, definitely better condition, more in the tank. Think he'd be at a box. I think he got the right style to beat Tszyu, for real. Now I could be wrong, right? Anything could happen. Tszyu a scrappy dude, but I think Charlo got the skill set. I ain't even gonna lie. I think he got the combination of foot speed, foot movement, and offense to deal with him. Especially if it's at 54. I know it's been a while, so it seemed like it'd be extremely hard for him to make it. So, you know, but I don't think it's a big deal. You know what I'm saying? I think either way he coming back and he could win. Boxing Dad, what up? I think he'd be good. Yeah, I think 160. I wouldn't trip on it. The Wonder Boy, nah, hell no. Damaris, he never had one. He never had a nickname. But yeah, man. Vergil is on the outs, man. We was talking about this too, because this ties into this conversation too about the Vergil Ortiz thing. We're gonna talk about that as well, man. We're gonna get into Robert Garcia interview, like I said, man. But this is crazy. It's weird, right? Because right now there's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of talent at 54. Charlo coming back, if he was to come back there, would just make it that much better. Vergil Ortiz staying put would make it that much better. But at the same token, I could understand Vergil's thought process, or him and his team, because I'm sure they'd be making that move collectively. But again, remember, we said this could happen. Find yourself on the outs, you know, overplaying your hand to a degree, right? Because I don't care what nobody say, man. There's no way that the minute it was time for you to fight Boots, it should have led to, you know, suing Golden Boy and then the fight not happening and Boots moving on. And that's really what the problem is now. So you find yourself on the outs being forced to possibly move to another weight class, because there ain't no way you're going to be a champion at 54. The belt's going to be tied up. People ain't going to be free. You're not going to get the fight that you want. The Charlo thing ain't for you, right? He talking about Tszyu, and I'll take Charlo's word for it. He say he talked to Al Haney, fighting Tszyu next. They're going to be willing to do it. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be willing to do that. You know what I mean? I believe they worked with Tszyu in the past, so I think they would be willing to do that more so than anything else. And I don't know. I just think it's a good fight for Charlo on the comeback. It's been too long, man. Look, I'm not a hater. I like the Charlos. I get it. You know, the people hate the Canelo fight, but it's over with. You can't go backwards. You can only go forward. And the only way he could put his name back on the map and in position is with a win. So I think the timing of it would be great. You know what I mean? You come back, you fight a guy like Tszyu that just beat one of your former stablemates, and Errol Spence sent him into retirement, right? There's something there. If you can come back off of Canelo loss and some inactivity, a hiatus pretty much, right? And beat this dude. You know what I'm saying? You put yourself in a real good position. But I do question what weight would they be looking to come at simply because of how long Charlo been off. But like I said, when he spoke in the past about coming back, he's always spoke about 54. I didn't really hear much about 60. But like I said, I don't even think it's a big deal because either way, I think this fight is going to be next if both people want it. So if you're already talking to Al, I think it's a good sign, man. The reason why I would think that this is possible as well, man, y'all remember the talks, y'all remember the news came out with PBC doing the deal with the Zone and them having more of a budget now. So with the budget comes the opportunity to make more better fights, period, whether it's a big fight or just a good fight. They have the breathing room to be able to do so, whereas when it was just Paramount Plus, it wasn't the same situation. Now I'm hearing they got an actual budget with some breathing room. So I can see this being one of the potential fights that they, you know what I'm saying, put together because it make all the sense in the world. They do. You do. Yeah, I remember Charlo going back and forth a little bit about Tszyu. What he was calling him, Kazoo. Yeah, I remember that them little clips and stuff that was floating around. Them joints was funny. He wasn't saying his attempt to Kazoo. He was calling them all types in there. I remember that. So it's a good fight. Tszyu scrappy, he tough, he experienced, he battle tested, he took losses, he's bounced back, right? He's been knocked out, right? He's had it happen to him. So I think I want to see this. It's a perfect opportunity for him to get back in the mix. Perfect. Charlo by decision. I'm telling you, I think he can box him. I think he got the combination of offense with movement and not standing straight in front of Tszyu, right? Speed, you know what I mean? Quickness, he can get in and out. A lot better, you know what I'm saying? A lot smoother, man. He just got more left in him, unless he fell off a cliff, which I don't think that'll be the case. Because dude, like ETB said, dude, stay in shape, man. Charlo be in shape. Charlo be in good shape. Find out Tim getting pushed. Hey, Jordan, low key, they like, hey, man, you beat Earl, man. We might as well push him. Let's see what he got. They put him in the gauntlet. They're like, hey, what you think about this Charlo fight? Hey, Jordan, nah, what's happening is they pissed off, so they're going to go get angry Charlo to avenge the Earl Spence joint. You know what I'm saying? A little storyline right there, going to avenge the Earl Spence loss. You know what I'm saying? They like, nah, we can't go out like Tim done took one of our best. You know what I'm saying? Took one of our best. That's what it is. They out here trying to get Tim head bust. You know what I'm saying? Al said, all right, you got big fish. As soon as they realized Earl Spence was losing, Al Haney was on the phone with Charlo, like, yeah, man, Tim got that. He got that. You got your off in Australia. You got that off in Australia. Yeah, I got somebody for you though. I can see it. Yo, when they announced the winner, and Al was right on the phone with Mel, like, look, man. Or Mel was calling Al, like, look, I could beat him. Mel was on the phone, like, I could beat him. I'm telling you. Set it up. Set up. Call Al. Know what I'm saying? Set it up. I can see it, bro. I'm telling you. Two inactive black fighters back to back. But I think, look, inactivity is not the end all be all. You know what I'm saying? It's not the end all be all. But Tszyu was battle tested, and some could say a little shot worn, man. Earl Spence just couldn't push it. You know what I'm saying? I think this is a different fight for him. Because any other version of Earl Spence besides the one that got in there would make this like a much different fight. You know what I'm saying? Man, yo, what's good, homie? How you feeling? Al said, you caught the big fish, but you kept with a lie. You get me? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, ETV, they on the phone like, yeah, man, we going to get this Tim Kazoo. We ain't going out like that. We ain't going to let it slide. Al, you know what I mean? Charlo was on the phone with Al like, look, we ain't let none of that ride. You know what I'm saying? I got you, Al. I got you, Al. You know what I'm saying? Say no more, man. I got your light work. Get me? Line it up, man. I'm coming back. You know what I'm saying? I'm in. You know how Charlo be. I'm in shape. Y'all, man, hold on. I gotta find the interviews, man. Hold on, man. Y'all gotta level with me, bro. This was funny. Hold on, man. Where is that, man? I gotta find it. You know, me in shape. You know how Jermell be talking. This was funny, man. Hold on, let me see if I can find one, man. Charlo was funny as hell, fam. Telling you, bro. Charlo was a funny dude. Hold on. Is this the one? Yo, I gotta get y'all in the mood, man. While we talk about this, we gotta build on this. I like the Charlos, man. I love boxing. They gave me a lot of good fights. Charlos whooped a lot of ass, man. You know, both of them. I like both of them. I'm mad that Maul ain't get the chance to be on that card a few weeks back, man. I hate that for him, but hopefully he can get himself back into the ring. But in the meantime, in between time, little bro need to get back. Lions only Charlo need to get back in the mix. Hold on, let me pull this up. Yeah, I remember this joint. But so look, I like when they say they talk to Al because it's real, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he talking to the person that could make things happen, not and y'all notice something, y'all. Notice he ain't sitting here trying to get on the phone with the fighter directly. He not doing Instagram lives talking about where Tim Tszyu at. None of that, because he know it don't go like that. You notice he's saying he talked to Al Heyman. That talking to the person that would be responsible for making things happen, not somebody that's going to play games. You get what I'm saying? And try to just entertain the people. Shit different, man. Hold on. I got to get to this, man. See if y'all remember this joint.
Is considered a paper champion. If he gets the WBO and they elevate him, he's a paper champion. A champion that didn't have to do anything, a small champion. I have to knock everybody out for my belts. So if Tszyu watching, hey, don't be too high up on your horse because you didn't do nothing in boxing. And of course, I'm going to take a bigger opportunity like Canelo over Tim Tszyu. Who is Tim Tszyu? Australia knows, not the world of boxing.
Come on, fam. Come on, man. Give me that. Give me this back. Y'all don't care what nobody say. Win, lose, and draw. Give me this Charlo back, fam. Man, of course I'm gonna take Canelo over Tim Tszyu. He ain't even. He can't even. He won't even say that man's name right, man. Come on, fam. Now, how y'all want to see this back, man? Get Charlo back. Teach what's good. Favor G's what's good.
Right now,
get him back.
Tszyu is considered a paper champion. If he gets the WBO and they elevate him, he's a paper champion. A champion that didn't have to do anything, a small champion. I have to knock everybody out for my belts. So if Tszyu watching, hey, don't be too high up on your horse because you didn't do nothing in boxing. And of course, I'm going to take a bigger opportunity like Canelo over Tim Tszyu. Who is Tim Tszyu? Australia knows, not the world of boxing.
Australia knows, not the world of boxing. Come on, fam. None of that fake drama. None of that fake selling shit, yo. I'm telling you, because that's not how fights get made, fam. That's all I'm saying. I say that that's not how they get made. Hold on, I got another one I got to get to. I got to pull. I'm telling you, bro. Yeah. I got to refresh y'all memory, man. Take y'all down memory lane. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's Charlo like, man, who was Tim Tszyu, man? You know what I mean? Paper champion. He said Australia knows, not the world of boxing. If Charlo a fool, man. I'm telling you, bro. This is a funny dude. Get him back. I don't care what they ETV. I don't know what they talking about, fam. Yo, y'all remember Charlo with the poncho? Remember he was on the Instagram live with the poncho, talking crazy. Remember Crawford. Man, Crawford need the man. Look, don't make me pull it up, man. Pull up the old interview with the poncho. I'm gonna show y'all, man. Give me that Charlo back. Bro was whistling and everything, walking away from the camera, coming back. Bro had a damn like a Mexican poncho or something. I'm like, yo, why is he dressed like that in the crib? Man, Charlo is a fool, fam. He had a damn did he have a cowboy hat on or some shit? Telling you, that shit was funny, man. That shit really was funny. Hold on. Shout out to Fight Hype, man.
Here from Fox Sports Australia. Congratulations. Amazing achievement. I'm not sure if you're aware, though, but Tim Tszyu was at the fight tonight watching you. Full respect from me, so just don't shoot the messenger here. But pre-fight, he said he expected you to win. But also-
real quick. The dude asking the question had to get out and put the disclaimer out, man. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just asking the question because they know how Charlo get. If he'd turn up on you in a heartbeat, Charlo would be turned up asking the wrong question.
Tonight, watching you. Full respect from me, so just don't shoot the messenger here. But pre-fight, he said he expected you to win, but also said that you're a little bit soft and that you don't bring the pressure.
That's funny. That's dope.
Can I get your response to that? And what do you make of Tim as a fighter? And would you like to fight him, Jermell?
Well, I saw him his last fight. He should be quiet. He really didn't look. He didn't really look so. I don't really watch a lot of boxing.
Motherfuckers out.
But just so happened I did see him, and he didn't look so great.
You hear Charlo over there? I'm not motherfuckers out. Yo, this is the man. Get him back, bro.
He didn't really look so. I don't really watch a lot of boxing.
Motherfuckers out.
But just so happened I did see him, and he didn't look so great. So
get him back, bro.
Nothing to answer. He didn't look so great the last time. He should work on his own situation.
He said stylistically he'd match up well against you, Jermell. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah. Hey, it's different heat over here in America, baby. Right, it's different heat in America. How much Tim 2, whatever his fucking name is, how much they got?
Hell nah, get him back ASAP, fam. What he just call him? He was just calling him Tim Tszyu. Now already he calling him something else. It's like a movie.
Yeah. Hey, it's different heat over here in America, baby. Right, it's different heat in America. How much Tim 2, whatever his fucking name is, how much they got? How much money they got?
Him too.
Yeah.
Would you take a fight against Tim?
Man.
Fuck you and Tim Tszyu. Change the mic.
Now he called him. Now he called him Tim Tszyu. Keep changing his name. Said fuck you and Tim Tszyu, man. Oh, this man is stole off. I had to bring y'all back. We're gonna talk about. Look, I want to see Charlo back. This gotta get you in the mood to want to see Charlo back. When he in his bag, yo, it's funny because he be dead serious. He be mad for no reason. Yo, Charlo be turned up. He is a one-man army. He his own party. He turn up by himself. This should just be funny, bro. He like self-motivated. He be like amped up for no reason. He be chilling and then he just turn up.
How much they got? How much money they got? Hey, it's different heat over here in America, baby. Right, it's different heat in America. How much Tim 2, whatever his fucking name is, how much they got? How much money they got?
Don't worry, bro.
How much money they got?
Yeah.
Would you take a fight against Tim?
Fuck you and Tim Tszyu. Change the mic. Like, stop asking me questions, dude.
I think we have one more question.
I told you. Didn't I tell you? Yo, he was just chilling, fam. He was just chilling. They asked him. They started out asking him the question, but Derrick James answered, and he softened the blow. Charlo was chilling. He was like, I'm not out. He still was saying that he was chilling. Dude gave a disclaimer. Look, don't shoot the messenger. The other guy didn't do that, and he snapped on it. You see how he paid? See how he turned up? He said, F you and Tim Tszyu. Change the fight. Stop asking questions. Yeah, I love this shit, bro.
Clown ass joke.
How much money they got?
It's different heat in America. How much Tim 2, whatever his fucking name is, how much they got? How much money they got?
Don't worry, bro. You don't
How much money they got?
Yeah.
Would you take a fight against Tim?
Fuck you and Tim Tszyu. Change the mic. Like, stop asking me questions, dude.
Would you take a fight against Tim?
Fuck you.
Shit.
Different heat in America. How much Tim 2,
man,
whatever his
this
fucking
shit
name is, how
funny.
much they got? How much money they got?
Don't worry, bro. You don't I answered that.
Yeah.
Would you take a fight against Tim?
Fuck you and Tim Tszyu. Change the mic. Like, stop asking me questions, dude.
All right, I think we have one more question.
I gotta make a short video out of this, man.
Go ahead.
Charlo is a fool. He dead serious. He said they was asking him the question, would you take a fight with Tim Tszyu? He said, you and Tim Tszyu. Change the fight. Stop asking me questions, dude. He was just chilling. That's why I say, bro, you gotta approach the line with caution. Man. He be snapping, fam. Yeah, I'm telling you, other guy didn't put out the disclaimer. He wasn't safe. First dude was safe. He caught him while he was chilling. Chill. He already turned up Charlo every single time. Do not ask him a dumbass question or something that's going to annoy him. He gonna let you know. I don't care. He did it with Brian. When I seen him do it with Brian Custer, I was like, yeah, he'd do it with anybody. Yo, Charlo will get annoyed with anybody asking a question, fam. That should be funny, man. This dude really don't care. I'm telling you, got some story I can tell you. I'll never say it aloud. Man, I could just imagine. I know a little bit, ETB. I know a little bit of them because my guy know him. You know what I'm saying? I know a little bit. Probably not as much as you do, though. But, man, shout out to these boys, man. They be turned, though. It's different. They really don't be caring, bro. This one right here, this the evil twin for sure. This evil twin right here. The evil twin be kicking up on you, fam. He just be saying that. Well, Tim Tszyu, he called him mad different names. Tim 2, you know what I'm saying? Tim Tszyu, man, yo, this dude, man, Tszyu, bro, this shit funny, man.
It feel like stop asking me questions, dude.
Hold on. Last
different
time
heat in America. How much Tim 2, whatever his fucking name is, how much they got? How much money they got?
Don't worry about it. You
How much money they got?
Yeah.
Would you take a fight against Tim?
Fuck you and Tim Tszyu. Change the mic.
Somebody start laughing in the back.
All right, I think we have one more question in the back.
Yo, as a reporter, fam, as a reporter, you ask a fighter a real question about boxing and they say that to you. How long your career lasts after that, bro? That's probably my first and last day as a reporter right there. Or last day. That's probably my last time right there. Yo, just for asking a boxing question, then you fast forward to today. He talked to Al about he fighting Tim Tszyu next. Oh, man, yo, I can't wait to see this build up, bro. Hell no. He got to come back with the energy, fam. We need Charlo with the energy, talking crazy to people, bro. Telling you, that's the Charlo that we need back, the one that don't give a damn. I'm a knockout artist, baby. We need that. We need that Charlo. We need him.
Go ahead. We need Mo.
We need Mo.
What's up?
Man, yo.
It feel fucking amazing. You know why, bro? Cause I could count back on who had that IBF belt before you, and you moved up, and you was like everybody in our own lane, and I fucking love Texas, dog. We got Earl Smith at 47, me at 54, my brother at 60. We a fucking trio. We fucking the Bash Brothers, the motherfucking Bash Brothers. And he gonna get that title next, I'm telling you. And the money gonna keep going up, and we gonna feed our family. So how do I feel? I'm fucking amazing. Amazing. Amazing.
Can we get you guys to stand up and get a picture of the two of you, and then I'm
Charlo
going to ask
be
Errol
wildin',
Spence and
man.
Jermell to come up and just do a picture of the four of you guys, please.
The original Bash Bros, right.
Congratulations.
Man, nah, that was funny. I got another one. He was on Brian Custer, but I had to take y'all back, man. I had to remind y'all, like, this is a fight worth seeing. They got the history out there. They got the little history out there. It was already, remember, it was talks about them fighting. Remember, he was saying that they ducked and all that. Tim Tszyu was acting like people ducked him because he went and took a better opportunity. Remember, I remember this stuff. You know what I mean? Mind yours was good, homie. Charlo be turned. Yo, he be pissed off for no reason. He gonna be mad at Tim Tszyu for them not fighting, and he the one that took the opportunity. Watch, I'm telling you, he be turned. Shit be funny, man. He was on The Last Stand talking about him too, man. Tim Tszyu did some interviews. He did a few, if I'm not mistaken. He was talking about Charlo as well. They were going back and forth for a little bit. I mean, here Charlo said, Tim Tszyu. I mean, don't ask me about him, dude. But look, good fight, man. It's a dangerous fight. We gotta acknowledge that Tim Tszyu is a you know what I mean? It's a dangerous guy to just jump in there off the couch, so to speak, right? But I think Charlo has the style, skill. I think he believes in himself, especially at 54, man. He that's where he's his best. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just assuming that that's where he'll be back at, right? But either way, man, I could see him winning this fight. He could beat a guy like Tim Tszyu. You know what I'm saying? He just can't be right in front of him. Earl style.
be facing, and it's the same guy you were going to face in January.
Yeah.
Tim Tszyu, he stops Tony Harrison, so I assume that you guys are going to get it on sometime this summer. Give me your thoughts about Tim Tszyu.
He's a solid fighter. You know, he's strong. He comes to fight, but it's not nothing I've never seen before or dealt with. I've been boxing my whole life, seen almost every style. I'm one of the most dominant, strongest work ability, efforts, and everything that I put into this sport. So I don't think he possesses something that makes it tough for me that I can't handle.
Did you see anything differently out of Tim Tszyu that maybe you were training for when he took on Tony Harrison? Did you see any new wrinkle in his game?
No, I actually thought he would have done a lot more than what he done against Tony, but he did enough to get the win and get the knockout. But that has a lot to do with Tony. You know, like Tony wasn't the best Tony I felt in that fight. So, you know, he's faded out. So, you know, like I said, he wasn't nothing. After I knocked him out, what else could he have done? What else could he do? You know, that's why he took this opportunity to fly all the way to Australia to possibly even see if he had enough to, but he didn't.
Tim Tszyu kept saying, now y'all need to say my MF name. So basically, he was basically saying, look, I'm the man now, and I'm ready for this.
We don't have to ask those questions, you know, when you come from where I come from. Y'all know who Jermell Charlo is, you know, and so he got to go run around and talk about it, but he got to do what I say do. You know, nothing works in his benefits or his favors like it did in Australia. So it'll be a completely different fight.
How do you see that?
Yeah, that's one thing I feel like, though, right off the bat. Charlo ain't going to no Australia. I don't see it. This attitude alone, hell no, because you already heard him. It's different heat in America, baby. He already letting them know, nah, you're gonna be over here. So I don't see him doing you the solid going to no Australia like Earl Spence did. I don't see it. Dean was good with it. Now he fought his first couple fights. Dean was in the 150s. Couple of his fights was in the 150s.
Kind of fight playing out between you two?
Spence had a couple fights. He's early in his career before he settled in at 47.
We're gonna fight. We're gonna bang. You don't want to sit there and take shots and trade.
What you're saying is true. Charlo was fighting the bigger guys overall. Fact.
He shots with me. So I saw Tony said he didn't want to move. I seen him when he didn't want to move. So you stare, just getting punched. You know, that was bound to happen. No lateral move.
This was after Tim Tszyu knocked out Tony Harrison. This one Tim Tszyu knocked out after he knocked out Tony Harrison. Charlo went on the Last Stand podcast with Brian Custer, and he was talking about it. Sam from Jersey. What's good, family? Shout out to Jersey, man. My Jersey brethren.
Movement, no work, no athleticism. It's just a whole bunch of nonsense that happened in that fight that my coach is not going to allow.
So yeah, man, hold on. I got something from Tim Tszyu too. Tim Tszyu was talking. I remember they was going back and forth for a little bit. You got Tim Tszyu. Yeah, I think Canelo is Canelo. You got to consider the circumstances. I mean, well, I ain't telling you. I consider the circumstances with that fight. Jumping up to 68, you was like a fish out of water. You was somewhere where you didn't belong, and it showed. You get me, and to be fighting the king of the division, a guy, one of the best chins in the game, somebody that, you know, your power couldn't affect. That's one thing that always could get Charlo out of trouble if he was in any trouble at 54. If a fight was close, competitive, he had the ability to hurt you. You know what I'm saying? And with Canelo took that off the table. You know what I'm saying? Canelo took that off the table for him, and I think it made it a much different fight. Any fight where Charlo's power can be a factor, it's a much different fight. But if you remove that element from the fight and strip him of that, then think about that. If you in there with somebody that not only can match you in skill, he got more experience than you because he's been fighting since he was 15. He's the natural bigger guy because he's been fighting at the heavier weights, right? He's used to fighting the bigger dudes, and you just jumped up off of injury and inactivity in a weight class, 2 weight classes up where you never been. So it was always going to be an uphill battle for Charlo. We just still expected more, but I think it just goes to show you that what we already know. There's weight classes for a reason, and when you do move up, you got to acclimate the right way. See what Bud did. He took his time. He took a lot of time to put the weight on. Took his time doing it, and I think it paid dividends. You know what I'm saying? Charlo, to me, he didn't have the best camp either, man. He did camp at his crib, so he just didn't put himself in the best possible position to win, and I don't think he was in the best shape that one could be in, because I think if you're making that kind of a jump, you need longer than a typical training camp to achieve, you know what I'm saying, the best possible version of yourself. I just think you needed more time, and he had a bit of a love handle, if I'm not mistaken, on the side. You know what I'm saying? He looked a little soft around the ball. I was like, Charlo never looked like that. So to me, it was the way he jumped up in weight, and it made it hard for him.
Year and a half I was supposed to fight him. And then he had the deadline. Rules are rules. There should be justice, you know. You can't just hold a division, you know. It's wrong. So if he wants that belt back, then bring the other 3 along with it, because I want all 4. They're already talking about coming down, which means that he already knows that he's going to lose to to Canelo.
You remember, man, he was mad calling for his shot, and it was some talk about him. He was running around talking like Charlo ducked him for a while. He was talking crazy. He was pissed off. He was pissed off with the situation, man. And he wanted that opportunity, but it's cool because things could come full circle now. You still can get the opportunity to fight him, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, I think, yeah, he done took another loss. You've taken losses. It's a good fight still, you know? It's a good fight wherever y'all fight at, 54 or 60, but I'm assuming 54. I would think that's what Charlo want to come back and reign at, unless, you know, he having some type of difficulty getting there. Then I could see it being at 60. But other than that, we'll see. We just thought Big Charlo would beat Canelo. Yeah, Chris, me too. I felt the same way. I just wish he would have been on point and ready to take the fight, and we wouldn't have seen Jermell take it. A lot of people forget that Jermell was in position for that fight. Lil bro stepped up. He just didn't have it. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like Jermell was the bigger body, and it would have just been a different fight, in my opinion, overall. But it just wasn't in the cards, man. Charlo just didn't make it to the dance. But yeah, man, shout out to Al Heyman, man. Make this fight, man. PBC got a budget now. You know what I mean? Don't be stingy with the fights, PBC. You got people that still rocking with y'all. People like me, we love boxing. We want to see some of those guys come up off the shelf, that PBC shelf, and fight. Get me? Come on, Charlo. Come up out of the gym, man. We know you've been working. Now it's time to beat somebody's ass under the lights, man. I need to see, bring that Charlo energy back, man, that he just had in that interview. Oh, Tim Tszyu. He said, F you and Tim Tszyu. Stop asking me about that, man. He's like, how much money they got? You know what I'm saying? That's all he wanted to know. Pay that man. So I assume this fight would be somewhere in the States. And look, I like it. I like the opportunity for Charlo, man. It's just been too long. He's been out the ring, so the sooner the better. You know what I'm saying? I want to see him back in the ring against somebody that is dangerous. Tim Tszyu is one of them guys. I feel like he got a good win over Errol Spence, but it just was what it was. But I feel like Charlo just different. He had a different point in his career, so it should be a different turnout. I think you should be able to handle what Tim Tszyu is bringing to the table a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? Different fight. It's gonna be tricky though. You know what I'm saying? Tim Tszyu be out there trying to knock your head off, man. I'm trying to tell you. But after what I seen from in the Errol Spence fight, I'm sure as long as you know, Charlo's in top shape, he could win this fight. Yeah, you always worry about some ring rust. You run a potential of being a little rusty, but I think he'll be all right, bro. Right? You just need a really good training camp. That's all. You need to be in top shape. That's all I'm worried about. Time off, making sure you ain't compromise your condition no type of way, because that's what you're gonna need with this dude. You're gonna need to take some shots. Charlo got a pretty good beard on him. You know what I mean? He took shots from Canelo for sure. You know what I mean? I think it'd be the deal with Tim Tszyu for real. I really do. Come on, we got 60 people in the building. Everybody hit that like button, man. You already know, Sam, I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my Jersey guy, man. Sam from Jersey. Let's keep rolling, though, man. So I want to see an interview, maybe an update. Charlo did say something about talking to Al. So I think it'll happen, bro. I do. But something I want to get to, man. Something else I want to talk about while we here. A bunch of stuff we're gonna get to, but we're gonna segue into this Vergil Ortiz conversation because, you know, this is just my opinion, right? Of course, nobody's forced to do anything, but I think to put it in its proper context, put it in perspective, I think the business of things is forcing him to the next division, if that makes sense, right? We seen how everything fell apart with him and Boots. Everything fell apart with him and Boots. They had a couple situations where the fight seemed like it could have been made, but my problem with all of that was Boots wasn't in the same weight class yet. But when he got there, he got one fight and everything was ready to go. And then next thing you know, Golden Boy getting sued. So, you know, you fast forward all of that, the face off, him getting out the ring with Boots talking about his dream fight is Errol Spence. Errol Spence retired, so he could scratch that off his bucket list. He won't get an opportunity to beat him. Nope. And now, you know, they're in a position where they're on the outside looking in. Boots got 2 titles, essentially going for his 3rd with Josh Kelly, right? Fundora about to fight somebody else. Vergil is going to be iced out almost. You kind of iced out at 154 in terms of being able to get a title. And it's crazy because the only thing you could do is keep trying to fight credible guys. But at some point, fighting a credible guy or a good opponent gotta materialize. You gotta be able to capitalize off it. It gotta mean something. And he'll be going. He's been in 2 divisions, no title. Ryan Garcia got a title. Rolly Romero got a title. I'm not knocking nobody. We just talking this boxing, right? If I would have told you, or if somebody would have told you some years ago, based on what we know about all 3 of these guys, early on, though, you'd have said it's Vergil, Ryan, and Rolly. And somebody would have told you Ryan and Rolly is going to have titles before Vergil, and then Rolly would be a champion before Ryan. You would be like, yeah, right. You get me? But that's just how boxing go. I think for Vergil, his health has led to him not getting certain opportunities as well. We've seen it. He was supposed to get Stanionis, right? Remember they scheduled that fight like 2 or 3 times. He was getting sick, rhabdo. Stanionis had appendicitis or something like that going on. Had to get his appendix taken out. Like that fight just didn't materialize. And then next thing you know, Vergil was forced to 54, right? It's crazy what kind of career he got. Because look, I'm putting all narratives aside. I'm just telling you what I think about Vergil as a fighter. I think he'll fight anybody. I really do. He a maniac, bro. Like I really see that in him. That dude really be trying to eliminate you in the ring. Bro, he fight like a damn cyborg. Vergil is a dog to me. I think he trained extremely hard. I think he fight extremely hard, right? He got a real good run of, you know, he fought Madrimov, Boachuk, Madrimov, Erickson Lubin. That's quality to me. You get me? So he ain't scared to challenge himself, but I think when a guy in his position that ain't been able to secure a title, but he's been battle tested, I think there's some frustration that exists within his team, and they feel like, man, this dude, he is a champion without a belt. Like he a people's champion. That's how they approach it. And they feel like because he is tested and he is good, talented, dangerous, they expect him to get paid. And I think, you know, they've had some issue with that, right? The way they went about making some of the bigger fights, or should I say when it came to Boots Ennis, you started hearing stuff about 10 million, options, dream fights, all this different stuff. And all it did was result in no fight happening. Y'all was poking y'all chests out like y'all was the man. Y'all even was running around saying that Vergil is the A-side over Boots when we know he don't sell more tickets than Boots, so that's foolish. And Boots a unified champion on top of that. So there's no way Vergil would be an A-side in that situation, right? So I think their frustration is they know what kind of talent Vergil is. He just ain't been able to secure a title. That opportunity has evaded him for one reason or another, but he has fought quality fighters both at 47 and 54 now. So I think he got forced to 54 because of his health. And I think now the politics, the business, decision-making, right? The combination of those things is forcing him up to 160. He kind of iced out the title picture. That's all they've been talking about, right? You see Xander taking shots at him for being a prospect because he ain't got no title, right? So I think a talent like Vergil deserves a title. It's far more, I think it's far less talented guys that's holding belts than Vergil, right? So look, 160 could be a smart move for him because I don't see where you fit in the title picture, in the immediate title picture. And look, you already spent significant time out the ring due to rhabdo. I don't think you want to go through that no more. So in order to avoid another situation where you sitting around and you find yourself being inactive, I think the recipe is going up. And look, I hope I'm kind of 50-50 on this. To a degree, I feel like he may be possibly jumping the gun too soon and leaving 54 when it's just about to get hot, especially with Charlo coming back, right? Spence left boxing. You're gonna need you need more fights at 54, right? But I could understand his willingness to want to move up, right? Like, man, look, I'm ready to fight now. And I think that's, if you Vergil, his frustration, he's always been ready to fight. I think the business, I think Oscar, the way he moved, I think the way his team has managed them. Not saying they did a bad job, but I think right when it just came to the Boots fight, for whatever reason, the business didn't align. You know what I'm saying? Like, it had to be something when you got to sue your promoter, right? If that's not a good look when you go face off with one of the best fighters and what would be your biggest fight, your best fight against your best opponent, you don't secure the fight, right? And then you end up at odds with your promoter. So to me, that told me y'all ducks wasn't all in a row. Y'all ducks wasn't in a row, and it cost you the opportunity when it was available to really solidify a Boots in this fight. Now, since y'all patched things up, Boots, y'all gave Boots because careers go on, next man up. When you feel like that fight wasn't happening, they went on to the next person. Because again, Jerron in his plans at 47 was to become undisputed. He jumped up to 54. He got the same kind of plans. And he already halfway there with 2 fights. Look how much time he spent at 47 to get them 2 belts. Look how much sacrifice. Now with this, he up here now at 54. He got 2 belts with 2 fights. Possibly to have 3 belts in 3 fights, just in 3 fights at 154, he'll have 3 of the titles up there. So you can't blame him for wanting to continue on and move on. And we about to get into this Robert Garcia interview with Mr. Versace, where he questioned if Boots to fight Vergil. But my question is, will the business open the door and allow that opportunity to take shape, right? Is Vergil going to become impatient and move up to 160? Because they talking about a move somewhere like November possibly for this dude being at middleweight. So I can't blame guys on either side. Vergil, if you in Vergil's shoes, you fought some quality fighters in 2 weight classes. I don't think he's turning down fights and avoiding guys. That's just me personally. I don't think he's scared to fight. I don't think he's scared to lose or none of that. I just don't believe that. So I just think the business and his team ain't been on the same page when it came to some of his biggest opportunities. And now you in a really hot division without the proper momentum because of things that happen legally with you and your team. So if he moves up, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I think 160 is a little open. I think it's there for the taking for somebody to solidify the division. Why not be Vergil Ortiz, right? I mean, I think maybe the 3rd weight class might be a charm. Maybe middleweight might be the right move for you to make. You get me? Where you can go up there. Maybe you beat Boots to the weight class. You establish yourself there. By the time Boots get there, that fight is already ready to be made. Now, that's wishful thinking and thinking down the line, but I could certainly see the play. I could understand his willingness to want to go up to 160 pounds. I get it. And be like, you know what? It look like I'm iced out here. These dudes, all the titles is it's a log jam a little bit at the top. Because think about it. He got some weird luck. He had rhabdo at 47. He didn't get the fight with Stan Jonas, right? It was a log jam at 147 to a degree where him and Boots wasn't able to get no big fight there. Then you get me, he got sick, he had to move up. Now you fought some guys, but now it seemed like you just don't have the momentum that would come with fighting quality opposition. So now you sitting there looking at the title picture and you just don't fit in it. And 160 looks a lot more open for the taking. I don't think it's as deep as 54. I think you could go up a few more pounds up to 160 with no problem and compete. I think your power transition up there with you and he'll be fine. But I could see that being a play. And again, it's wishful thinking, but it's something that you could be thinking down the line. At some point, you expect Boots to be at 60, right? So if you can go up there and get the jump on it, because think about it, you're not the biggest name where you at. This man came here, he's selling in Philly, he beating ass. He the guy, yo. I don't care what you say. Boots Ennis is the guy. Fundora is the anomaly, right? At 54, but Boots Ennis is the guy to me, right? You don't fit in where you should fit in that. And I think going up to 60, you can gain some traction pretty fast, get you some fights, possibly position yourself for a title, and maybe you can have a run up there. Maybe you can have a run as a middleweight. And maybe by the time Boots get there, you establish where that fight is ready made. You get me? Because this would be 2 weight classes in a row. I think it'd be a bad look for boxing, man, overall. Just not pointing a finger at nobody in specific, but for y'all to have to be in 2 different weight classes and not fight each other is crazy. You get what I'm saying? 2 weight class, then you got to be kind of forced up to another weight class. So, I don't know. Maybe 3rd time might be the charm for Vergil, but I think it'd be a smart move. Just looking at, again, the landscape at 54, especially at the top, where he's operating, he's right outside of that championship window. Like he's there, but he right on the outside. You get me? It's like walking past and you see all the belts in the window, and you could almost touch them, right? They that close to him. So I get it, man. I think he want to make a name for himself, and the way he's going to do it is be able to call himself a world champion, bro. I think that's something all these fighters want, and I think Vergil obviously works hard enough. I think he's talented enough to be a world champion at middleweight. I mean, 54, interesting division to be in, but I don't know if he fit in. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously on the outs. Mag was good with it. Calvin Fighter sister got paid more than shit. Nah, I ain't see that. Being Boxing News, my dog, what's good with it, being? How you feeling? Nah, I ain't see it, and I don't believe it neither. Nah, no random person getting paid more than Clarissa Shields. That's just more tabloid shit, man. I need more context than that. I don't know. I have no clue what you talking about because I ain't watch it, but somebody with no name, Coach Calvin Fighter's sister got more down the aisle. That's a lot to say. Like, that's saying a lot. Nah, I doubt it. I don't know who that is, but I doubt it. You know what I mean? But look, let's keep building, man. So Vergil, we might be seeing Vergil at 160, y'all. Might be seeing him at 60 sooner than later. But let's get into this Versace interview from Robert Garcia, man. Brief was good. Robert Garcia, like I said, he questioned if this fight had happened and if Boots would fight him. And I think with Robert speaking, I guess like a coach, but I want to hear the context surrounding him in the way he said, this is my first time listening to it, so the reaction is going to be genuine. But, I've seen from the title that he's questioning if this fight had ever happened, if Boots ever fight him. And I think it's obvious that these dudes will fight each other. I just think they fumble. I think Team Vergil somewhere, whether you want to blame Golden Boy or the management side, somebody fumbled somewhere where he kind of, you know what I'm saying? Not even got shelled, but he had some issues there, and you ain't getting no fight. I said that as long as it was a lawsuit, you wasn't getting no fight, but they put it to the side. But what Robert Garcia gotta consider is, even though y'all moved on, y'all moved past the lawsuit issue, what was Boots supposed to do? Wait for y'all to figure out y'all situation, like sit on his hands? Nah, man, he was to keep it moving. It's the next man up. Eddie Hearn know what he got in Boots. The world know what Boots is now. Why slow it down now, waiting on Vergil? Hell nah, you can't wait on Vergil, fam. You can't wait on Vergil. You cannot wait on Vergil. You got to keep doing what you're doing. Next man up, especially if you hunting titles. You know what I mean? Josh Kelly beat Bakram. He got a really good win. He just won his most recent fight. He was cut up like hell, but I think that's the fight for Boots Ennis to make. And it's some people like Tim Bradley, and we're going to get into that a little bit later, that think that's a more difficult fight for Boots than Vergil. Andrew was good with it. The lady that fought Big Lex to Siki or something like that. I'm sorry, Tzatziki. You like that's silly, fam. That's silly. She not like no Jake Paul or like that's not like you get me. That's not that. Nobody's paying her more than a damn 21-time world champion, a 2-time gold medalist. So I don't know who pushing that is. I don't know why they would even be pushing that. Like I could care less. Shit, we don't know who she is, man. I don't know. I doubt it though. I doubt it. Who knows? Who knows, man? But I doubt it. Let's pull this joint up, man. Let me get this joint up with Robert Garcia. Mr. Versace, man. Shout out to Mr. Versace. He been doing some good interviews, man, by the way, too. Been doing some good interviews, G. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they right now, everybody's doing better than Clarissa, but we don't know none of these people. You get me? Like every day is something. They want to outdo this girl. They want to, I don't know. They want her out of boxing, I think, man. But that's why she gonna keep winning. They want the girl out of backs. My bad, y'all. Trying to get this going. Yeah, man. They want her up out of boxing ASAP. I remember Coach Kenny saying if he knew how much these rally stars get paid, he'd have his daughter switch.
Watch on the zone.
I get it, but I just don't. I don't see it, fam. Me personally, I don't see it. I just don't. I don't see it. I don't see it. Like that's tough. Like I don't see it. I get it. I know they could be getting paid and stuff, but the people coming into these fights 0-0. I just don't think so. Just don't think you getting paid millions of dollars to do that. They such low level. Like you would just be giving away the money. That girl is not like I barely know her name, right? And I know the Big Legs name more than I know the other girl name, but I just don't think she's a big enough reality star to garner more money than a Clarissa Shields. Like I think that's ridiculous. But if the people pushing it are from that side, then you know why they would be pushing that. You know what I'm saying? And then think about something. For us to know that, you would have to know how much Clarissa got paid. I don't know how much she got paid. I didn't even think about that. I just know she got treated fairly, I would assume, and she beat ass. That was the main focus, but I just couldn't see it. But let's get into this interview. Y'all hit that like button, man. We got about 70 people in the building. Let's keep building. You're on the vertical side, double tap that screen, y'all. Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. We got a lot more we're going to get to, man. We're going to get to this Versace and Robert Garcia interview, man.
Podcast. I'm your host, Mr. Versace himself, Rick Reno, and joining me today is one of the most respected trainers in the game. Some call him a manager, some call him a fight advisor, a career advisor, Robert Garcia.
Rick, thanks for having me. So I was waiting for that phone call.
I know.
I've been waiting for a while.
I know. I started getting some of the threats coming in from Cali. I said, I got to fly in and get you right on.
That's awesome.
Now, starting off, talk a little bit about your own professional career. You were a world champion by 26, but you retired relatively young. And I know you've said that at the end, you practically hated boxing. What made you fall in love with it again? Because boxing's pretty much become your life.
Well, look, I became champion at 23.
23?
I was 23 when I became champion and retired at 26.
Oh, retired at 26.
Yeah, retired at 26. Yeah. Look, boxing was never really my sport. I always wanted to do other stuff.
Real quick, this I'll say this and we getting back to this interview. I don't remember seeing the fight purses being posted nowhere at all. But from what I understand, Clarissa got a situation going on where her earnings is backed by her deal with, what is it, Salida and Win Records. So she, on average, they saying her fight purses should be anywhere from over $1 million, 1.3, something in that ballpark. I doubt that she only got $500K and both women got $500K. That don't even make sense. But I doubt it. I doubt it. You know what I'm saying? I doubt it. So And then she confirmed it in some of the interviews that she did after the fact that she made over $1 million for this particular fight against K. Scott. So I don't think they paid that girl and Big Lex no $1 million to fight each other. It's just the experience level is so low that it would be giving away money. It would be stupid hustling. Like, you know, they're known to a degree in that world that they in, but they don't move the needle where I think they cracking 7-figure paydays, bro. Like, it's not a Jake Paul situation where, you get me, he got his own money behind him and promotion, like, because it's people that watch that, but then there's so many people that didn't and don't know who they are. So I don't think the attention that they got on social media has garnered $1 million paydays in boxing, right? Maybe the other shit they doing, but not in this.
When it came to sports, I love football, high school football. I never played it because of boxing, but I always had that. I always wanted to play other sports. You know, soccer was still one of my favorite sports. I love soccer, but I never really played it because of boxing. My dad, since I was a kid, my dad always raised us to be in the gym, training, boxing. My dad, we grew up in a trailer park in Oxnard, California, and my dad trained all the kids in the neighborhood, all the kids my age, 3-4 years younger than me. They all know how to fight because of my dad. They're in the trailer parks. We grew up, you know, learning how to box. My first amateur fight was when I was 5 years old. So that's how much my dad always pushed us for boxing. And because of boxing, I didn't try any other sports. So I was never really I never really loved the sport to a point where I was giving it my 100%. Never did. When I retired, I thought I would never go back to boxing. It's over. I'll find something else. I'll do other stuff. I was 26, so I could, you know, go back to school, whatever. But then my dad again invited me to come join him in the gym. You know, La Colonia Boxing Club in Oxnard. Said, help me out with some of these kids. You know, maybe you like it. Maybe he figured I was just at home doing nothing, so he invited me over. And when I started taking kids to tournaments, then my dad told me, grab two professional fighters. At that time, it was one of my best friends. Well, actually, two of my best friends, Arturo Barraza, Gonzo, and Felipe Campa, who is now one of my coaches in my gym. I started traveling with him to fights, and I fell in love with that. Even though I traveled a lot, my first 3 professional fights were in Tokyo, Japan. I traveled a lot. USA boxing, I remember tournaments with Oscar De La Hoya, Shane Mosley, USA versus Germany, USA, you know, national tournaments, the Olympic Training Center, traveling with guys like Shane Mosley, Oscar De La Hoya, and just to name a few. I never really enjoyed traveling because, you know, you're making weight, you're focused on your fight, you're focused on you're dedicated. So never really enjoyed the traveling. When I traveled without having to make weight, without having to go to bed early, I fell in love with it, man. I loved it, and that got me started.
And your dad, he made a real name for himself in the training circle, especially with Fernando Vargas, other fighters. Was there always going to be a path of boxing as far as the family business for you and your brother Mikey Garcia?
Well, look, everything we know is because of my dad. My dad tells us that when he was young, 15, 16-year-old in Mexico, that he boxed a little to raise money for a church, that he was boxing and fighting in tournaments and fights to raise money for a church in Mexico. So he always loved the sport. He tells us stories that he used to listen to the fights through the radio, because back then there was not even TVs. So he would follow boxing through the radio, and
all you got to do is do your own homework, man. Don't rely on nobody that's just telling you anything to believe. Just look it up. Like, she'll set it out her mouth. How a stranger on the internet know how much she got paid more than her. Like, I hate these people, man. And that dude, I ain't gonna say his name because I don't do channel beefs, but y'all know who he is. He's a clown, man. And the rest of these dudes are too. Dudes transform their whole channels into tabloid channels, hate channels, fucking gossip, false narrative pushing. Like, man, I'm so tired of these and it's men doing it too. Soft weirdos, man. Why they pocket watching? Whoever putting that out ain't never made 500 and nothing K. You know what I'm saying? Why do they even give a fuck? And they can't beat Clarissa. Nobody that they talking about. I hate these people, man. I really do. I really got real disdain for these goofy individuals that sit up all day lying, just making shit up. Grown men with a straight face. Then when they get called out on it, they be sitting up stuttering, talking about they don't be lying. Man, all y'all do is post false. Now y'all weak ass, soft beta male, fake content creator ass dudes, man. You talking about a guy that faked a fucking car accident for money and attention? Yeah, I never forget that. That dude is a clown. He a buster. And I knew this space was in trouble when I seen the way they be supporting a dude that be tearing down the very same people we support. Then he tried to delete all his videos and turn the corner. Then he right back shitting on boxing. And that's what people support. Boxing full of some miserable ass fans. And these weak ass content creators just feeding these miserable fans with the tabloid shit that they feel like they looking for. It's views over integrity for these idiots. Views and money over integrity. They don't care. They don't care. They lie with a straight face. They make stuff up, remix shit. You should see some of the stuff I seen today before I came live. I just ignore it, man. These people are idiots, man. Let's get back to this, man. Talking about how much money Shields got, man. And she did it doing real boxing. She ain't doing celebrity boxing.
And he talks about guys from from the past from Mexico, that were his heroes. But look, he loved the sport so much that when he tells me a story that when I was born, because I was born here in California, when I was born, he grabbed my hand and that he told my mom, "This boy's gonna be a world champion." So I guess that was in his mind, just to have a world champion.
But even your brother Mikey, he retired relatively young. He probably could have had some major fights still on the table.
Same thing. I think Mikey never really loved the sport either. Mikey never wanted to box. His first amateur fight, I tricked him into a fight. It wasn't even a fight because nowadays you have to have a license book and be registered with USA Boxing. So I tricked him into an exhibition. We had, rest in peace, Pelos. We had a nephew that was boxing.
Yeah.
And we went to one of his boxing matches, and on my own, I found somebody that was Mikey's age, Mikey's weight, and
Mikey was a dog, man.
The coach, can we do an exhibition?
I don't think they got no timestamp, so we just gonna rock out with this interview.
Can we do an exhibition?
Hit that like button, y'all.
Brother in there. So they're like, yeah, let's do it. So I told Mikey, you're gonna fight. And Mikey's like, how? I don't have shorts. I never even trained before, because I know you're good. Just give it a try. And he tried it, and he loved it. I guess he loved the one-on-one, the competition. And from there, he was 14 years old. He started training. He had like 9 fights when I put him in the Junior Olympics.
Yeah.
He went all the way to the Nationals, lost in the very finals of the Nationals, beat a lot of kids with hundreds of fights, beat a few kids that were supposed to be the next great stars, and was able to beat them. So he felt like, man, I could do something, in boxing. And that's what caught his attention, I guess, the what he could do in boxing. So he had a career where he did enough to secure himself to a point where he's like, that's enough. I never have to go back into boxing. I don't have to worry about anything in my life. And right now he's enjoying life. He travels a lot. He bought properties. He invested his money right. He lives comfortable. He lives very comfortable. He's told us stories that, the group that he's with, Rob Luna, who is a very good friend of ours, but he's his investor. He tells us that Mikey's better off now than when he was fighting financially. So Mikey's doing good. He, like I said, he travels a lot. He's enjoying life.
What do you think it is for you and Mikey?
Rapid Stone was good. Tricked him into a fight. Yeah, all right.
That kept you guys from not coming back to the ring, because you could have made some more big paydays yourself. You were in the mix. You were a highly rated fighter, because you see a lot of guys, even when they walk away young, all of a sudden 3 years later they're back, or 4 years later they're back. And sometimes it's because they need the money, but that's not always the case. Sometimes they just whether it's the limelight or the headlines, they want to come back.
That is true. Look, we see it out all the time. We see it going on right now with fighters that are actually trying other stuff like BKB, there, stuff like that, where maybe they're making good, decent paydays, but money has never been like the big motivation for us, especially for me. I'm gonna tell you, I know Mikey never wanted, he could have made a lot more money, but he was just comfortable where what he did, and he was fine. But I'm gonna tell you, in my case, when I retired, I was 26, and I already had my two oldest sons, Pita and Payo, my two oldest, and I missed out on school activities. I missed out on soccer games. I missed out on birthdays because of boxing. And I didn't want that, man. I didn't want that. When I retired, I was already retired for like 4 years, and rest in peace, Genaro Hernandez was still alive. Like three years later, I was like 29, maybe around 29 or 30. He called me and asked me what I was doing, what I've been doing. I said, well, I'm just in the gym, helping my dad with the kids. And he told me, Robert, you're so young. Why don't you train?
Real quick, I gotta say this. I gotta say it because some people really just don't get it. When I'm live, I'll be live for 3, 4, 5, 6, sometimes more hours. Message to the people out there. Don't send me a whole bunch of reels on social media about random stuff while I'm live. That's the absolute fastest way to piss me off. I hate that. That's so, it's so distracting and annoying. Somebody just keeps sending a bunch of random stuff in the middle of the live stream. Message to the wise out there. Please don't be one of them people. Let's get back to it. I hate that. It don't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I even hate when people keep changing asking me questions about shit I'm not talking about. Real quick, just wait, rant incoming real fast, man. Real fast, because some of y'all don't. Some of y'all have no fucking etiquette at all when it comes to this shit. I'm up here trying to do a show. It's already gonna be a long show. It's gonna be a good one if you just sit back and chill. But to keep sending me a bunch of random stuff is very annoying. It's distracting. To keep asking me about shit that I don't care about and I'm not talking about is stupid. Like, that's not supporting. Like, you asking me about some random dumb, I don't care. We talking about this. If it ain't about this Robert Garcia interview right here, I don't care. Don't send it to me. Don't talk to me about it. I don't want to laugh at no random Facebook, Instagram, none of that. Let's talk some boxing. These the work hours, bro. I don't want to entertain Instagram. I don't want to keep opening my phone to laugh at random shit. No,
I'm doing it, and he was 9 years old.
You gotta say that.
So he was
People
already
just
in
don't
his,
get
in
it.
his
It's
late
like they
30s,
keep sending me
and he told me, I'm doing it because there's a lot of money.
I just
Why
said
don't you
that,
do
man.
something
Don't
like that,
send me shit
come
else.
back,
Please
get a couple
don't.
wins, and then they'll give you something big. There's a lot of big names making a lot of money, but nah, man, that was just never my interest, man. I was better off enjoying my kids, spending time with my kids, doing stuff that I didn't enjoy when I was a kid. My whole years of school was boxing. I never did school activities, school sports, the prom, grad night, none of that. Why? Because of boxing. So I didn't really desire to do it, even though there was money. I said, I rather enjoy my wife, my kids, and my family, spend time with them. But little by little,
Damon was
going to
good.
tournaments with Mikey, then picking up Victor Ortiz, Brandon Rios from a national tournament, bringing them over to Oxnard. That kind of motivated, to guide their careers and to see how far I could make it. And that was the start. My Mikey, obviously, because he's my brother, and I was coaching him with my dad in the amateurs. But Victor Ortiz and Brandon Rios were pretty much my two first real prospects where I approached Top Rank, Cameron Duncan. We co-managed them together, and that was the start, man. From there, they started coming, looking for us. Cameron would send me fighters. Top Rank would call me, send me some fighters, and that was the beginning of where we're at right now.
And people sometimes lose sight. That
Robert Garcia, not only a hell of a trainer now, but I don't know if y'all ever watched any of Robert Garcia fights. Go back and check some of them. Robert had hands, bro. Robert could fight, knocking shit out too. He could fight. I remember I remember watching this fight with Diego Corrales. And he started out good, but then it got hot. It got hot in that kitchen. Corrales ended up stopping him, and that's what got him the Mayweather fight. I remember Robert Garcia saying had he beat Corrales, he would have had the opportunity to fight Mayweather. But he also said even if he had to beat Corrales, Mayweather probably would have beat him because he was that good. So he kept it a stack. Still say he would have lost to Mayweather, and that's some honesty for your ass, man. Shout out to Robert though, man. He got a hell of an eye for talent, man, because Bam Rodriguez is really talented. I think Raymond Moritai is a good fighter. Shit, you know, Vergil, he stayed training some good fighters, some good talent.
boxing is a very dangerous sport. So if you could get out of it, made some money, all your faculties are there, it's a good thing because you know from being on both sides that one punch could just change your entire life.
100%. Look, one thing that we always tell all of our fighters, the moment they start making decent paydays, good money, invest your money, buy some properties, have your house. At least you know you have something, and obviously when you keep doing better, well, keep investing. We guide them through the right people. Rob Luna that I just mentioned earlier, who Mikey works with. I do also BAM, a lot of my fighters, we connect them and they come to the gym 3-4 times a year, talk to all my fighters, give them a plan for their future because, man, boxing, normal.
Boxing nerd was good with it. He said, did Robert ever become a champ? He was a champ, I think, super feather and 130. So maybe 126, 130, I think. He had titles in them divisions. Definitely was a world champion, though, for sure. As far as Vergil, his team, I don't think it's no hard. I think they eyes got big. I think they seen the opportunity to make a lot of money as a team, as a whole, with the Jerron in this thing. And I think they tried to leverage whatever they felt like they was leveraging, whether it was the Vergil Ortiz name, the fight itself, to try to get as much money as possible. And why I believe that, because they said as much. That's what they was trying to do. I think they just went about it in a way that wasn't productive. And I think it did more harm in the long run than good. And now, as a result, you hear conversations about Vergil potentially going up to 160 pounds. Middleweight, to me, it's a little bit of force because, that's not something that I know he was planning to do initially, right? If you would have been in a mix in a title picture more, like if you would have had a more straight line, straight shot to a title, I don't think he'll be talking about going up to 60 right now, possibly in November. And that's before the year out. So I think that's what it is. He's a little iced out of the immediate title picture and he's trying to get his hands on the strap. Shit, maybe, and then again, wishful thinking, you beat Boots to 160 and establish yourself so you be the man, because I think long as Boots is there, he sell more tickets than you. He the bigger attraction, the name. He's snatching up the belts. I think it's going to be more of an incentive to want to fight him rather than you being as dangerous as you are with no belt. And that's the position that Vergil finds himself in, where you kind of become a victim of your own talent, but lack of success at the same time with your talent, because you not being a world champion, the incentive is not there. You're not the money guy. You don't have the belt, but you're dangerous. What reason do people have to want to fight you besides if you in their way directly? And if that's not the case, they're going to go in another direction. It ain't ducking. It's just business. So I think what Vergil team did was business, but the only reason it ended up looking like bad business because it didn't work out. Had they been able to work it out, then it wouldn't look like this. But the fact that this is now currently the situation where you might have to forfeit another division without even snatching the title, where it's deep and it's a lot of talent there, to go to a division with less talent where you probably can establish yourself as the man up there. Because I ain't gonna lie, as long as Boots and the Fundoras is in that division at 54, you got Charlo coming back, he gonna have to fight for everything. Not saying that ain't what he been doing, but you know, it's gonna be a tougher road to the top for him. And it ain't about him not having the talent, right? You gotta worry about politics, scheduling, availability, right? If people actually want to fight you. And again, if you established, right, you don't look his way, right? He don't have nothing, or if you're looking to get something, you don't look his way. So what is the incentives for the champions to fight him, like versus focusing on other champions? And then the guys coming up, same difference. They're gonna be looking at guys that got belts. And if you just a dangerous guy sitting over there with no belt that can play spoiler and be a live dog in any fight that you in, people gonna look to go the other way. You know what I'm saying? Smoke still around. Ain't no clear road. Yeah, ain't no clear road for him. That's what it is. Just look at it this way. If people are getting paid because they boxed, then boxing is doing fine. Boxing can't die if people are getting paid a lot of money to box. Boxing is doing fine, man. Boots should fight Ortiz. Kelly can't wait. Yeah, I think Josh Kelly is the focus for Boots. And I think because of the lawsuit situation that happened with Vergil and them, they moved on. And you get what I'm saying? And then from there, you know, we got the current situation where Vergil might be moving up.
Really, 35 to 38 is the age where fighters start to retire. They still have a whole life ahead. You know, I try to guide my fighters to you know, the main thing, like my dad says, I never went to school. I don't have any career, any degrees, but the best thing to do is buy properties. And my dad always told myself, my brother Mikey, our fighters, Brandon Rios, who was a knucklehead, he bought some properties. He bought his properties. He's doing good. You know what I mean? So that's the main thing. You know, we don't have a degree in universities or anything like that, but buy properties, real estate. You can't lose.
That's the same thing I tell people.
Yeah,
because I go heavy with investing in real estate.
Exactly.
And you can't. I can't remember the old saying. I saw it on a show once where it said, "Buy land. God's not going to make more of it."
Exactly. Look, it's simple. You know, there's years like, what was it, 08, 09, 010, where the market went down. So what? If you still, sooner than later, though, you know, look at it right now. Prices are high, and word is that maybe they'll drop a little next year. So what? Who cares? They're still your properties. You know, give it a few more years, they're gonna go back up anyways. You know.
That's why I buy in cash. Because when you buy in cash, if something goes down, it's really like an equity offset. Exactly. But if you have a mortgage and you bought high and then it goes low, then you're in trouble. Then you're in trouble because it could be upside down.
Look, I don't want to hear about this. I'm into the boxing. My bad.
They're making that kind of money.
They got timestamps. My bad, y'all.
Buy properties.
Let me get to it.
You know, and like you said, if the market goes down, you don't have an equity. Your house is still there. You're still getting money from the rental. We're okay with that. But nobody, and you guys will be fine, man. 1 or 2 houses paid off, you're set for the rest of your life. That's it.
Now, swinging from your career to some of the guys you have with you, first one, right now, pound for pound talent.
Yeah, they trying to kick knowledge. We want to hear about violence,
Jesse
man.
Bam Rodriguez. And
there we go.
Obviously, the big discussion is potential fight when Naoya Inoue, another pound for pound talent. And I know there's been 2 scenarios discussed, him fighting Inoue next, and I know you've mentioned maybe he takes another fight before Inoue. Are you, at this point, leaning towards one scenario than the other, or will either one suit you?
Well, look, there's been talk or comments or maybe even somebody involved with Inoue. I don't know, that Inoue says that he would, you know, he's moving up sooner than later, that he probably won't wait past March of next year. We're okay with that. But nobody's got a hold of me. Nobody's told me that. Nobody from Inouye's team has approached me saying, "Look, Robert, this is what Inoue wants." He wants to know if you guys are interested in the fight. If not, he's going to move on. Yeah, we're interested in the fight, but I'm not trying to change the date. Why can't I work something out with Eddie Hearn and the Zone to put him in November? Get me. I've said it. I would love Bam to get one more fight at 118. He just had one fight. That was his first fight at 118. But I want somebody that's gonna test him a little more. I want somebody that has good power, so Bam could feel that the difference. Look, Vargas, good fighter.
See, that's why I like Robert Garcia right there. People might not like what he's saying, but I respect it. You want him to get another fight because anyway is the real deal. You're gonna be going up. That dude really punching like differently than anybody you've been in the ring with. And Bam was getting clipped in his last fight a little bit. He definitely was. So if that's anyway punching you, man, I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Anyway hitting you fast, speed, combinations, like he dangerous. So that's why I like Robert. He care about his fighter. He want to approach a fight of that magnitude the right way. You want to do what you can in the time provided to you to be able to prepare your guy for that. And you want him to get as much experience as possible. You want him to fight somebody that's going to put up some resistance so he's going to know what it's like to go through that fire, because you're going to go through some fire with anyway. I don't think you're just going to get in there. Oh, it's going to be like, the Bam show. He's going to just do footwork in it. He Bam great. But then again, man, anyway, has been holding it down for a long time, man. And it's not going to be no walk in the park. It's nothing easy about fighting that man. So I like what Robert is saying. I just hope the two teams could get on the same page, because anyway did say he's not going to stick around and wait for nobody. But I don't think they're trying to stall him out, make him wait. I think it's simple. He said he just wanted to get another fight, a little more experience, man. Fight somebody that can punch a bit, preparing for what's going to be next, man. Because he know, hey, man, you can't deal with that heat that anyway throwing. You in trouble. You are in trouble. David Third Eye, what's good, homie? Everybody hit the like button. Let's keep going.
Decent fighter, had a couple good rounds in the beginning of the fight. Tall, speed, but it's not physically that person, that fighter that I want to test Bam with. I think somebody like Medina is perfect. Give me a good little test. Give me a few good rounds. November, early December, and then March. We still got 4 or 5 months after to get ready for Inoue. So we're not saying no to the fight, but I would just like to get that one fight sometime in November to get Bam somebody solid, somebody that's going to test him good, somebody that's going to show us that we're good enough, strong enough to compete against Inoue.
Now, if
I like everything he's saying. Now, look, it's going to be hard to find that perfect match, but maybe you can get an ideal to a degree of what to expect, maybe to a degree. But there's no monster anyway, especially at no lighter weight classes. But I get it, Robert. You just want to be better prepared than underprepared. I totally understand it. You know what I mean? But I don't think Medina is going to prepare you for what anyway is bringing. I think it's going to be really difficult to find that person. But shit, I don't think Bam is the easiest to prepare for either. But the problem is going to be that he's going to be the naturally smaller guy fighting the bigger guy and the bigger puncher. So that could get tricky. That could be tricky. You know what I'm saying? For anybody. But I just hope we get to see it. And I hope any team anyway don't get too impatient and move up before they could seal the deal on this fight. I think this is a mega fight for boxing for the smaller guys. And my question would be for Team Inoue, even though you might have plans on moving up, I would ask, even with moving up, is there a bigger, better fighter than you and Bam? Not saying that it ain't, but is there? You know what I'm saying? Is there a bigger, better fight right now?
If Inoue were to go to 126, would that effectively kill the fight with Bam?
Why would it kill the fight when you know what would kill the fight is if Inoue retires soon. If he's still willing to move up to, if he says he can't make 122 anymore and decides to move up to 126, well, Bam's gonna be there in a couple of years. You know, Bam doesn't want to fight that long. Bam has always said he's not gonna fight past 30. So we got 3.5 years left.
Well, we never know if Inoue will be around that.
But that's what I was gonna say. That's why I said.
Because I don't see him going higher than 126.
So we could meet him on 126 2 years from now, if that's the case. But if they want to fight now, well, at least get a hold of us. At least tell us, look, Robert, call me, because I they could call me. I have the power on Bam. I could make that decision. So they could call me and say, Bam, look, Robert, we want to do a fight in March. Well, 100%, I'm in for it. But I want to get that last fight before that in November. It's simple as that. He fought in July. He fought in June. So November and then March. That's perfect.
Based on some of Inoue's last few
I
performances,
like what he's saying, man. The only thing that has killed his fight is if Inoue retire. He don't see no reason why it can't happen. As long as this dude's sticking around in boxing and willing to make the fight, it can still happen. But see, now once you throw that couple years shit out there, nah, fam. I ain't gonna hold you, Robert. If you talking about a couple years, it's over with. Y'all ain't gonna fight him. It ain't gonna happen like that. See, y'all did that. See, I was trying to let y'all make it. Y'all did that with Boots and Vergil. Y'all needed 48 months. Now you talking about a couple years. Nah, if this fight is ready to be made, dudes talking about March. What you mean a couple years? See, that's the part that trips me out. Because you saying like in a perfect world, y'all can do it in March. But then at the same time, you saying if he move up or whatever, Bam would be there in a couple years. Like what the hell? March is more realistic. A couple years, I don't see it happen. Try to catch anyway. Then they're gonna say you try to catch him while he was old or something. I'm telling you.
Have seen him in the past. Has that made you more confident? Where I know you've always said Bam would win that fight, but based on Inoue's last 3, 4, 5 performances, have you said, no, Bam? I see the openings where Bam will catch him.
100%. Look, I'm a trainer. So when I watch a fight, especially somebody that's a possible opponent for one of my fighters, I don't see it just because I'm a fan. I see it because I want to know and see what we could do, or we could take advantage of, and what we could work on. And I do see a lot of things. Inoue's fast. He's explosive, and he's very strong. He's very strong, very explosive, but he also makes mistakes. When he throws so fast that maybe the guys that he's fought or the guys that he's faced maybe are not fast enough, not strong enough, maybe not talented enough to catch those things. But me as a trainer, I know I have the fighter in Bam that catches stuff like that. That when we start working on it, he's going to take advantage of it. And Inoue, look, I'm not making it up. Everybody knows, and when he jumps in with his explosive punches, he lifts his chin up a lot. That's why he's been dropped a couple times. That's why Cardenas got him, because he keeps his chin up. He throws one punch, leaves the other hand down. So those little things, look, that I know he's going to work on, and I know his trainers are also working on. They see they're trainers. They see, but when you have a fighter that's already that explosive and that fast and that strong, he could get away with it. But somebody like Bam is going to take advantage of those little mistakes. I see it. And I'm not saying it's an easy fight, no, it's a great fight. It's a great fight.
You're about to get into some of the talks about Vergil Ortiz legal issues that remind him of the shit that Mikey went through with Top Rank. Remember, he got shelved for a little bit too. He was going through some stuff with Top Rank. Ain't fight for a minute. That ultimately ended his career. Shit, it seemed like. Because how many times did he actually fight after that? You know what I'm saying? You can't duck somebody not in the same weight class, Big B-Lo. Robert Garcia fighters don't look like they ducking smoke. It's just people got to understand business. Vergil Ortiz seemed like I think he wanted to fight, but I feel like his team, you can't make a fight of that magnitude if your manager and promoter beefing. I just don't see it. You know what I'm saying? I don't see it being a smooth transition. I don't think his fighters ducks, me personally. But let's keep going.
That's going to be very dangerous for Bam too. But Bam loves those challenges, man. Bam doesn't want to. Look, fights that don't motivate Bam, he's had 2 as a champion. I think when he fought on Canelo's card, he wasn't motivated for the fight, so he didn't have a great performance. Then another one where it was a fighter that didn't really mean much, and he doesn't perform. He performs when there's a challenge in front of him, when there's a unification, when there's a moving, to a higher weight class, something that's motivating him. That's what's gonna make him perform. And I think going into somebody like an Inoue fight, he'll be motivated. Look, he knows, he wants it. He says, whenever you guys say it's done, I'm in for it.
When you see what's happened in Vergil's career the last couple of years, promotional issues, health issues, do you almost get flashbacks of your brother Mikey when he was in a big legal battle with Top Rank? He was out for almost at least 2 years, which was a good piece of his prime. And it seems like almost like a good piece of Vergil's prime has been wasted on health. Obviously, you can't overcome that, but legality and things like that.
Look, with Vergil, I was, because now they got together, fixed everything, and it looks like we're working on something pretty soon. So we're back. It wasn't that long. It didn't take that long. I was a little more worried because of his health issues. Vergil needs to stay active, needs to stay in the gym. He's been training for a couple weeks here with me in Riverside, but went home last night. With Mikey, I don't know why, because maybe that's why, because maybe I knew Mikey was never really too much into boxing. It didn't really affect us. It didn't really bother us. Mikey had already been a world champion, had already made decent paydays. So Mikey had already invested his money, was already doing good. The time that he those 2 years that he took off because of his legal dispute with Top Rank.
That's good to hear. Maybe that's why Mikey wasn't in no rush. He did right with his money, dude. Started racing cars and shit. Came back, stole a couple more bags, and got up out of there. Or what? Yeah, because he didn't fight teams stick around too much longer.
I think that was the best part of his career. Made a lot of money.
Oh, no, I remember some of the payday figures. He made a lot of money when he came back.
Money, was able to make more investments, and that.
Yeah, but the duck conversation is ridiculous, man. The duck conversation, you got to think dudes be just getting the weight divisions, and we be trying to force them up. So the thing is, that's the problem with boxing. Some of the most intriguing matchups have a weight discrepancy. It's somebody in this weight class and then somebody from another. That's the problem, but people got to stop making it seem like if a guy don't go up right now to make this fight while we won it, then he's ducking. Nah, it's like, what about his plans? If his plans is to get another fight in before he move up, fans just be like, F his plans. We want to see the fight now, and it don't go like that, man. But that's what I see. So, like he said, he want to see his guy get a little bit more experience, fight somebody with some power. He gave great explanation as to why he want to move the way he do. I think it makes a lot of sense. And approaching the fight that way, I think gives him a fair chance to win, the best chance. Son of God was good, homie. Let's keep going.
That's all, that's all Mikey was planning, I think. I think he had a plan of doing so much at where it wouldn't take him that long to be able to retire comfortable and be happy the rest of his life, because that's what he's doing now. I go back with my dad, with everybody in the gym. I think Mikey could have been the fighter that could have been maybe not. I'm not saying as good as Canelo, because Canelo became the face of boxing, but I think Mikey could have been right behind, in that situation, because people loved him. People loved Mikey. People loved to watch him watch him fight. They would pay their tickets to see him fight. I think he could have been a big name, big star, but that was something that Mikey never really looked forward to. He made enough and said, "That's it, I'm good." And like I said again, he's happy now.
I know you've always been very confident in Vergil's ability to beat Boots Ennis. I'm sure you watched Boots' recent fight with Xander Zayas.
I was there.
Did you get more confidence? Because it was a great performance. People also saw maybe a little chinks in the armor now that he's in the new weight class with a guy who, I would say, moderate puncher. Vergil is a much bigger puncher, more physically imposing. But Vergil also, what makes it an exciting fight is Vergil is also there to be hit too. He likes a good scrap. But do you feel more confident now that if they get in those close quarters and the punches start exchanging, your guy will be the one to put the other guy down?
100%. Look, I was there, and I was sitting with a lot of boxing people,
The
that
rest
were
of the
actually
conversation,
cheering
y'all, is
for
a pretty
Boots.
decent
Some
one. They
people that
touched on some good stuff, man. You asked about obviously Mikey's issues with Top Rank and Virgil's, right? Sebastian Fundora being a tougher fight. You know how long Virgil gonna be at 54. Okay, he got some good stuff coming up in this
were
interview.
cheering for Sander. I was just enjoying because it was a great fight, man. It was a great fight. It was a fight where Sander had his moment. I think what was it, third round or whatever it was. He had his moment, and when that happened, when Sander was able to land and hurt Boots, everybody turned at me like, your boy got him. Your boy's gonna get him, because they know that if Virgil's the one that lands, Virgil's not gonna. He's not gonna stop until Boots is down and out. Virgil's a beast in the ring. Virgil is strong physically, mentally. He's always in great shape. Virgil's never gonna give up. You're never gonna see him tire out, because in his mind that doesn't exist. And he also has great skills.
You notice, man. I always listen. I get it, yo. But when you really be feeling like somebody's super nice, you start talking about skills first. When you start talking about the physical side of it, he's strong. We did talk about the mental, so that is very important. But when you talk about the physical aspect, knowing the game is more mental than physical, and then you get to the skills last, kind of tells me something. A lot of people, when they describe Vergil, they lead the conversation with talking about how tough he is, how strong, he hit hard, and all this stuff. Like, that's the physical side, but the mental side is, and the skill side is what could end up getting him in trouble, right? There's no doubt he's strong-willed and mentally tough. Like, we seen him get knocked down, pop right back up like a jack in the box, trying to get right back to Boachuk. But Boachuk ain't the kind of puncher I think Boots is. So it's a two-way street. Yeah, if Boots landed some of them same punches Xander got, we might be having an interesting conversation after that. But on the flip end, if Boots is able to land some of the same shots Boachuk landed, does Vergil make it about the fight? You get me? So there's danger on both ends. But I just think it's more athleticism and skill coming from Boots' side. Yeah, Vergil is super, super tough, but sometimes that shit could work against you. And I think against somebody like Boots that's going to have an answer for, I think, everything you bring, you're going to have to be more than tough that night. You're going to have to be skillful, right? You're going to have to be mentally, physically locked in, all that stuff. But I just think Boots is on the path. I think his run about to be special.
People seem to forget the performance he had against Madrimov. Madrimov coming off a very close loss by decision to Crawford, and then Vergil dominates the way he did. Vergil was able to box, counterpunch, feint, and land, and made Vergil look like a superstar. And it was against Madrimov, a guy that almost was very close to beating Crawford. Seems to me, it seems like people forget that performance because they come back and they see a couple fights that he had,
Chuck, probably
exactly,
mean machine.
Exactly. So Vergil has skills. That's why I know there's a lot of word about Boots preferring to unify against Kelly, I guess.
It seems like the talk right now is maybe he's leaning more towards Kelly.
Yes.
What do you think would get a fight with Vergil and him over the line? Is it a money issue where the money has to be right for both sides? That right now are both guys asking for too much, or?
I think it's up to Boots. We want that fight. That's the fight that we were asking for. We wanted. We told the Golden Boy go after that fight, but from what we hear, that Boots and Eddie, they want to unify. It's more important. It's the biggest fight at 154 is Boots versus Vergil, and if you guys are choosing to fight to go and unify before fighting Vergil, because you don't want to fight Vergil, because the unifications are always going to be there. The champions are still there. If you're so sure you could beat Vergil, then fight him in November and then go unify after. Because I know
Nah. See, nah. I don't like to disagree. I see it way differently, Robert. You can't tell somebody to basically put their career on pause while y'all sort out y'all situation. Had y'all never went through the legal situation with Oscar and Golden Boy, that fight would have been put on, because that's the only fight that was being talked about for both of y'all. When it fell apart is when the legal stuff came out and Team Ennis moved on like they were supposed to. The man has been on the championship hunt since 47. Why should he slow down? So Virgil. Robert, it don't go like that. It's not as simple as saying, oh, if you really feel like you can beat him, just fight him first and then you go unify. The champions are going to be there. It don't work. Boxing don't go like that, fam. Anything can happen. It's nothing is promised in boxing. There ain't no tomorrows and none of that, fam. You got to get it while the getting is good, bro. When the opportunities present themselves, you take them, because you never know what could happen. Don't be a guy thinking, oh, yeah, you know what? It'll be there. You'll mess around and never make it to that fight. Hey, look at y'all. Just look at y'all. Mr. We need 48 months to be ready. Now, look, you fast forward. We in 2026. Them 48 months been passed and y'all still ain't got a Boots fight. It's not Boots' fault why y'all ain't fought yet, man. It's not. You can't blame it on him. So right now, you got to figure it out. Either you stay put at 54, keep knocking heads off, because he going to eventually fight you. But I don't think for 1 minute he should put the brakes on his career or the idea that he's fighting Josh Kelly in a 3-belt unification to fight a guy that give him an opportunity when y'all been playing games, man. On y'all side, y'all didn't have y'all stuff in order. Let me say that, because I think Vergil's a dog. Until I see definitive proof that he don't want to fight people, my opinion of him is he a dog, and I think he'll fight Boots tomorrow if he could, right? But they got to clearly, Golden Boy and the rest of his team, his manager guy, they all got to be on the same accord. Now y'all putting a full court press on Boots, because y'all know, just like we know, because you talking about it. You know that they talking about him fighting Josh Kelly next, and you know that's the right move to make, because that's the move you would make. You ain't gonna stop waiting. You ain't gonna sit there and wait for Boots. You ain't gonna wait. Now, I said it before, no fighter should wait for another man. Move on. Get to that next situation. Now, Boots could arguably have 3 belts and 3 fights at 54 and be 1 belt shy of being undisputed. And you think he about to deter his plans and goals all because y'all no longer are suing Golden Boy? Nah, fam, it don't go like that. It's unfortunate, but that's just part of the game. Now, if this Josh Kelly didn't have a belt, then I would clearly say, that the Vergil is the better fight, because he, he ain't got nothing that you should really need, right? But he got a belt. He beat Bakram. Go beat his ass. He beat the so-called boogeyman that people felt like nobody wanted to fight. Go beat him and use your own logic, Robert. You saying the champions and stuff gonna be there? Well, he might feel like Vergil is gonna be there. Let me get this champion now while we ironing this out. Just imagine that he don't take that fight and he goes spin the block with Vergil, and for some reason the fight don't happen, and then Josh Kelly go on to fight somebody else. We've seen this stuff before. So he dealt. It was some discrepancy about when y'all was gonna fight once upon a time. It was essentially offers made to him before he was to the weight class. He got to the weight class. Since then, it's been inconsistency on Team Ortiz side, right? Y'all ain't have y'all ducks in a row, so he moved on. Now you gotta wait. So if you really believe in yourself and you believe that you can beat Boots and you believe that you're that great, then don't go to 160. Keep beating people ass at 54 and put yourself in position to get the fight, rather than expecting somebody to double back, spin the block on you, ignore the 3-belt unification, and give you the opportunity to do exactly what? It don't make sense, fam. It don't make a lot of sense. You get me? So I understand it, but that you supposed to lobby for your fighter. You ain't supposed to say the things I'm saying. You're supposed to create a case and a scenario that would make people feel like, yeah, man, Boots should say hell no to Josh Kelly. Yeah, he should. If you really believe you could beat him, just fight him now. Josh Kelly will be there. You mess around and go negotiate with them again. They overplay their hand trying to make a certain amount of money because they fighting Boots and they know that's a dangerous fight. And then if fight don't happen or negotiations get dragged out, and then Josh Kelly go fight somebody else, and now the belt change hands, you just never know. So seal the deal with Josh Kelly if you Boots. Vergil Ortiz, if y'all really believe that 54 is the division where you need to campaign at, if you really, really want this Boots fight, then you should understand how it kind of slipped from your grasp the minute you started suing. Don't sit here and ignore that. It's annoying, right? We talking about two dangerous fighters. They dangerous for each other, but I just feel like Boots got more that he can do than Vergil. That's just what he showed me. So it don't mean he'll win 100%, but I think a lot of people feel like he can. So again, sit tight. Keep building your name at 54. What's the rush to 60? If you want the boot smoke, you really want the Boots smoke. It's not on Boots, man. Y'all did this. Y'all did this. That's why sometimes you gotta realize who be talking. You got the coach / trainer talking. You had the manager speaking. You had the promoter speaking. You had the fighter, the father of the fighter speaking, and they all was saying different stuff. Their ducks not in a row. Meanwhile, Team Ennis they are men of a few words. They didn't have a bunch of dysfunction and disarray on their side. Their ducks was in a row. They was all systems go on fighting you. Eddie Hearn wanted to fight. Because he know what he got. He know he got one of the best talents, man. So Eddie ain't worried. I think we've seen in the past Oscar's reluctance to put his best talents in there with the dangerous guys. We've seen that. So, and think about it. You think of how he's moved certain guys, and then you think about the beef between the promoter and the manager, Rick. Y'all going at it. You get what I'm saying? It just was silly. It was a mess, man. It was a mess. Shout out to Lisa. How you feeling, Queen? Good to see you in the building. You feel me? Exactly. Fighters, the team is going side with their fighters. Yeah, that's all. That's all. I get it. Robert ain't wrong. He's supposed to state a case that holds his fighter in a positive light, right? And that makes people wanna you know what I mean, want to see his fighter get the shot as opposed to seeing you know what I'm saying? He like, man, nah, me and Vergil is the fight. You know what I'm saying? Me and Vergil is the fight. Vergil and Boots is the fight, not Josh Kelly. I mean, you could wait for him. So look, I get what he's doing, right? Let's talk about both sides of it. It's fair game, right? Think about it. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. What's the more appetizing fight? Vergil and Boots, or Boots and Josh Kelly? It's gonna be Boots and Vergil. So if he was the beeline back to Vergil, I wouldn't trip, but I just don't think that's the reality. I don't see that happening. In a perfect world, maybe that's what he do, but nah, I see him snatching up that belt. Think about it. Boots went through too much bullshit at 47 to let a belt slip because he made a decision to go fight a guy that should be there. Or Boots could look at it like, yo, you gonna be there, fam. You gonna be there. You gonna be there eventually. You get me? You gonna eventually be there. So whether you there at 54 and I knock your head off, or you up there, you beat me to 60, establish yourself up there, you get some belts, and I go up there and take them up off you, however you want it. However you want it. Shout out to my team. What's good with it, my guy? Sam, I appreciate you, man. Vergil even said Earl was his dream fight. Yeah, Lisa, when he said that dream fight-ish, we was throwing up in our mouths. And low key, I was about to tell the fan we gotta jump Vergil because I don't know who he is thinking he gonna pick on Earl Spence, bro. Bro, you just got out the ring knocking out Lubin. We ain't even let that digest now. And then you face off with Boots, and then now you want to talk about beating up Earl. You lucky Vergil lucky we ain't roll his ass up out the arena for talking that spit shit. Where nobody want to see that. Nah, fam, fight Boots. That is your Earl Spence. Talking about dream fights. Your dream fight should be Jerron Boots Ennis because y'all needed 48 months. Now them 48 months is over and y'all like, man, Boots, you gotta fight us. Forget Josh Kelly. Nah, leave Josh Kelly alone. Don't fight him. Nah, don't fight Josh Kelly. Nah, don't fight him. Nah, fight us, Boots. Nah, you know. And then you got his manager Rick. He pushing hard on Instagram, but he said they've been waiting for 5 weeks. Still no answer from Boots and his team. Like, look. Ain't no answer because he chasing a third belt. Y'all being disingenuous, fam. He not supposed to stop doing what he doing because y'all decided to drop the lawsuit. Y'all put the pistols away. Now Vergil and his team put the pistols back in the holster. Everything is good. Now Boo's supposed to go back to the table. Hell, y'all gotta sit tight, fam. I'm sorry. You gotta sit tight while he tighten up Josh Kelly. And look, if you really want that Boots fight, just be there when he beat up Josh Kelly. You know what I'm saying? Just be there because he gonna beat him up. That belt coming home with Boots. And look, play the long game, Vergil. If you team Ortiz, fam, see, this is how I don't wonder how I be trying to wonder how people think, right? If you team Ortiz and this is a fight that you really want, yo, if I'm a fighter, I'm getting in touch with the fighter, fam. I'm not about to be playing these games, fam. All this Instagram and social media, I got all these connections and phone ways to get people numbers. Bro, if I'm Vergil, I'm getting somebody get me Jerron Boots and his number, fam. Hey, I'm about to cut out all the BS. Hey, yo, hey, look, if I'm Vergil, I'm dead serious. Let's talk about this for a second. If I'm Vergil, fam, I get on the phone with Boots and or his team to get me to Boots eventually, right? And I'm looking at it like this. Look, we hear y'all trying to fight Josh Kelly for a 3-belt unification. Won't you get what I'm saying? Hey, man, won't we do it after you go? You know what I'm saying? You do what you do. We do what we do afterwards, right? I don't see what the harm in that is. Because you kind of, it's like you missed the bus. The bus was coming. You seen the bus coming, right? That's the equivalence of what happened. Vergil was at his fight. He beat his guy. He knew a bus was on his way. Boots is that bus. The bus came. You seen the bus coming. You stood right in front of the bus and watched it roll by you. And then you in the rear view jumping up and down like, hey, yo, you get what I'm saying? That's exactly what's happened. That's exactly what this remind me of. It's like you watch the bus approach your bus stop. Boots stop right in front of you after your knockout, your quick knockout that you got, stood right in front of you, told you the time is now. He gonna show you. He gonna make y'all pay for all the talking. You get what I'm saying? And you watch the bus. You get what I'm saying? You watch the bus. You study on the phone talking. The bus ride right by you. You in the rear view yelling, jumping up and down. Nah, fam, just sit tight. Because the same way the bus came to stop by you one time, it'll be back around. But I don't think it should bust a whole Yui. Nah, Boots got to go finish doing what he doing, bro. You not en route. You ain't make it back to your stop yet, bro. Next stop might be Josh Kelly, fam, for 3 belts. So, again, if the shoe was on the other foot, I would be saying the same thing with Vergil. I would expect him to do that, but I wouldn't be mad if he actually went and entertained the fight with Boots and then made it happen. I think it's everybody want to see it. Everybody. So, I don't know, man. I just, it's so many moving parts. And I tell y'all all the time, if you see a team beefing, if you see it one of the sides beefing with their own team, you're less likely to get a fight, especially a fight of this magnitude. So the minute we started hearing the riff with Vergil and Oscar, I was like, oh, that's going to kill it right there. When his dad, when Vergil dad started coming out talking about options and how he don't fight for Eddie Hearn don't tell us when to fight. His manager talking about 10 million and all the opportunities and money they can make with other people. Now look, if that were true, then y'all would be going to make all this money and all this other opportunities. Y'all would be going there instead of trying to make it seem like the reason the fight didn't happen is because of Boots Ennis. And we all watched y'all watch the bus pull up on y'all, stood right in front of y'all. Y'all looked. Y'all talked for a second, and the bus kept it moving. Y'all didn't get on. Get what I'm saying? Y'all missed y'all stop. You know what I'm saying? So now you got to sit back and wait for them to spin the block on you. Telling you, bro, ain't nobody supposed to stop their career for you. Hell no, you got to keep it moving, bro. And I'm being dead serious. I would love to see them fight next, but I know what Boots is on, and I listen to the fighters. I know what he said he want, and shit, in this era where people been undisputed, I love to see Boots get all the belts at 54. He halfway there. So think about it. You so close that it's too risky to say, you know what? Hell with the unification. Let me go fight this dude. You know what I'm saying? Nah. So Vergil, Robert, y'all gonna have to sit tight at 54 or go establish yourselves at 60, where eventually I think at some point Boots would be there, and then maybe y'all fight there. CJ, what's good? Let's get back to this though.
I already see this
They've
going.
been listening for 10 minutes. Shout out to my dog T, man.
You unify against Kelly before the end of the year, which shouldn't even be allowed because
That's
Kelly
the like button. Y'all on the vertical side too with that like button.
If they allow it, it's because Kelly also wants to fight. It's gonna be the biggest payday of his career, and Kelly might lose to a nobody for a lot less money. He's gonna take that chance against Boots. And then after that, Boots going to say, well, I'm so close to being undisputed, so now I want to go against that. So that's going to leave us 1 year waiting for that opportunity. That's never going to come because they're going to use those undisputed, those unifications, excuses to stay away from Vergil. Yes, it's awesome to be undisputed.
Real quick, gotta stop him. You calling it undisputed excuses? I'm calling it that been his plan since 47, and even before he got there. When he get up there, he say he want the belts. He been telling y'all for the longest. And this see, I'm gonna stall him out. I still believe Virgil's a dog. He'll take the fight. BVO was good, but think about how the fans felt when you faced off with Boots Ennis. We like, yes, this is next. You got out and did an interview talking about a dream fight with Earl Spence after the zone made it clear that they won't be putting up any money for that fight, for such a fight. You still out here talking about my dream fight. Your dream fight, nothing. That's not going to get you what beating Boots right now at the top of his game would get you. What are you talking about? Y'all played yourselves. Now let's call that shit with it. Y'all played yourselves for real, fam. Y'all played yourselves. Now y'all low key, y'all helped spearhead the Boots era because you missed the bus. So Boots moved on to Xander's eyes, beat his ass, right? You out here suing your promoter, right? And Golden Boy. Boots like, all right, I can't fight him. They suing. And then he goes on to the next guy with a belt. And then here y'all go. Yeah, we ain't suing no more, Boots. What's up? Nah, sit tight. Sit tight, little buddy. Mike Ron, what it do, homie? Say hotter than a pistol, feels like 109 degrees at work. Poof. Crazy where that's crazy, bro. So yeah, man, you gotta sit tight, fam. Gotta sit tight. The undisputed is not an excuse. That's been his goal since 47. He ain't been able to get it there, and he's literally 2 belts away. And with the talks of this Josh Kelly fight sounding like it could be next, man, he right there. So it's not an excuse, but I told y'all this before I listened to this interview. This is my first time listening to it. That's my thoughts is why they being forced to 160. Not that nobody's physically forcing their hand, but the business, the non-availability of the fights that he want is going to make him explore other options and possibly a middleweight. You get what I'm saying? He wouldn't be wrong for doing it. It wouldn't be a bad move if he did it, but hey, don't expect people to look at Boots like, yeah, Boots, you really ain't want this fight because you went and took a 3-belt unification instead of fight. Nah, that shit's gonna be silly. So nah, Boots the man, and you gotta sit back, man. You gotta sit back and watch this. Yeah, he the intern. Yeah, he got with them intern titles that he be toting around. We fight was good with it. Yeah, he won a double for Boots. They was throwing out 10 million. I seen it. They threw 10 million out there. And that's why I knew they overplayed their hands. So who's to say that they won't do that again? Now think about it. They just think about something, y'all. If they was throwing out 10 million, that was before Boots fought Xander's eyes. Am I right? Now he's a unified champion. I ain't saying they about to double what they already, but who's to say they won't ask for that same money now? Get what I'm saying? Now you got 2. You get what I'm saying? I don't know, man. You wanted that to fight a non-champion. Now he's unified. What would you want to fight a unified champion? You get me? Or am I looking at it wrong? I don't see you wanting less. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just tricky, man. They put too much of their business in the media, and that's why I feel like that side was the side that was ruining an opportunity for the fight. Boots, like I said, his team, they meant a few words, right? They don't just waste time saying a bunch of nothing. Oscar do interviews talking crazy. You'll see Rick doing mad posting, Instagram posting. Vergil will join in a little bit. Like it just be a lot going on over there. So future references, man. I hope they learn from this situation, bro. Yeah, remember they were saying he the money man. Remember they were saying he was the A side, right? And we all knew that was a lie. We all knew that was a lie. You get me? Now you gotta hope that Boots derails his plans for you. Like, and I just don't see it happening. I don't.
That's one thing that I've always wanted, a fighter to become undisputed. I was close with Jose Ramirez. I was very close with Bam, but didn't happen. I know it's nice, but when you know the fight that the fans want to see and that the people ask for and the networks want it, they'll put up the money to do it. It's Boots versus Vergil. Well, then why not do it? Give it for the fans. And if you're so sure you could beat Vergil, then go after Kelly after. Let him heal from his nose. Get him sometime next year. If you're so comfortable and so sure you could beat Vergil, then take care of it. Do it before the end of the year, and then go fight Kelly for the unification. There's still time for you.
I get that, bro. Like, and look, just so I'm being fair to Robert Garcia, it's not his job to explore like the avenue that Boots wants to travel because he wants to see Boots you know, win undisputed. He should be doing exactly what he's doing. So look, I ain't gonna lie. If I'm Robert, I'm doing the same thing. I'm gonna make a case for my fighter, right? And let's be honest. Aesthetically, Boots and Vergil is the more appetizing, more eye-pleasing, eye-catching fight because that's just violence, got violence written all over it, right? That got violence. You got, matter of fact, and one mixtape Boots. Y'all know what I call them. Hold on, man. Y'all know I call them and one mixtape Boots. Hold on, where my joint at? I think I had one in here because we're gonna play this little short clip from Bradley because he said Kelly might be the more dangerous fight than Boots. I mean, a more dangerous fight than Vergil. I get why he's saying it, but we gotta see. We still gotta see it. Judah, Sammy, what's good with it, man? Shout out to my dog. Sam, I appreciate you. You know it. You know what I'm saying? You feeling me though? You feel it? You feeling me? So that's what it is, man. That's And1 Mixtape Boots, man. I don't know, man. He gonna be some ass, man. They asking for it. I just wish Boots would talk a little more, right? I ain't saying like go crazy, right? But just a little Instagram live. Give him 10, 15 minutes, Boots. Just talk some real quick. You feel me? Talk crazy for about 10, 15 minutes real quick. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, get the people something. But we gonna see. But look, Robert Garcia is doing an excellent job lobbying for the fight. If I'm him, like I said, I'm doing the same thing. I'm gonna create the conversation around why you should fight my fighter. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to say things like, look, if you really believe in yourself, right? Because if it's any way I could influence your decision to come back to the table with us, then I'm going to do that. And that would be a job well done by Robert. So I completely understand. He like, nah, Boots, come on, fam. You believe in yourself? Look, Josh Kelly, look, he like Josh Kelly cut up from his last fight. Let him heal. We over here, look, we ready. We've been on the sideline for a while. The lawsuit is the thing of the past. What's up? He like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Boots, what's up? You know what I'm saying? He basically just lobbying for the fight. Like, hey, Boots, you ain't gonna fight us? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Look, Josh Kelly, you know, his joint cut up. People don't know him like they know Vergil. You know, Vergil is the bigger fight. You know, I know Josh Kelly got a title, and I know how important Undisputed is because, you know, I got close with Jose Ramirez. You know, we didn't get there. You know what I mean? But I know how important Undisputed is. But think about this fight between Boots and Vergil. You know what I'm saying? That's the big fight. Nah. And then just say it out loud. You got Jerron Boots Ennis, Vergil Ortiz. You got Jerron Boots Ennis, Josh Kelly. Get me? You get me? It's a no-brainer. If you did a poll, like which fight do you want to see? I'm pretty sure people would say Boots and Vergil. So what job well done by Robert Garcia. You know what I'm saying? I think he's also coming from a place where he see the work that Vergil puts in, and I think he knows his fighter. And like I said, when you get paid to do this, I don't think none of these guys are scared to fight. But I think the more dangerous the fight, the more involved fighters become because they want to make sure they're being paid. You know, they make sure the financial end make the most sense, right? Because the real recognize real, and they know the risks that come with fighting Jerron Ennis. That's why they was talking about how much money they wanted to make that fight because they know it's dangerous. No other time in any point in their career did they ever, you know, suggest that they need $10 million up front for anybody, right? Or not saying up front, but $10 million to fight anybody. And then you heard it from another person say it about Boots. I forget whose coach said it. Man, we fight Boots, man, we're going to need that money. He put his hand up to the camera, like, you know, start doing the money sign, like, yo, we need this money. So, and it's been well documented that people want more money to fight Boots. Stanionis got more, right? It's times they had to pay people earlier in his career to get him in the ring, right? So that's what Vergil's trying to get a piece of that pie. They know Boots sell tickets. They know it's money in Boots. They know Eddie Hearn believe in him, and they just trying to get the best possible deal. But I think most of that stuff need to be done behind the scenes where it could actually make sense. Get the business done where it can make sense. Like y'all going back and forth with each other is just not going to cut it. You get what I'm saying? Or you doing it in the media publicly is not going to cut it. So well done by Robert, man. keep making the case for your guy and why he should get the Boots fight, because I do think he deserved it. If you look at the guys he fought, he's fought for the right to be a champion. You know what I'm saying? From 47 to 54, I think he put in some good work. So I get it, man. Shout out, well done by Robert. Big shout out to the Queen Lisa for the big donation. As always, she said, always having good content. I appreciate you always supporting the good content. Hit the like button, y'all. We're gonna keep rolling. We're gonna keep rolling, but the Boots era, the N1 mixtape Boots era has officially started. He gonna be beating ass for a while, I think. And it's like, y'all just better get in line, because he getting to the position where I think he is the guy, right? He's the man at 54. Yeah, you got a Fundora. That's a crazy fight to make, but I think Boots is the guy. And I think, you know, he could be the guy to beat Fundora, this improved version of Fundora. I do think that. Shout out to Lisa, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Dante, my dog.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
right.
well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Starting to fight with Boots because he wanted more money. Man, Lisa, you be on it. You paid attention, man. Hell yeah. I almost forgot about Rashidi. And so much so, Lisa, look how things fell apart since that situation happened. Look, and no disrespect to the TBL. It used to be the TCL. It's the TBL, the Team Boxing League. But he over there doing that with like blonde hair or some shit. No knock to him, because he's still a hell of a talent. And I still would watch that fight to this day, because Rashidi's still fast. He still could fight. But look what happens, Lisa, when you don't make the most out of an opportunity, or if you overplay your hand. And remember, see, I don't even fully blame Rashidi, but I'll hold him accountable to a degree, because remember, it was his team that said the money was no good, remember? And then he came back and did the interview and said, all right, the money is cool. He probably had a conversation with dude on his team. I think one of his coaches, somebody said that the money wasn't right, but he spit back and said something different. And that's why the fighters got to speak for themselves, because it's your career. You're taking the punches. You make the final decisions on what bags you accept. You don't let nobody make that decision for you. Now, look, now you fell into irrelevancy. You in a bit of that boxing purgatory space where you still talented. You still have some of your youth. You ain't no old guy, right? You can fight still, right? You're fresh enough, but you just not getting the opportunities. They're not presenting themselves, because I think when it came to it, one of the biggest opportunities, you allow somebody to speak for you, and you tried to over-negotiate your asking price, and it left you on the sideline. Now you don't got no fight. Now you fighting one-rounders in the TCL when you should be in 10 and 12-round fights, championship-type fights. You should be in a conversation with fighting the likes of the top guys or good fighters at 54 or wherever weight class you plan on being at. But it sucks, man. That's why I said ain't no tomorrows in boxing, man. When the opportunity is staring you right in the face, you got to go get it. You can't turn down a for sure thing for something that might happen. You understand what I'm saying? You can't turn down a for sure thing for something that might happen, that could happen. Just don't make sense. Just don't make sense. It's not a smart gamble, man. Vergil need to fight Brandon Adams, Charles Conwell, Bakram, rematch Bullchuck, which a lot of people think he lost to. I mean, I think a number of those fights is cool. I think Charles Conwell, a Bakram, it'd be cool. Brandon Adams, they ain't gonna do it. Charles Conwell just came back on the scene with a win. I think that'd be a fight that's worth something. Bakram did lose, but one loss shouldn't mean you can't get another opportunity. I would like to see a Bakram and Vergil. Bakram a dog too. He got outboxed by Josh Kelly, but Vergil got a different style. Styles make fights. It'd be like two trains on the same track. Them dudes not concerned with anybody's boxing match. They both got seek and destroy mentalities. Hey, man, I like what you're saying right there, Samuel. That's a great fight. Right there, I ain't gonna lie. Bakram and Vergil. Bakram and Vergil. But Speedy better be glad that he won Team Haney. Said they would have went to every podcast. Shit, nah. At this point, he might need to be part of Team Haney. Shit. One thing they do is that media thing. I swear, I gotta give them credit. It's annoying, but I respect it because it's effective for them. It's annoying for me and funny at the same time, but it's very effective for them. They know what they're doing when it comes to them, that media, that propaganda shit. Be a good fight, yeah. Shout out to Team Haney though.
Notifications after that.
If that fight can't be made, would Sebastian Fundora be the next best thing? And what your trainers had on, Fundora is no easy fight for anyone. Do you view that as a tougher fight than Boots?
I think Fundora's tougher than Boots because Fundora has already experienced getting knocked out, and then after that he became champion. Since he became champion, he's gotten so much better. Every fight I see, he's getting better and better. Plus, he's the tallest guy in the, not in the division, and probably the whole boxing. He's so tall, so awkward, so lanky that that's gonna make it difficult for anybody. But even there, Fundora has a mandatory already, if I'm not mistaken. So even if we already approached Mauricio, and Mauricio told me, look, whenever you guys want, I'll enforce it. But now he's got to do his mandatory that he has. After that, we could go straight into a Fundora fight, March, April of next year, somewhere in there. But if Boots fights Kelly, and then Boots says, well, I'm just one fight away from being undisputed, a unification for undisputed beats us as the mandatory. So more likely Fundora will say, well, guess what, guys? Sorry, Vergil, but I'm going to go for undisputed too.
And
you know what I mean?
And that
so,
would probably,
so that's going to be another year for us.
That probably would, I assume if that fight were to happen, you would probably be leaning to Fundora.
I think so, yes.
So that would probably kill the opportunity for a Boots fight.
Yes. I would pick Fundora. Just too awkward, too difficult. I would pick Fundora. But that's why, look, if we have to go through all that and wait to all that, to wait for all that, I think Boots, if he really feels comfortable and his team feels that they could beat Vergil, why not? We're available November. Let's do it. And then if you beat Vergil, then go after the unifications and undisputed. But in the meantime, show the world that you are better than Vergil. He won't do it. He won't do it. They're going after Kelly, who if they make him fight by November, a doctor will clear him. They will clear him, But it's not the right thing to do.
No,
Man, well played, man. I'm not even mad. Well played, Robert Garcia. Well played, fam. Well played, man. You really sat up here with a straight face and made it sound like it's not the right thing to do to chase down unifications and other belt holders, other champions, because y'all out there and y'all need a fight. Well played. I get it, but that's not the right thing to do for the Vergil Ortiz business. But for the Boots business, put yourself in his shoes, Robert. The same way I'm putting myself in yours, and I can see where you coming from. Put yourself in Boots' shoes. Boots been wanting to be undisputed since 47, right? It was a log jam at the top. He couldn't get Boots. He couldn't get Boots, right? You get me? I mean, he couldn't get Bud. He couldn't get Crawford. Bud and Crawford. Bud couldn't get Spence, right? Settle for Stan Jonas. Had to overpay for that. That was the end of his welterweight run, being a unified champion. Now he up here, and one of his ultimate goals is like, I know he could see it. Like, he could see the vision clear. It's right there. He could see a path to undisputed right now, because you see who got the belts, and he know how he feels about his chances against either one of them dudes, whether it's Josh Kelly or Fundora. He feels like he'll beat them both. So again, I'm pretty sure he still would like to beat up. Yeah, you already know. I be talking so much. I be mixing the names, remixing the same names all over again. It is, man. He gotta go do it right now while he got the chance, man. So again, Robert Garcia is funny. He's a funny dude, man. It's funny how he doing it, but I respect it and I understand. You get me? But again, he's far too close to his destination, I think, to kind of, deter from it, especially if you got something for sure going on. Like if the negotiations are going well, there's no need to pull out of negotiations now. And that's what that's the side that he's not exploring. But I guess he's not supposed to because he's making the case that the fight should be there. So it is the right thing to do if you Boots. But if you're on Team Garcia or Team Ortiz, then of course Boots taking the 3-belt unification is not ideal because that leaves you out in the cold. It kind of ices you out of the immediate title picture, and it leaves you having to figure out what's the next move for you at 54. Do you stick around or do you move up? And I think they want to stay put for a second, but the fact that it's going to look like everything is kind of jammed up, you'll have your opportunities not going to be what you need them to be. So I ain't going to be surprised if they move up at all, but Boots is absolutely doing what he's supposed to be doing.
Vergil's a pretty big kid. Is there a
And then he said Fundora is the more tricky fight. I think everybody feels like that because he's the Mr. Fantastic of boxing. He's the Stretch Armstrong, the damn the Doslim. He like Doslim from Street Fighter, Sebastian Fundora. So I think he's a tricky fight for everybody. I think people feel like he's the roughest fight and things of that nature, but he very well could be the toughest fight because of not just the physical stature, but the fact that he's learned to box with that physical stature, and that makes Sebastian Fundora a headache to deal with. So I ain't tripping off him feeling like that could be the more difficult fight. But I think Sebastian Fundora could be the most difficult fight for anybody that hasn't fought him. That's a top guy or a champion at 154 pounds. He shouldn't even be there. His diet, I don't care what they say. They don't feed Sebastian Fundora shit. They feed him table scraps, lettuce wraps, and rice cakes. I'm telling you, that man don't eat shit. He got to be some type of vegan, vegetarian, something, bro. Bro eat all fruit. Like, what is called? He's off a fruit diet. Ain't no other explanation for why that man's 6'5", 6'6", and he built like me. We both look like cardboard cutouts. If I stand next to Fundora, we built the same, fam. He might be taller, longer, all that shit, yeah, but we built the same. Like a cardboard cutout. They not feeding that man. Somebody get that man a steak. And his sister, I love Gabby Fundora. She's a dog, but they ain't feed her either. We about to call CPS on them because they ain't been feeding them shit. Like, I figured it out. They just not feeding them. The riddle has been figured out. Just Do figured it out. The only way somebody that tall, that long, that man got the reach of a heavyweight. That, first of all, that's cheating. The fact that he don't weigh shit is cheating again. And y'all not feeding him, that can't be healthy. Nah, bro out there, and who the fuck taught him how to box? Whoever taught him how to box, you bogus. He already was a lot to deal with. Now you slowed him down. Now he boxing behind his jab. He got like 80-inch reach. That shit wild. Yeah. Nah, y'all bogus. Hey, y'all not feeding that man. So we gonna find it. We gonna get to the bottom of this shit. Y'all not feeding him though. I figured it out. Not feeding him. He don't eat shit. He don't get that man a steak. He probably blow up. You know what I'm saying? Feed him. It's all right to feed him. Take your ass up to 60 or something, especially if you lose. Hey, Sebastian Fundora got one more loss at 54. He got to move up, yo. We going to jump him because I ain't, bro. I want to see how he look at a heavier weight class, bro. 54, it look unfair. You know what I'm saying? 60, it might still look like that, but not as bad. But nah, they not feeding him, bro. He ain't eating. I swear they don't feed him. Telling you, Fundora, what you eat? Nothing. Rice, not rice. Lettuce wraps, rice cakes, and leaves, bro. They feed that man leaves, lettuce wraps. That's it. J.A., what's good with him, homie? Said, nah, you need to stop. I'm telling you, Lisa, can Boots hit Fundora and not get hit? This is boxing. Nah, it's gonna be tough, but I'm rolling with Boots. Shout out to my dog Jay, man. I'm rolling with Boots in a tough fight, Jordan. What you saying is realistic. I'm just. My want to see Boots come out on top is, and I think he could do it. Fundora has lost before. I think Boots could be tricky in ways to Fundora the same in different ways that Fundora will be tricky to Boots. Get what I'm saying? Boots had never been in front of somebody that tall, that long, and has happened to be disciplined enough to be able to box. I don't think Fundora's fought an athlete like Boots that wants to accomplish what Boots wants to accomplish. Boots trying to beat your ass. So they both got they bring some elements to the table that I think could present some level of difficulty for them both. The question is, could Boots avoid the onslaught from that long praying mantis? You know what I'm saying? Cardboard cutout praying mantis. He like like a unprofessional, like a small forward or something. Like, bro, if you don't go dunk a basketball, they said, nah, I ain't going. I don't want. He got tall and said, nah, I don't want ball. I want to punch people. That's wild. To be 6'5" and not one of you 6'5", 6'6", and naturally, the first thing that come to your mind should be dunking the basketball. Fundora said, I want to punch people in the face. That's the minute it became crazy. Right then and there. Right then and there is when it became crazy. He want to punch people in the face for a living, fam. It's wild. Just said he said, nah, I ain't the same height. Hell nah. I ain't the same height. I look even worse if I was the same height, though. Man, I look worse than a cardboard cutout, bro. They ain't feeding me. Shit, at 6'6", at my weight, yeah, they ain't feeding me. I ain't eating shit. I think Boots' athleticism will solve them. I think so, 702. I think Boots' athleticism could prove to be a challenge or two for him. You know what I'm saying? Fight might be a war. Boots got special athletic ability. Yeah, he want to try to keep it from being a war, though, because Fundora, man, he gets some crazy leverage on his shots to be so tall and long. It's a really unique challenge to the human slender man, Jay. Human slender man. That's what he is, fam. I'm telling you. Cheating. Most of the people that 6'5", 6'6" want a ball. He want to punch people in the face. Like, we should jump him just for the thought, bro. Like, it's already cheating. Nobody at 54 is that tall. We should roll you out about the arena, about the boxing gym for jumping in the boxing ring, being that damn tall. Remember when they had Earl Spence standing next to him with the golden ticket smiling? I was already thinking about how we're gonna have to jump Fundora after this fight. Man, now looking at it, I'm glad Earl Spence ain't get that fight. I hope they threw that golden ticket in the garbage. Don't make another one of them shits. Cause man, I'm sitting there. I see Earl Spence standing next to Fundora. I was like, wow. At that moment, I knew he was gonna have to jump him. For Spence to be Fundora, he would have needed a couple of us, me, a couple of y'all in the chat. We'd have had to jump Fundora for him to win. There's no other way for him to do it. He championed in recess, man. I don't think he hiding, man. The only thing I'll say about that briefly, because I see you mention it, I think Tank, the only thing I question is if he still won a box. I think when you made a certain amount of money and you had enough time to think about something, you could change your mind. It's better shit to do in life than get punched in the face. And I feel like those kind of thoughts are loud in the back of Tank's mind. I feel like he thinking about an exit plan or life after boxing. That's all I'll say. But he's officially champion in recess. They said he ain't coming back till 2027, so that's next year. Yeah, that'd have been worse than losing. Now, J.A., I would have needed you. I'd have had to come. We'd have had to come link up with you. We'd have had to roll Fundora ass out. No lie, we'd have had to jump him. You'd have punched on Spence like that. Yeah, we'd have did him dirty. We'd have jumped him for that. You know what I'm saying? See, Tim Tszyu knew. He knew. See, Tim Tszyu, he could. It looked like he could have did a little bit more. Tim Tszyu, I heard Tim Tszyu heard one of my streams. He was like, man, I don't want Just Do to get the troops. Let me chill. You know what I'm saying? I know how they feel about Spence. Let me just win this fight. And I'm like, yeah, you better. You know what I'm saying? Tim knew what was going on. Tim knew what was about to happen, fam. You know what I'm saying? Get out of hand if you want to. But nah, this gonna be a what he said? I'm gonna hold you for no fire, but hey, he said, yeah. Nah, EJ, my guy, we would have jumped him. We'd have jumped him. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You better. You know what I'm saying? Leave our guy the hell alone, fam. He thought he was gonna give Earl a lesson. Nah, he would have been the only one getting a lesson and messing with, you know, the chosen ones. You know what I'm saying? We rock with EJ the real way, you know. So hell nah. I'm glad we didn't see that though. But Fundora will be a tough fight for anybody. I think that's the trickiest fight at 54. I think Boots is just he's a violent guy. Like he's a puzzle in and of itself too. Right, it's going to be a lot of people that's going to have a tough time dealing with him because of what he's capable of doing, especially when he operating at 100%. Man, Boots be out there playing, and he's very creative, versatile. He could switch. He's willing to get hit sometimes because he be in that fire. But as we learned with the Xander Zayas fight, if you don't put Boots away, he ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? It's going to take more than a couple good shots. So I think that fight solidified him in ways that people didn't expect, but it's good to know that you could take some shots and get through the fire, and that's what Boots showed us.
Timeline on how much longer he could stay at 54. He's not going to stay forever waiting for these guys. At some point, he's going to say, you know what? I'm just getting bigger. It's time to go to 160.
We've already went through all that with the team. We're really considering that too, unless something changes for our next fight where maybe Boots decide, because I don't think he has a contract yet signed to fight Kelly or anything like that. We might consider going to. We've talked about it. I've already talked it over with Vergil Senior, with Rick Morrigan, with Eric Gomez. We've talked about it. I think we might end up doing that. We might have to.
I know at one point in time there was like some whispers of him potentially going to 60 and fighting Erislandy Lara. Were there ever any real discussions about that fight, or was it just a scenario?
I think they were not. I can't tell you because it wasn't me and the conversations.
Yeah.
But I know through Louis de Cubas and Rick Morrigan there was those discussions. Yes. And look, Tszyu just fought at 160.
Yeah.
And said that he looks like he's going to stay at 160. So I wouldn't mind that fight either. Then at 60, then there's Lara, then there's Sandro Sayas also, who already mentioned he's moving up to 160. We just have a new champion, the IBF champion, the Irish kid.
Aaron McKenna.
There's fights that could also happen. We might have a better chance of fighting for a title at 160 than waiting for Boots or Fundora, because the closer they're getting to unifying their fights, I think they're both gonna want and make the decision that Undisputed might be their better choice. So that leaves us waiting.
Another kid you have, world champion, unbeaten, Raymond Murataya, and the talk, seems to be, even during his last fight, was him and Shakur Stevenson. And I know you've said Shakur has asked you for that fight. Would that be a realistic fight?
And real quick, like he's saying, Robert covered his base as well in his interview. He didn't waste his time. He made an excellent case for, hey, look, man, don't take the fight with Kelly. Let him heal, man. We over here, fight us, man. Our fighter deserved this fight. This is the better fight. He made a hell of a case, but he covered his bases because he also went a bit farther, and he understands how important Undisputed is to fighters. He had a fighter that was chasing that once upon a time, so he's familiar with what Boots wants as a fighter, but he's still trying to put his bid in and try to convince whoever he can that, hey, this is the fight to take with us and Vergil. You get what I'm saying? But he also went a step further and said how if they don't get that fight now and these unifications and these champions start fighting each other, then that leaves them kind of out the picture for maybe a year, maybe more. And then by that time, you know what I mean? If you Vergil, you can't afford no more time out of the ring. Why? Because Rabdo kept you out. You lost critical prime years, right? Or would be prime years to Rabdo. So you got to get a rush on. And then you had this little stint right here with the Golden Boy lawsuit that kept you out the ring when you probably could have been securing your next bag in your next fight. So if you Vergil, he don't got time to sit around on those sidelines playing with nobody. So if I'm him, look, I make the best decision I can. If I can't get a meaningful fight at 54 and it don't seem like it makes sense for me to stick around and try to maneuver to get a fight with Boots, then go up. 60 is always there. It's open. I think that'll be the division where you become world champion. Shout out to Lance. Kawhi was good with it. World Order was good.
Fight for him in his first fight at 140.
Look, it's great that you brought it up because I'm driving back. Well, I'm not driving. I'm in the back seat, and I got a call from somebody bringing that fight up. So I'm not. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. But I got a call. Somebody bringing that fight up. So things are looking much better now. Shakur came to my gym a few months ago when Bam was getting ready for his last fight, because Shakur brought in a kid to spar Bam, and Raymond was there training when Shakur was there, and I had a good talk with Shakur. He told me, look, I want that fight. I'm gonna ask for that fight. So maybe he's already been. That's why I got a call. On my way over here, bringing that fight up. So it looks like it might be something that could happen later this year. We're up for the fight. that's the fight Raymond's been asking for. He wants it. Gabriel Moraes Sr. been open saying, yeah, that's the fight that we want.
You know, I know Raymond wasn't over.
And real quick, man, that my bad. Oh yeah, that's the thing about that fight. Raymond Moritai and Shakur Stevenson. I know people was asking me what fight do I think he gonna have next. Who do I think he gonna fight next? I think that's the fight for him. I think it make the most sense. The dude already talking about coming up to 140. If you can't get a ring belt at 35, scrap the whole idea of fighting him at 35 and beat him up where he the most comfortable at. So people like Showbiz and the rest of these goofies could stop pushing weird ass narratives. So I think it's a good fight for him. Raymond said he wanted. He said Shakur came in his gym and told him he want to fight that dude. I heard him say it in the interview. Like I told y'all, man, I'll have him back up here. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna ask him about it too, because I think that's a good fight for him next. People telling Spence better stay away from Fundora before you get hospitalized, and they start saying I was hating on Spence. It's crazy, right? And they don't even know you're a supporter of his, but when you tell the truth, you'll immediately become a hater. Nah, that was gonna always be a dangerous fight for Spence because he make mistakes. He make mistakes. He make mistakes, and he get hit, and Fundora do some hitting. So yeah, that would have been dangerous. ETB it ain't hating. OT was good with it. Vergil fighting Charlo next is the rumor. A world order, yeah, that's over with. Charlo said he spoke to Al Heyman. He said the next fight for him is Tim Tszyu. He said Charlo himself said he fighting Tim Tszyu next. So the Vergil thing, he said he ain't had no word about that. He didn't know what people was talking about. He said Tim Tszyu. So I'll tune into the Tim Tszyu fight. I like it, man. He gonna get that get back for Earl. Even though him and Earl ain't cool, he gonna get the get back anyway. Tim Tszyu is what we calling him. You know what I'm saying? From now on. Especially if Charlo beat him, I'm calling him Tim Tszyu. All right. But yeah, man, Raymond, Shakur, that's a fight to make. I don't think it'll be difficult. They already spoke. They both won it. He went back and forth with Robert Garcia before. He talked to him. It's a solid fight. Raymond it would be a former champion moving up. I'll say a run and fade. Everybody else got fights. I don't know who else he gonna fight. I think Raymond makes sense. And he ain't take no punishment in the last fight.
A lot better to beat a guy like Shakur, who I always tell people, pound for pound, I think is the toughest style in boxing.
I agree.
When you look at a guy like that, are you like, man, I'm gonna have to really do my homework to overcome this guy?
We are gonna, do our homework, and it won't be easy. We're gonna have to work extra hard. But look, Raymond said it after the fight and told me personally, look, Robert, I felt really good condition-wise, but my strength wasn't there anymore. He cuts too much weight. So Shakur's champion at 140. He's WBO champion at 140. Man, let's do it at 140. Let's do that fight for his title at 140. There's no.
And he's the ring champion too at
So
140.
what else is there to ask for? We publicly made it way before this fight that this could be our last fight at 135, especially with the IBF rehydration clause where we can't gain more than 10 pounds. That really hurt. That really hurts fighters. But more Raymond, because Raymond's a big boy. He's been fighting 135 his whole career.
Yeah.
And now it really hurt him to make weight. It wasn't easy. It was not easy making weight. He made it because he's very responsible. He's very disciplined. The kid is responsible year round. He knows what he's in. He knows that making 135 is not easy. That's why he stays very, very, very responsible the whole year. But even then, it's very hard. It's very hard. And then still having to make that second day weigh-in, it's even harder. So it's impossible. So 140 is our next step. Shakur's champion at 140. He's the ring champion. He's the WBO champion. I would love that. And Raymond is ready for it.
Did you look at all?
See, I get it. I get what Robert is saying. Again, he's supposed to lobby for what makes the most sense for his fighter, especially health-wise, career-wise. They have talked about going up to 140. I've heard for some time that, you know, this fight with Tszyu was going to be the last fight. So I understand why he's saying it. It make the most sense. But again, it make the most sense for you. Shakur Stevenson made it clear that he could still make 2 divisions. The only issue I will have, only resistance, not even an issue, because I wouldn't mind seeing it. I want to see it where he's the healthiest at, so it's no excuse. But if Shakur is looking at it differently, which he very well can, he could say, look, I want to fight my next fight at 35. You really want to fight him? What could you say? He ducking you? Are he trying to drain you? You get what I'm saying? So it's silly. You get what I'm saying? Silly talk. But I do want to see the fight. He got a title up there. Why not make it a 140 title defense, especially if they can't put the ring belt on the line? It makes no sense to even entertain it. You know what I mean? If it ain't a tank fight or something bigger at 35 or not, you know, something bigger than Morataya, then nah, fight him at 140 where he healthy at. Beat his ass, defend your title, get a title defense, and move on. It is a good fight. But when he's making the case for it makes the most sense for his fighter. Your fighter, you saying it's impossible to make 135. This is why I've always said, why waste the fight on Tszyu? That Tszyu fight proved absolutely nothing. Low key, the Tszyu fight I ain't gonna say it hurt it, but it could have did more harm than good in a sense, because it ain't like you blew him out. It ain't like you dominated him to a degree, right? By you know, winning the rounds, but you were getting clipped, you was getting hit. Like, that's not a performance that you walk away like, man, that's the guy to beat Shakur. Like, if anything, that fight created more doubt already that people already had with you beating him. But for me, I ain't here to push that. That's a good fight for Shakur. He's undefeated. They both got about 25 fights. Raymond got 17 knockouts. They've been flirting with the idea of this fight for some time now. Why not? Why not run the fade? I don't see what else is gonna happen. I don't see who else is yeah, we ain't having that conversation. If you don't know the answer to that, then you don't watch boxing. Say 140, getting what they think they want. Yup. Everything boxing, get him right where they say he healthy at. Yup. Mel been struggling with whatever he's been struggling with. Tim is actively fighting top tier competition. I think Mel still can beat him though. Tim got some losses, some bad ones too. You know what I'm saying? He got his losses is worse than anything that happened to Charlo. He's been stopped multiple times. I think seeing Charlo resurges at 154 would be good for boxing if he can be healthy. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't too much on his body. But yeah, that's the fight. He said he's been talking to Al Hamm. He said he's fighting Tszyu next.
On anything in the way Zepeda strategized against Shakur? Because he had success in the fight.
He did.
He had probably more success than I can't even think of the last opponent that Shakur had that much success against him. But it seems like with those type of fighters, even when you had Maidana facing Mayweather, so you know the blueprint, you got to stay close, and Maidana just kept letting his hands go.
Look, at 140, those 5 pounds will make a big difference for Raymond. Raymond is such a big boy, so strong, but cutting down to 130 and still able to beat Andy Cruz the way he did, putting pressure, body shots, and even though I'm telling you, he wasn't as strong, he told us, you know, the cut weight really hurts me. His last fight, same thing.
Yeah,
at 140.
That's the fact, ETB. We don't, because I don't want to hear an excuse. Shakur already showed you he's more than capable of going up there and challenging somebody at their weight class that he's never been in, with no rehydration, no catch weight, no nothing. And you know, he got one fight in. Let Raymond come up there, and because he big, he think that's gonna be enough. And I knew he was gonna make an excuse about his power because he didn't do to Tszyu what he wanted to do. But maybe he will be stronger at 140. I don't doubt it. But Shakur is the guy, so I think he can handle him at whatever weight, but do it at the weight where he's comfortable, so nobody can say nothing. Beat his ass at 140. I don't want to hear nothing, neither. I don't want to hear nothing. You know, it's funny, right? How people always talk about you want to fight somebody weak or you want to drain somebody. Notice that conversation never came up when he moved up to 40 to fight Tszyu. Nobody was ever said to Tszyu, you trying to fight the smaller guy, and you got a guy, you pulling the guy up. None of that shit mattered because they knew what? They knew Shakur talent was going to carry the fight. They knew it. They knew the jumping up 5 pounds wasn't going to be no deciding factor. Get what I'm saying? And it's going to be the same shit with Raymond Morataya, man. He's going to get cooked because he's just not the better fighter. That's my opinion. Anything can happen in a fight. He is talented. He's well-rounded. He's well-schooled. Got a hell of a trainer and Robert Garcia. It's a good fight. Got Wiley Moses against you know, Robert Garcia, and you got Ron Sims in the cut. Scary sight, as they say, right? So it's a good matchup. I just hope they make it.
Stronger. I think he's gonna be. He could surprise the world because that's what those 5 pounds make a big difference. Man, I can't wait. I can't wait to get those type of fights. Honestly, I can't wait.
You know, one thing I failed to ask you earlier, with circling back to Bam, is with the Inoue fight. Obviously, Inoue's brother also is a world champion and seems to really has grown and developed into a really good fighter. Could that be a possibility?
I would love that. Look, that could be the start of
family rivalry.
Exactly. You know, he's a good fighter, so I can't. But if we go in there, beat him, maybe even knock him out, then well, now we want the brother. You know, that would be the best news out there, especially in Japan. People would ask for it. People would want it. I know what they did. You know, because publicly they announced they did really good numbers with Junto Nakatani and Inoue. I think Bam would probably double everything they had. So it's a huge fight. And yeah, Bam unifying against Inoue's brother, and everything goes our way, then that's a good start to say, hey, well, I already got your brother, or now it's time to get the big boy. You know what I mean? So look, there's so many little chances there that the fight, even if it doesn't happen next for Inoue, because I really want one before that, which is November, early December, and we could still do March, but even if it doesn't happen by March, I think it could still happen in the future at 126. Bam, I'm telling you, Bam wants those challenges, and he's clearly told us that he thinks his career ends at 126. So we could always wait a couple more fights, another year or so before Inoue. You know, he's what, 33, if I'm not mistaken, something like that.
Yeah, he's definitely closer to the end than the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, correct.
And Bam, I think, is much younger at a different point in his career.
We could say maybe 2 fights, 3 fights. Bam could have, if Inoue has 2 fights, if say Inoue has a fight sometime early next year, and then he wants to fight end of the year, well, that gives us another 3 fights for Bam. Yeah, we could do that end of next year if things don't work out for March. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bam loves challenges. Bam doesn't want just fighting nobodies, and you know, Bam's already making really good money. He's got a really good deal, and we don't need to chase Inoue around. He's already making very, very nice paydays. But he doesn't care about the money. He cares about legacy, about fighting the best in his division, fighting the best in the world. And if it's not his division, he'll move up to fight Inoue without a doubt. I know he will, because I know the way Bam is. He's told us many times, man. I don't know if you read a little bit of we were I think Bam was talking about maybe Shakur beating Tank. I think it was something like that.
Yeah.
And then a couple of days later, Bam got a message from Tank. I want to fight you. Bam responded, yeah, let's do it. You know what I mean? You know, I think Tank had no idea.
Bam a damn fool telling Tank, let's do it. Hey, boy. But shit, you got to snatch it while the opportunity is there if it was really there. But, man, that would be bad. He's just too small. You got to think about it. Y'all trying to approach an anyway fight strategically. Imagine fighting Tank that's at 35, that fought as high as 40. It's going to be all bad. It's going to be all bad. I don't think he'd be able to deal with that punching power, man, at all. That'd be really bad. That would be a stupid move. You said Pat, he had more success than Tszyu. It's crazy because you right, he did. But, man, that'd be all bad. But Tank had to just be on one, man. Ain't no way he actually thought people was going to want to see him fight no damn Bam Rodriguez.
115. That was going to be, he was getting ready for his first fight at 118. So he was still a 115-pounder. So I think Tank probably had no idea that Bam was that small. He's like, I want to fight you. Bam's like, yeah, let's do it. All right, I'm gonna tell Al Haymon to make it happen. That's what Tank told Bam. Bam replied.
That's crazy.
Right,
Tank's stupid.
Bam doesn't care.
Tank a troll, fam.
You know, he'll fight anybody if I tell him I think you could beat him.
Do you think you've trained a lot of guys over the years, is Bam probably the best natural talent that you've trained?
He's still not retired yet. So I cannot say that yet because he's not retired yet.
He ain't tripping. I think he was
I,
just
I
trolling
think
though.
I think when he retires, I think that's what I think I will say that. Plus he's still active. So I don't want to say something that might change in his next fight or 2 fights from now. I think I've had great talent. Nonito Donaire was beautiful working with him. I enjoyed the way he fought, his footwork, his counter punching, his left hook was killer.
Yeah, that's
So
he is, yo.
I love
Bam
working with Nonito.
Bam is one of the best young talents in boxing, but bro, that's where the buck stop. Don't play with no Tank, bro. That shit, boy, that'd be bad. 115, 118 pounder. Imagine him at 35, bro. He will get punched, man. That just wouldn't be a good idea, man. Sleeping salt. That'd be like, man, we thought Leo got sent to the shadow round. We thought Leo got sent to the shadow round, bro. He gonna be in it, man. Bam would be in the shadow round, the sunken place, the outer limits. Man, it'd just be bad. The outer, what is it called? The outer zone. What was that show? It'd be all bad, bro. It'd be all bad. There's no scenario where he comes out on top of that one. And the thing is, too, Bam, although he's defensively sound, he gets hit. So that would be all bad. Yeah, I think Tank responds out of frustration a lot of times, or just being annoyed, and he'll just say something. But I don't think I personally don't, like, if you asked him what weight class Bam was in, I don't think he would know. He probably know he's a small guy, but I don't know if he knows just how small Bam is. Is that real? Because dudes don't even watch boxing. You get what I'm saying? Dudes don't watch boxing like that, so they don't be keeping up with it. You know what I'm saying? They don't be keeping up with it. You missed my point, World Order. My point is not, who people don't get hit in boxing. My point is very clear. Bam gets hit, right? We seen it against a lesser guy, a guy that's lesser than Tank in his last fight. Although he looked phenomenal after he had those couple little moments and he stopped dude, but he was getting hit. So my point is, with him being, hittable, just like everybody gets hit in boxing, Tank is the wrong fight to take, being multiple weight classes up, punching like that when you're a guy that can be hit. That's my point I'm making. Let's get back to it. This is almost over, and then we're gonna move on. By the way, man, we're gonna keep it pushing.
But when it comes to obviously talent and Bam is up there with not only the best I've trained, but the best in the world, pound for pound. That's why he's number 2 or number 3 on most of everybody's paper, pound for pound. So yeah, at the end of his career, I probably will say that. But right now, since he's still active, I know there's still going to be a lot more of him to show the world that he is the best, not just the best that I've worked with, but probably one of the best of all time, especially in the lower weight classes.
Now, you trained Anthony Joshua. You mentioned AJ earlier, potential fight with Tyson Fury coming before the end of the year. And you trained him for, I believe, his rematch with Usyk.
Correct.
Why did things have a fallout after that? Because he did really well in the rematch.
He did really well. He had I think it was the 9th or 10th round where he had Usyk very hurt and
hurt him to the body,
yes,
and then Usyk came out like a madman in the next round.
Look, the main thing is, me having to leave to train him in England or back home, and leaving my gym behind for that camp. I remember flying in from Saudi to San Antonio for Bam's first title defense. Bam's first title defense, when he beat Cuadras, he fought Rungvisai. That camp, he did it with my son and my the rest of my coaches. I wasn't in camp for him. I flew into San Antonio for that fight. I worked the corner, but I didn't train him for that fight. It was just my son and my other coaches. So I can't do that. I really can't do that. You know, it would have to be him coming to me. I did talk to his management team very well before I left. I said, look, even if it's not me, keep him busy, keep him active. That's what Anthony needs. Anthony cannot be home or in training camp because he's always training. So he's pretty much always in camp. But just not having a date, not staying active, not staying busy, because it really affects him in his head. It really affects him, especially when he starts going through comments and seeing negative stuff about that. Really affects him. Look, now it may be even worse that accident that he was in with his coach, one of his best friends, passed. You know, that's not easy, man. That's not easy to deal with. It's not easy to handle. So when I left, I did say that, look, even if it's not me, I would love to, but it would have to be in the States with me. But even if it's not me, just keep him busy, fight him after him. And that's when they brought him back. I think he had like 3 or 4 fights in a row after that. Really good performances, really good wins. So they did the right thing. He needs to stay active. He needs to stay active. He needs to focus on his career and forget about stuff outside of the ring, because I think he is one of those fighters that is very has that problem when it comes to his thinking negative.
Yeah, the nether round. There you
About
go.
himself really affects him.
Do you think if the scenario was changed and you would have had him in training camp?
And look, that's at the end of it. We probably ain't need to hear them or that. I'll just give my quick thoughts. I think I always ask myself, did AJ abandon Robert Garcia too soon, right? He did really well in that rematch against Usyk. It made me ask the question, how would AJ have looked had he had more than one training camp with Robert Garcia? If he did that well with just one training camp, but if he was with him for the first fight with Usyk up until the second one, right? I always thought that. Just was curious because I thought he did extremely well with a guy just to only have him, you know what I mean, for one training camp. And I mean, Josh was sensitive. I think most athletes are low key world order. I think most athletes are. You know what I'm saying? When they get the way we critique their work, we tough critics. I think most of them are sensitive, but Joshua, I respect Joshua, man. I respect his come up. You know what I mean? He is who he is. He take his losses and he still be right there smiling, going about his business. He took the Usyk second loss kind of tough though, but I like Joshua, man. Joshua's cool. I just always wish he would have fought Wilder though. I always wish he would have fought Wilder. Always. I just hate that we ain't never get that fight, man. And he said some good stuff in his interview. Shout out to Robert, but I just don't know, man. If you're Boots, you stay the course, man. You stay your course until you see a reason to go do something else. And I just don't think the incentive. I don't think the incentive is there for him to just give up on his goals when he that close, right? But I understand. Shout out to Robert. You made a good case, man, for your dog, for your guy Vergil. Hopefully they learn next time it's a big fight on the horizon not to sue your damn promoter. You get me? Hopefully they know not to sue their damn promoter the next time. Maybe they'll learn. Let's talk about it. Let's keep building, y'all. On the Classic Clown Show. Yeah, that post fight, yeah, that was tough. That was tough to watch. So, man, I seen a little post from the businessman. Seen the businessman say he came so far with his family on his back and put people in position, and now it's time to finish off the year with a bang. So, Brickhand Davis, man, that's his post. He's saying announcement coming next week. I think he said next week announcement. So hopefully it's a fight date for him. I hope so. You know, that's my hopes for him. Look, we get it. We could be disappointed with him about the fight with Devin that didn't come to fruition, right? We could all be disappointed with him. All right, we could say, you know, you could call him a duck if that's what you want, but for me, I think the interesting dynamic is about to come right now. Is there going to be a teachable moment for this guy, right? Is it a lesson for him to learn, or did you just make the epic fail, right, of not taking a fight that you should have took? It's a lot of people that thought you had a really good chance to beat him. Yeah, they think you had a really good chance to beat Devin. Whether you thought he was going to beat him or not, people felt like it. You made people believed in you. And now I know, not as many people as yesterday believe in you as they do today, right? So that's just part of the game. But it ain't the end of the world, man. I seen somebody make a video. They said Keyshawn Davis getting high. I haven't seen that report nowhere but from a Haney channel. This shit is crazy that they be putting these narratives out there. But look, the same thing you did when you messed up, when you blew weight, when you had the little scuffle in the locker room or whatever happened. I wasn't there. I don't know. Same thing you did to rebound from that situation, right? Stay in the gym, surround yourself around the people that rock with you. You know what I mean? Stay locked in on the goal. Get your ass back in the ring sooner than later. And hopefully Top Rank ain't putting you on that shelf. You get me? I think you got a good manager in Jay Prince. He got skin in the game. He got good relationships with people. That might be a positive for you in your corner. That might be a positive thing for you in your corner, right? So I don't think Top Rank benefits by keeping him on the sideline intentionally. I think anytime that he ends up being sidelined potentially would be them trying to figure out whatever is the next best move. But I've heard some stories about him trying to possibly reposition himself for something bigger and try to revisit this opportunity with Devin Haney if it's available for him. So you just got to see. But right now, like I've always said, you just got to deal with you got to weather the storm, bro. You got to weather the storm. The things that you promoted, the way you talk, you made everybody a believer. So a lot of people that's going the other way is simply because of what you said didn't line up with what you did. And I get it, but I'm not tripping off that. I know promotion. I know how to separate the promotion from the business. I heard specifically from my guy that knows, a little bit more about the situation that he wanted the flat fee. Top Rank wasn't willing to give him that. They gave it to Devin, but not him. And it might have been some feelings that he was being treated worse than what Devin was. Devin was being treated better than he is, and he's the guy that's on Top Rank. So he couldn't get the money, and now he got to play the long game. Brian Norman, it worked out for him. He played the long game. He ended up with the boot situation didn't come to fruition. He played the long game. He ended up in a fight with Devin Haney for the most money he made, right? They made some money. They had a good fight. Shout out to Dev, right? So, maybe that could be the same situation for him. Like, I don't know if his next fight going to be a welterweight debut. I think I seen somewhere somebody say Shakur said he was vacating his title for Keyshawn. I haven't seen that update nowhere, so I don't know how true that is. And Pride, what up? So we'll see, but his career ain't over, man. He's talented, yo. If it ain't Top Rank, he gonna be fighting somewhere for somebody, beating somebody ass, yo. He just got to tighten up, and learn from the mistakes. That's all. I think some people felt like he was too small for 47. I beg to differ, man. You know what I'm saying? I beg to differ. I think he got the frame for it. Shout out to Dante. I know that shit, dog. Blew it up. Pugilism. Let Zeus pick up the tab. Shit, man. Somebody, look, if it ain't going to be Top Rank, it's going to be somebody. Keyshawn is going to fight for somebody. He going to fight for somebody. Said you seen Key? He going to be all right, man. He going to be all right, bro. They just want to, they just think, people gonna talk like his career over right now, but in reality, you just gotta write this shit. You know what I mean? He veered off to the left or to the right a little bit. You know what I mean? Now you gotta get it back right. But it ain't like this the first time this has happened. It's not like this is the first time a fight hasn't happened because of business. So I don't see this affecting him long term. I don't see it. Short term, yeah, of course, because it was a big opportunity. And I think with a win, you put yourself in position. Regis Prograis gave his thoughts on this, and he was talking about how he felt like Keyshawn got the chance. Not saying he would have beat Haney, but he said he had a damn good chance. You know what I'm saying? And, a lot of people been weighing in on this. I seen Mikey Garcia weighing in on this, basically saying take the opportunity, you become the man. All that stuff is true, but ultimately it's about money. They could keep talking like fighters all they want, but when it's time to fight, people want their money, bro. And that money ain't right and you feel like you ain't being treated like a priority and you getting treated more like an option, I get it. Just know that what comes with that decision is going to be people saying that's not what you was saying weeks ago when you was promoting. You was talking about taking the 25 and X, Y, and Z, and I get all of that, but promotion is promotion, business is business. But I think say Key in a better position than Devin. I'm telling you, I don't think he's going to have a problem making the next fight. Yeah, he might have to deal with a little more inactivity because they locked in a date for you. It was a fight set up for you. They bid on it, all that stuff. So it might be a little salty, but I think they'll still push him for as long as he's on that roster. Yeah, he's 15-0. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. He cooking with house money. It's the reason Devin put Shakur Ting Key on his list and not Catterall and Powell. Go sell some tickets there. Right. Right. Nah, Keyshawn Davis got superstar potential. He ain't no diva. He a human. That's what he is, world order. He a human, bro, and he made mistakes. Just like I'm sure you made some mistakes in your life. How is it any different? Because he a boxer, he's supposed to be perfect. We know athletes are some of the most imperfect individuals we got on the planet, fam. So I don't excuse no mishaps. We hold them accountable. The little scuffle in the back room, right? The missing weight, you know, this not taking a fight, you know, but nah, I don't think that stuff makes him a diva. Not at all. You know what I'm saying? I just think he young and he learning. You know what I'm saying? And guys gonna make decisions that a lot of times we might can't understand, but you know what I'm saying? You know, he said not athletes, human, right? Because they act like they not. So that's all that is. He made some mistakes, bro. Think about something, and I always give people something to think about. Think about if every time you made a mistake, it was put on Front Street. Think about that. Think about it. If every single time you made a mistake, it was like people talked about it. It made the internet. People tweeted about it. People recorded videos, made live streams. Imagine it. Like you making a mistake that people make in life, period. And just imagine people like reporting on it, talking about it. Imagine people slandering you for you making a mistake that so many people before you have made. We're not justifying it, but why make it so permanent? That's why it's called holding people accountable. And with accountability comes, you know, acceptance, right? You get what I'm saying? You got to accept you made a mistake, you learn from it, but we ain't got to be permanent. Like you make a mistake and you do something wrong and it's the end of the world. I ain't gonna lie, fam. I've been doing a better job this week ignoring the trolls because since you came in here, you've been offering a lot of like negative. You one of them. Like you just talk crazy about boxers. Oh, he's this. We don't care about no assault, fam. Did you see it? Did you see it for yourself? Did you see this so-called assault? Did you see it? Tiger Johnson got jumped. Where's your energy for that? We seen that shit. He got jumped. Bill Haney glasses was off. He got jumped, fam. Like shit happens. We not saying it's cool, but shit happens. Like, so what? You ain't had a fight before? You ain't never put your hands on nobody before? Go ahead and tell me you ain't never had a fight without telling me you ain't never had a fight. That's the first thing you went. I know you, matter of fact, don't even answer that question. I know you ain't had a fight because you said something about assault. You used the word assault. Fam, we don't give a fuck about stuff like that. That's soft shit, fam. We see people get into scuffles and shit all the time. We see this shit all the time, fam. We see it all the time. Like, we're not excusing it. We held them accountable, but that's like soft shit. I'll hit assaulted them. Bro, we don't give a damn. We didn't see it. We ain't see nothing that happened. Nah, you ain't got to be a thug to have a fight, fam. See, now that comment got undertones. Now you got undertones because all types of people fight. Why you got to be a thug, a quote-unquote thug to have a fight? Matter of fact, let's get back to this cook. I'm gonna let you simmer in the chat. I'm gonna let your ass simmer in the chat. I ain't even thinking about what you talking about. I'm gonna let you simmer in the chat. Wes, what's good, homie? Shout out to the OG. He said no harm, no foul. Shout out to the OG, man. Irvin, what's good, homie? How you feeling? He should have took the fight at doing all that clout chasing. Look, stock chasers. Yeah, he should have took that damn fight. Because that's my guy. I believe in him. Yeah, he should have took that fight. He should have took the fight. But yeah, man, the thug, you got undertones in that, fam. I ain't even gonna lie to you. You over here crying about a fight that you didn't even see. You seen a man had a knot on his head, bro. I ain't even gonna say too much, but like I've had some scuffles. I've had things happen to me where I ain't get the upper hand too. So like I've had shit happen to me in life, and I ain't no thug, not by far. I got 3 kids. Ain't nothing about me no thug, but you ain't got to be a thug to get into some shit, fam. You could, sometimes the situations that just happen to present themselves, and you gotta handle your handle. But I could see you ain't never made no mistake in your life. You perfect. So Keyshawn Davis, man, world order says you got to be perfect. You can't make no mistakes. You a diva. You know what I'm saying? Because he perfect. He ain't a thug. He ain't never had no fight in his life. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know how he watching boxing for people that ain't never had a fight in your life. Like, what you watch boxing for? You probably be squinting your eyes, turning away when you see blood. When somebody get punched, you see some blood. Probably be like, oh yeah, assaulting him. Assault. You probably would call 12 somebody punched on you, wouldn't you? Keep it real. Bro would call 12 if somebody punched him in his face. He'd call the cop. I know he called the cops. Anybody that used the word assault like that alone, that he's gonna dial 911. Like, bro would talk crazy to you, slap him, he calling them folks. He gonna call 12, bro. Anybody that used the word, anybody that describe a fight as the word assault, like he assaulted him, like yeah, your ass calling the cops. Your ass calling the cops for sure, man. You get somebody cased up. You get the little scuffle, fam. 12 on speed dial. Man, I've been shot and I ain't called the ambulance, 911, and none of that. Imagine getting into a fight and like calling the cops. Like, yeah, man, I just got beat up. Yeah, I just got assaulted. Imagine being a grown man. And now I'm dead serious. Certain shit I'm just not with. Bro, if I get my ass beat, I just got to take the L. The last thing I'm going to do is pick up the phone and dial 911 and tell them, yeah, I just got assaulted. Yeah, some thugs. Let me use your words. Some thugs just assaulted me, man. Yeah, imagine it, though. His ass calling 12 immediately, fam. You better be perfect in your life, man. Back to what I was saying, though, man. These fighters, they fuck up, man. They human. They not above making mistakes. Keyshawn has made some mistakes in his career. Behind the hands, my brother, what's good with it, bro? He's made some mistakes. He's missed weight. He had the little situation in the locker room, right? Cool. He didn't take the Devin Haney fight, right? But the life ain't over, right? Like ain't like you get me? Like it ain't over, man. He gonna fuck up probably again before it's all said and done. Unfortunately, right? But hopefully, with time and maturity, that he continues to learn from each one of these mistakes, so they could be life lessons, right? Not losses, but life lessons. So he seemed like his spirit's up. He talking about an announcement being next week. He popping back out. You seeing him? Yeah. I know it sting a little bit to get shitted on for not taking the fight, but I always feel like it's a deeper story to it. And look, the reason why I ain't going crazy on him, I held him accountable. You should have took the fight because you said you would. Simple and plain. We ain't got to go no further than that. You said you would, and you didn't. We can call that out. That's not shitting on him, but it's not over. It's a deeper story to it. The fact that Devin Haney not only is not fighting Keyshawn Davis and definitely not Shakur Stevenson next, right? And the fact that they still didn't announce a fight, but they announced all these negotiations is telling me that it's more to the Keyshawn shit than what meets the eye. Period. It's something with them. I don't know what it is. I mean, they reportedly signed some deal directly with the zone, but it's like maybe they figure they cut the promoter out. I don't know what their way of thinking is, but it didn't seem like whatever move they made, it didn't seem like it was the best one. They promoted in so many ways this ideal that they was going to Zuffa to make this get this contract that was worth over $100 million in a number one fight with Shakur. Then they not only turned down the offer from Zuffa that was more than the offer from the zone, right? But then they went the opposite way of the fight, and they took less money to do it. And then now the Keyshawn Davis fight fall out. It's not Team Haney's fault. But then what about Jack Catterall, Lynn Parra? What's going on there? They both speaking like you playing with both of their names. something that I don't understand. I don't have all the answers, but it's something going on with their side of things. And I would love to get some insight as to what's really stopping them from making fights. But maybe it's what I've been saying. I think it is the possibility that whatever deal you did sign, I don't think they just including any old fight, right? I don't think they just want to pay you to fight just anybody. Lynn Powell, even though it's a unification, I don't think it's a big fight, right? Jack Catterall, same difference. So if they really paid you some bag, maybe they want it to come with a certain opponent, or maybe for these fights to get over the hump, you need a certain dance partner because you get paid a lot, right? Then now they saying your opponents want to get paid. It's just a lot going on. Y'all said y'all got an extra $1 million for Keyshawn, but you still don't got an opponent. All they do is play games. So I'm saying, so I just don't know, man. I don't know. Shout out to the Queen, Jess. How you feeling? Ill Will, what's good? Shout out to everybody. Hit the like button, man. We're going to cook for a bit more, man. We're going to cook for a bit more. Yeah, salute to all the thugs in the chat, right? Hey, thugs, man. Little fight, man. Shit, I wonder what he think of bare knuckles. So, thugs too? Shit, man. Thugger. Thugger. But we just got to see, man. We got to see. But look, shout out to Keyshawn Brickhand Davis, man. I wish he would have took the Devin Haney fight. The opportunity, I think, was a great one. I don't think whatever you do next is not going to be as great as the opportunity would have been to fight Devin Haney. I think he got a fair chance at winning. Devin got a lot of experience. Keyshawn got a high pedigree with a good tool bag himself, right? So, and he confident as shit. And I think confidence mean a lot in sports. So I always think it would have been a good fight, good test for him, for both guys. And I'm gonna say what I've always said. If that fight would have happened, in my opinion, Devin Haney got to be better than he was in his last 2 fights to beat Keyshawn Davis. I know that's kind of like not the straight answer people want, but that's how I look at it. If you look how you did in your last 2 fights, hold on, let me call his Uber. Let me call him an Uber. Somebody need an Uber call. Let me get his Uber. Let me get your Uber for you, fam. There you go. You create another fake profile. Create another, and for the record, just for the record, fam. Just for the record, I ain't never been in jail. No record, no none of that. Record clean. I ain't a thug. You know, I'm a family man. But that's corny. Like that's corny. You know what I'm saying? We talking boxing. You trying. I thought you was being more sarcastic and joking, but you dead serious. Cater all. Yeah, that's not the fight, bro. That's not the fight. That's not the fight they want. I don't think so. And that's what it looked like, because if you listen to what was going on, you had a Shakur and a Keyshawn. I think either fight would have been great for boxing. And then you got Catterall and Powell. Powell is good for Devin Haney's legacy, I guess, to add on another trinket accolade, right? But overall, I just don't think it's the fight that people was asking for. I just don't think it's the fight people wanted and they expected. Like, think about it. Bill Haney went on the podcast and he was talking to Cam in Sin City. Sin City hit on something. He said, Bill, like, he was a little disappointed. What'd he say? He's like, yo, y'all do all this promoting and y'all get people excited for all these fights and then they don't happen. So that's going to point me to my next conversation, and we got to get to it. We got to talk about this. I know this conversation ain't going to be for the Haney hoes, but y'all going to be mad, but we're going to segue right into it. Shout out to Keyshawn. Let's see if he make his debut at welterweight. I hope he do. And I don't think Top Rank would intentionally put him on the shelf, because I don't see why that would make sense, right? Unless you're trying to, ruin his career. And I don't think they're going to go that route. I ain't saying they never done it, but I don't think they're going to do that with him. You know what I'm saying? I think he just going to have to deal with some sideline activity until they figure out the next date and opportunity for him. But he said an announcement coming next week. So hopefully that's something boxing related and that pertains to his career and what his next move could possibly be. I want to see. I would love to see what it's going to be. Said Parrow and Patty Donovan, yo, to your nasty work, bro. Bro, if you let somebody else steal your fight, and I don't even like saying it like that, but secure a fight that could have been for you. that's not going to be a good look, man. So look, let's get into this, man. I trying to let them make it, but they don't leave it alone, fam. They keep talking about this list. Y'all keep adding people to the list along the way. Y'all keep playing with Boots. And I'm going to just be honest, man. Look, if you're Team Haney, you working for Team Haney, if you're involved in Team Haney and you come up with this list and then get people talking, I mean, I guess that's you could check that box, right? You got people talking. You generated some interest. You got people talking. Your name keep coming up in conversations because people are they're hell bent on disproving that this list has any validity to it, right? All these different names and you checking people off your list, but the real shit is that you get credit for shit like this, like nobody else. I don't know no other fighter, and I don't dislike him for it, but I'm just pointing it out. I don't know no other fighter that gets the credit that he gets for fighting, for just saying that you'll fight somebody. Like somebody did it, somebody called in the show. I ain't even gonna say the name, but somebody called in the show and they were saying to the host how, you know, he talked about fighting Xander Zayas. They think he'll go up and fight Fundora. They could see him fighting Fundora. I'm like, yo, you know what? To be a Haney hoe means you gotta be equipped with a certain amount of delusion. If there's two people I know for damn sure that we never gonna see him fight. Boots Ennis, I feel like, and Sebastian Fundora. The number one reasons I feel like those dudes are naturally bigger. By the time he get anywhere near 54, I think they probably would have moved on. I don't see him being in a weight class with Boots ever. Ever. I don't think they'll ever pursue that fight. That shit is all clout. But at the end of the day, like, this list is just good marketing, fam. Like, it's good marketing. You get people talking. A lot of different conversations come from this. You take some of the hottest names in boxing, Tank, Shakur, you get what I'm saying, Boots, Ryan, right? And you create this conversation in this fantasy world that, yeah, I want to fight all the best. I want to fight all the killers. Look at my list. You see my list. You see what Bill say every interview. Yeah, well, you see the list, and his name been on the list. He makes sure you don't forget about the list. I think it's just marketing strategy for them to keep their name buzzing in the media, in the news cycle, whatever you want to call it. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna just call it how I see it. Under the right circumstances, I think Devin Haney will fight people on this list. I do. But just looking at it, it was overly ambitious because it was made around the time where you just too big for a lot of the guys you got up there. You get what I ain't gonna say everybody, but I don't know where all the lightweights, all them extra lightweights came from. But I know you had Keyshawn, Shakur, Tank. That's the problem right there already with your list. You're compiling a list of 10 fighters, but then 3 of the 10 are in smaller weight classes. Then you got maybe 1 or 2 that's in a higher weight class, right? That's the problem with the list. It's overly ambitious because in order for you to complete fighting everybody successfully on the list, what would have to happen? Guys got to come up to your weight class or down to your weight class. You're not going up to chase no Boots. Nobody in boxing is going to make no Haney hoe in boxing going to make me believe that this dude is going to chase Jerron Ennis for any reason at all, because it's a stupid ass fight. It's a stupid fight. His size won't matter. His speed, his experience, none of that shit won't matter against Boots, in my opinion. You'll be getting in there with a far more superior athlete, and it's going to show. I'm not going to keep playing with y'all. There are great fights, competitive fights for Devin, good matchups. I think anybody at 47, he got a really, really good chance at beating. I think that could be a division he could win out under the right circumstances, right? But when it comes to Boots Ennis, that's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different ball game. Bigger, more of an athlete, more motor. He got more gears, more layers to his game, more versatility. He's far more creative, and he just get right to it. And ultimately, I don't think you boxing and keeping him away is going to stop him from beating your ass. Ryan Garcia has success. He's not near the talent or athlete overall that Boots is. I think Boots had the same success and worse. I think it's a bad matchup. Everybody at 47, those are winnable matchups and fights. But Boots, that's a bad matchup. Bad matchup. Tank, That's a dumb matchup. That's a fantasy fight. I know it'll be good to put y'all two names together. You and Tank will never fight. That man fight at 35, and right now he inactive. He the champion in recess. I seriously doubt if he move up to 47 to fight you. You're not gonna move to 44 to fight him. We know you're not gonna do that. So you might as well take Tank name off your list. That's why it comes off as a lie. Shakur, that shit always been smoke and mirrors. I know a little bit more than what people know about this situation. Some stuff I won't even speak on. I'll just say them dudes knew full well they was never fighting Shakur Stevenson. That's why if you pay attention to the whole situation, they was pushing it, not Shakur. They was pushing it. Yeah, we've been promoting and we've been negotiating with you for months, chomping. That's Bill going back and forth with Core. They was never negotiating. You can't negotiate without his manager or speaking to his team or him. I don't see how you negotiate a fight. We're going to keep moving. That's a fantasy matchup. Shakur Stevenson and Gervonta Davis fighting Devin Haney are fantasy matchups to me. Teofimo Lopez, he just said he told Devin it's going to be them last for undisputed. Maybe he changed his tune. He initially turned down a fight with you in the past. Maybe he'll fight you now. That's cool. I don't mind him being on the list. He is at 47. He'll be there this weekend. Let's see how he look. Then you got Boots. Y'all clearly know Boots is a name that everybody respect. So you're going to put it on the list. It's an overly ambitious idea to try to put Boots on the list. He's not in your weight class. Nobody's demanding that you fight him. Nobody's even asking you to fight him because we don't think that's something that you're going to do. It's not a good fight right now. Go up to 54 to play with that dude is going to be career suicide, in my opinion. That name should have never be on your list. So when you really keep going down this shit, you got Rolly up there. Rolly didn't duck you. They sent the offer. You said it was good. Then you said it wasn't good. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's deeper than just Keyshawn not happening, right? None of these fights are happening. Ryan Garcia, you said he wasn't enrolled in VADA. You not neither. So the reason Valenzuela, I think those are just bonuses, man. Maybe some AI shit, but I never seen him call out them. Isaac Cruz, yeah, I heard him talk about fighting Pitbull, not Zepeda though. So it's a lot more of these people, but I just think this was a way to keep things flowing, man. Think about it. I showed y'all a post from some weeks ago where matter of fact, it was a couple months ago. This is back in March, where dude said he listed all the names that Devin Haney said he was going to be fighting, and then he had Jack Catterall in the picture saying this is who he really going to fight. You fast forward to today, that looks like more of a reality than anybody on that list. So if y'all team Haney, I don't know how long they going push the narrative that everybody's ducking Debo, but Debo ass going to be out longer than Tank. You keep playing. Y'all keep making phony ass hit lists with people that you don't even have no intent on fighting and calling out the wrong fighters and then giving fans the wrong fights. It's like you putting yourself in a worse position. You seem to be in a good position. You're undefeated, 3-division champion. You got a title. You clearly in some type of good position, but not being able to secure a fight makes it look crazy. Like I question what the hell going on over there with Team Haney and why the hell they can't secure no fights. Right? You had an extra $1 million. How much money could Liam Powell possibly be asking for? Y'all said he's trying to break the bank. Break the bank how? Y'all supposed to be the $100 million men, right? Y'all supposed to be signing contracts worth over $100 million. Ain't that what Bill tweeted a couple months back? Right? He literally tweeted that. So I think maybe that's why people asking for money. Maybe they think y'all got it to give. I don't know. Mike Kirkland was good with it, bro. How you feeling? Yeah, he should have. He should have, because Regis was there for the taking. He should have punished Regis in a sense how Shakur should have beat up Tszyu some more. I'll credit that's I could say I seen opportunity for him to beat him up some more. A ducking the bullshit that comes with it, proving to be a waste of time. I'm telling you. So look, that list, man, it just looked like more and more of a marketing strategy, right? To just keep people talking. And it worked. I'm talking about it, right? It's pretty sure it's been bigger channels talking about it. But you can't make no list full of guys that's not in your weight class. That's the problem. I don't want to see a list of 10 guys not in your weight class and then 3-4 of them be guys smaller than you out of 10. And then some of them bigger than you that you could take them dudes right off the list, man. I think they've always clout chased the Shakur fight. And again, I think the biggest reason for it is the weight. I think Devin will fight him. I think Shakur will fight him. But I think Bill knows it's a discrepancy in weight. And the only way they would take that fight is Shakur moved up to 47 right now. if he acclimated and has got some fights in, I don't think they would entertain it. They want to, and it's just my opinion. I think they only content with a Shakur fight if they can get it with an advantage. I know it's people that feel like that about Shakur, but I feel like him asking one guy to come to 44 something he did versus him doing something he never did, it's not really so much him looking for advantage, but as much as an even playing field. So it is what it is, man. This list don't got Liam Powell or Jack Catterall on it, but those are the people that he was rumored last to fight. So I don't know. I don't know who he gonna fight. Turkey acting like money his. Oh, you said trying to act like Turkey money his. Yeah, I told you I had one of his super fans come up here. Cornelius was good player. I had one of his super fans come up here and tell me what did they tell me? Oh, he's backed by Turkey. He's backed by Turkey. He's backed by he's back. DHP is backed by Turkey, and he was gonna be signing to Zuffa. They was just waiting for Keyshawn to sign before he went to Zuffa. And then you see Bill Haney came out after the zone deal got announced or talked about, should I say, and then he said they took less money to go to the zone because they got more fighters than Zuffa. But he said even with them going to the zone, they still could fight guys like Shakur Stevenson and Ryan Garcia. So you just gotta wait and see how that stuff materialized. But it seemed like they just wanted to do a network deal, I guess, without the promoter. It's like essentially, do you cut the middleman out? Is that the thinking or what? But I don't know. It kind of seemed like they need somebody to be pushing them. I don't know. It's just I've never seen this. All these negotiations go public and then nothing happened. And then you blame everybody and you say they all ducking you. It's crazy work. Stay at 135, 140, not really big 140 pounder for real. Corby, really small welterweight. Yeah, he'd be an undersized welterweight to a degree, I think. I think he could do it, but with the right approach, with the right time to acclimate, because you don't want to play no games. Yeah, they've been capping since last November, Marcus. That's all they do is lie. Lie, cheat, and steal. Lying ass. So yeah, man, shout out to the Haney hoes, but I just want to see Devin fight somebody at this point without a narrative attached to it. Just go make the fight. I don't care about how much money y'all offering. I don't want to hear about no percentages, nothing. Just make the fight. I want to hear a date, venue, and that's it. I'm cool. Cool. The rest y'all can keep. Just let us know who you realistically fighting next, so we could really see that all this other shit was clout chasing. Everybody can't be lying on you. Hey, Cornelius, and she would be right. She would be right, good sir. Everybody ain't lying on you, fam. That's how I feel too. Everybody ain't lying. Who say never heard back? Powell, Catterall said the same shit. Nah, I'm telling you, you start doing math. You start paying attention to the consistencies from the fighters. Their spill is everybody's ducking them. That's the low-hanging fruit that's expected. Everybody's pricing themselves out. But they the super A-side in the face of boxing, but can't get these dudes their biggest payday. See, this is the crazy shit. They flex this A-side mentality and be in the face of boxing. And you would think with that comes getting your biggest bags ever. But then they'll overpraise him for people wanting to get paid to fight him, right? Well, why does everybody want the most money to fight Devin? Why? It seems like everybody want the most. Hey man, maybe they bought the Kool-Aid. Maybe they think y'all the guys to fight. Maybe they think because of the way y'all talk that y'all bigger than what y'all are. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Or maybe it's that $100 million contract that they think y'all signed. They think that y'all can get them paid to fight them. Maybe they think Devin is a more lucrative fight than what it is. Just like he felt like him and Rolly was a more lucrative fight than what the PBC thought. So it didn't happen, right? He couldn't get that bag. So there's just a lot of confusion going on. But I think a lot of it is self-inflicted because they run in the same plays. They ran from 135. Everybody's scared of them. Everybody ducking. We want to fight everybody. Everybody overpricing themselves, asking for too much money or ducking. They running from us, but they got 33 damn fights. Ain't nobody ducking and running. And the reason y'all inactive is because y'all ain't have a home for most of that time. Now that y'all essentially got a deal in place, you don't have the worthy opponent that would satisfy a fight on that contract. I'm hearing he signed a 4-fight deal with DAZN. And my guess is you just can't want any fight. Yeah, they drinking it. Yeah, Jim Jones, Cole. I swear, bro. They drinking that Kool-Aid. They've been drinking that Kool-Aid. The Bill Haney Kool-Aid. So look, Ryan Garcia is the fight for you to make low key while you trying to. And look, I'll give y'all another opinion of mine. I'm not saying he won't fight Shakur, Keyshawn, anybody on the list for the most part, right? But I just don't think the intent was there. I think Shakur and Keyshawn ended up being smoke screens to get people to stop asking about Ryan Garcia. Long enough for Ryan Garcia to go find another opponent and them to kind of direct the attention to him fighting Conor Benn now. When in reality, that should have been the fight that he should have been pushing for after beating after he beat Brian Norman and then Ryan beat Barrios. The fight that he should have been put, and this is my opinion, the fight that he should have been pushing for was that rematch because it was more realistic. Y'all in the same weight class. It would have been an opportunity for you to take the belt right soon as he got it. You get what I'm trying to say? Now you're giving Conor Benn the opportunity to do that instead of trying to make the fight with him, run it back. You ran that smoke screen play that you ran at 135. The difference is you added an extra name to the equation with Keyshawn Davis. And I think that it wasn't no thought. Nobody, y'all can't tell me y'all anticipated Keyshawn Davis moving up to 47 and or being positioned in the mandatory position. It just happened that way. And I don't think Keyshawn Davis anticipated not getting the money he was looking for. So he ended up looking like the duck in the situation, which gave y'all a little bit of a lifeline to push more narratives online. But I'm just giving y'all the truth, how I see it. I don't think it was real intent behind fighting them dudes. I think it was cool to talk about it and say it because, again, the reason I feel that way, when it was time for you to talk, when Bill was talking to Keyshawn, he was like, I'm going to beat your son ass. I'm going to beat your son up. Bill kept asking about Shakur. He wasn't asking, yo, get Jay on the phone. And, and then he went on record for saying he not even negotiating a Keyshawn fight and he not willing to reach out to Jay Prince. This is what he said. When Keyshawn got put in a mandatory position, they didn't focus on Keyshawn as they should have. They beeline right to Shakur and started pushing how was some type of fight offer or a fight signed by Shakur, but he didn't sign a bout agreement. So all their energy and eggs they was putting in the Shakur Stevenson and Zuffa fight basket, right? And when that time ran out, they had to entertain Keyshawn, or they would look crazy and be stripped of their belt. It's similar to how they had to fight with Brian Norman, but was behind the scenes talking about they really didn't want to fight him. Y'all thought I was just making that up. And I'm telling y'all Lord and Savior, Bill Haney was telling people he didn't want that fight. So you fast forward to this one. I don't think they put zero promotion of any sort into the Keyshawn fight. Now, look, they got the last laugh because they stood on business. He didn't, right? But I still think it's just a tricky situation. It ended up with one of those bluffs. Sometimes you bluff and it work out for you. And I think that's what it was. To me, if he'd have got put in a mandatory position and y'all have got issued that 20 days and all y'all attention would have been Keyshawn this and Keyshawn that, it would have made me feel as a viewer or somebody that's watching, like, all right, they starting to lock in and this is the fight that they're trying to build on. What sense do it make for you to say that you're not dropping your belt, but knowing if you fight anybody but Keyshawn, you getting stripped, right? What sense would it make after they make them the mandatory to focus so heavily on Shakur and what Zuffa doing, just for you not to go to Zuffa and not focus on Keyshawn, but you tell people you keeping your belt? It's confusion. It's like it's smoke and mirrors. I think y'all didn't anticipate him being put in the mandatory position because he had no fights at 47. So I don't think y'all thought he would have been able to skip the line the way he did. He was able to skip the line. He did it. They got put in position. And y'all literally waited till the 20 days was up to entertain him. Y'all, everything else, it was all Shakur until the 20 days was up and y'all had to acknowledge the elephant in the room. Now, we all see how it played out. And again, y'all got the last laugh. But I think Keyshawn gave y'all the lifeline y'all was looking for to justify the moves that y'all been making for the last couple months. All this promotion of fighting smaller fighters. Meanwhile, y'all tore down Tank Davis for years. The Haney hoes, y'all shitted on Tank Davis for years. And this is a conversation I'm going to revisit it tomorrow. Y'all tore Tank Davis down for years. Y'all Haney channels, the propaganda channels, for fighting guys that you deem smaller, pulling somebody up, going down to fight Leo, you name it, y'all complained about it. But when your fake ass fighter, and I ain't gonna say he a fake fighter, but when the fake ass fan base and their Lord and Savior Bill Haney, Extra Mill Bill, create this Debo Dead moniker, and y'all start pushing it. This guy's starting to try to fight all smaller fighters. He trying to fight lightweights, guys that had one fight at 140, dudes that ain't have no fight at 47, instead of focusing on your weight class. And the Ryan Garcia, that by Devin Haney's own admission, he said it was the biggest fight in boxing, but did nothing to make it, and did his due diligence to kill the fight online by saying Ryan ain't enrolled in VADA. That's why we ain't fighting him. Then you and your dad wasn't on the same page because he went and did an interview and said you wasn't enrolled in VADA neither. So look, this shit been a smoke screen to me. Yeah, do I think we'll fight him? Yes, but under your terms and circumstances. This is why your dad was saying 140, 47 or nothing. Yeah, if he jumped up to 47, I think you would entertain a fight with him because I think you and your dad feel like y'all would have an upper hand or some type of advantage. Meeting him at 44, making any type of concessions, meeting in the middle, something that y'all wouldn't do. Y'all knew Shakur wasn't coming up because he said it. So again, it was no real intent behind ever fighting him because nothing you did outside of promoting it on the internet was real. You didn't speak to his manager. You weren't trying to get in touch with nobody that's even related remotely on his team, right? You was asking to speak to him directly instead of the manager when you know it don't go like that. So if you ask me, if I'm watching that, that's a joke. If Shakur tells me right now he wants to make a fight with somebody, hey, matter of fact, I'll do y'all one better. Shakur Stevenson said he wanted to fight Teofimo Lopez, right? Did he get on the internet and start asking, Teofimo Lopez to speak to his manager directly, or did Jay Prince get on the phone or get on the internet and start asking to speak to Teofimo Lopez directly, or did Shakur and Teofimo Lopez speak directly, and then the managers hashed out the business how it's supposed to be, right? So again, I use logic when I come to the conclusion that it was a smoke screen and they didn't want to fight him. It's not because they scared, but they had no real intent. How do I know it? Because you haven't made one move that would suggest that you really wanted to fight him. You're not speaking to you was putting on for the internet. Oh, where's Shakur? So you want to talk to Shakur directly. So it makes sense for you being a manager to talk directly to the fighter and not the fighters to talk and then the managers to talk. Who you think you fooling? See, we all know how easy it is to make a fight with Shakur Stevenson, and they know that because Tio showed us. Look how easy it was. Look how easy, and they do all that trolling. Tio Sr. said, man, this was an easy fight to make because they both wanted it. And that's that simple. They only wanted it at 47 with an advantage that they felt like they was comfortable with. Shakur was like, nah, meet me in the middle or it ain't nothing. So they knew full well he was never coming all the way up. They knew the whole time they was never, ever trying to fight at 44 again because they're not trying to give up anything, especially to a fighter that good. So again, if you the type of a listener that you could see Bill Haney say, yeah, we trying to make these fights, we negotiate. Whole time the other half of these negotiations is saying it ain't going on. Whole time Bill Haney is telling you he ain't reached out to Jay and he's not. Whole time he's telling you he's not even looking to make the fight with Keyshawn Davis. I literally played the audio clips for y'all where he exposed his own self. So it's like it was too much smoke and mirrors. We're not dropping our belt, but we fighting Shakur. That's stupid. It don't make sense. You would get stripped. We're not dropping our belt. We fighting Shakur. Zuffa got the money. They don't want the Keyshawn fight. They want the Shakur fight. Then he don't sign with Zuffa and take less money with the zone. Make it make sense. They never wanted to fight him. Keyshawn Davis gave them their last lifeline. Now that lifeline is running out, they got to move to the next. They got to move to the next narrative, and the next narrative is that everybody is ducking them or asking for too much money. So when a fight doesn't get made, or if an underwhelming fight gets made, they can do what they typically do: blame everybody else for why the fights don't happen. But we all know it can't be everybody. You can't blame everybody. You can't blame everybody. You get what I'm saying? You can't blame everybody for some shit that ain't going on. You get what I'm saying? So got to do business, man. And at the end of the day, you keep playing. You keep putting your foot in your mouth. You want to over promote, and then you're going to under deliver. You're going to get people excited for a bunch of shit that's going to end up not happening. You know what I'm saying? Mike Magic, what's good with it, bro? Shout out to my dog. What's good, homie? Yeah, and look, I said it too. He misspoke and he put his foot in his mouth. This is the only time I'm addressing this. He said negotiating too. Yeah, there's negotiations. Yeah, he said that. But he also said he retracted one of his statements and said he verbally agreed. Verbally. So it's no negotiation going on if you're not speaking to his manager. So yeah, he said that, but I can't say that it's valid because we already know, and I told y'all right from my guy and him directly that that wasn't what was going on, right? So again, what came of it? What was they negotiating? Where at? Why the fight didn't happen then if they're doing all this negotiating? And again, they was negotiating for 2 months. This is way before Shakur opened his mouth about anything. And who did they say had the money? They said Zuffa had the money, right? They said what fight did they want it? Shakur and Devin, not Keyshawn. So he led everybody to believe. He led everybody to believe that was the fight, that was the fight that he wanted. And because Zuffa was so adamant about having the money on deck for the Shakur fight, that's why he was pushing it. So again, let's hold Shakur accountable because what you're saying is fair. He did say that. I can't. Only thing I can say for that is I think he misspoke. I think you put your foot in your mouth a bit because you can't say on one end you're not negotiating, on the other end you are. Which one is it? But again, ultimately, I chalk it up to this. If you're truly negotiating, right? How are you doing that without the presence of the other guy's team? I ask that to anybody. Do y'all think that's how negotiation go? You think Bill makes the fights for Devin by directly negotiating with said fighter? Y'all really believe that? So you believe that's how he made the Loma fight? You believe that's how he made the Brian Norman fight? You believe that's how he fought Jose Ramirez, Ryan Garcia, and any of them other guys? Do you think Bill Haney himself is talking directly with Ryan Garcia and ironing out the deal? He played in y'all face. I'm trying to tell y'all that shit was for entertainment. I wouldn't care if he did it again because I know how to separate entertainment from reality. That shit is not reality. Sitting up on live streams and telling fighters that you want to talk to them directly and publicly about trying to make a fight when you know that's not how the business get done, fam. Whole time, the phone number that he got in his phone he could make the call and move the needle. He's saying openly he's not willing to call that dude, but he want to talk to Shakur and Keyshawn on live. Cause hey y'all, hey Haney hoes, this is how you make fights, y'all. This is exactly how you make fights. You see me promoting, you hear me talking about it, right? Yeah, he giving y'all what y'all want, but y'all got to understand that that's not reality. Fights don't get made like that. Look how fast Tszyu and Rolly fight got put together. Rolly sends Devin Haney an offer that he said made sense and was lucrative for him and his team, and then he retracted the statement, right? Right? Now look how fast Rolly and Tszyu fight got made. DHP say they own balls. They say his fans say they're structured to put on events and they could bid, but Tiafimo and Takeover Promotions bid on the fight, not DHP. Now it's Tszyu fighting Rolly. That could have been Devin's unification, right? It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Still grinding. What's good? He said, who the hell is next for Shakur? For me, if I had to take a guess or if I had to pick what fight I like the Muay fight. I think it's realistic. I think it's a guy that's already planning to come to 40. I think it's a good fight. Y'all both got 25 fights. I mean, it's a little bit of story there about y'all, speculating about fighting each other. I think that's the fight to fight. I don't think it's Rayo. Rayo's not a bad fight, but I think it's something they could pull off that's better than Rayo. And I would take the Muay Thai fight. I think it make a lot of sense. Muay Thai fight make a lot of sense. Big shout out to my dog, Mike Mazik, for that 10-piece in the Cash App. He said for the cook. Appreciate you, Mike. Much love to my dog, man.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Yeah, it's a good fight. Twitter is next. Y'all do more tweeting and interviews than anybody, bro. Y'all do more tweeting and interviews than anybody. You know what I'm saying? He just went up to his next division and fought Tszyu, right? While y'all clout chased him because he coming off the biggest win of his career. Y'all sad, man. Y'all not even real with yourselves. The problem is you got fighters that's not focusing on what's in front of them. They focusing on weight classes that's under them and behind them. They focusing on weight classes that they supposed to be outgrown. The problem is all of this confusion started when Team Haney decided to clout chase a kid from Brick City North. You know what I'm saying? That you get me? That's what happened. The man sold out MSG. They seen an opportunity. Eyes lit up. Oh, shit, we about to clout chase for the next couple months. And the whole time, we're not going to make one move behind the scenes to make the fight. But we know our fans don't care. All we got to do is call Shakur out a couple times on Twitter. I could do a couple of I could go on my mixtape circuit tour. I can do mad interviews speaking on his name. And y'all, guess what, y'all? We ain't never got to fight him. We got all these channels that's gonna have our back. The Haney hoes run the cyberspace, right? They only fucking win on the internet. That's it. That's the only wins y'all ever gonna get over Shakur. You couldn't beat him all them years ago when y'all used to spar. Y'all gonna make me start telling stories I don't be wanting to tell, man. I'm a chill. I ain't gonna tell the stories I shouldn't tell. But I'm telling you, it's a reason why they got loud after 2 weight classes away. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking about that. It's a reason they got loud, bro. It's a reason they got loud. For one, they knew the fight wasn't happening because there ain't nobody even planning to fight. But they know the other side ain't going to play the internet games all day with them. They know this shit. They ain't going to play the internet games all day. Come on, man. So you took advantage of one side. Like Shakur do all the battle. He fight all his battles by himself. You play with his name, he got to respond to the trolls. You know what I mean? To the naysayers, right? With the Haney hoes, they got about, I don't want to exaggerate, they got about 7 to 10 channels, probably 7 to 10 channels, maybe more. I might be leaving some more, but they got about 7 to 10 channels, and then they got a whole bunch of minions all over everywhere, whether it's Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, right? So they got the social media space locked because that controls the narrative. If you can control the narrative in the social media space, you can win public perception. That's all they care about when it comes to Shakur. PR. If I can convince enough people that we can beat him, we ain't never got to ever fight him. We can just keep doing this shit every year, right on cue. He do something good. We attach our names to his. We start a shit show. It becomes a circus. And before you know it, we start telling Shakur he need to keep his mouth closed if he ain't going to 47. That's exactly how it go. Whole time, he been saying, yo, I'm at 35 and 40. Come get your issue. I'm not going up to 47. I know what I said back then, but I'm not going up there right now. That'll be my last weight class. But what did the people do? They got in the scuff, in the mix of the bullshit and the circus. We forgot how it started. I didn't. They started with the fucking tweet with Devin saying that's the biggest fight in boxing, him and Shakur, after he beat Tszyu. And what Shakur said nothing about Devin. Even when Bill kept telling y'all on the interviews, yeah, we're negotiating with Shakur now. Shakur speak, he said he not negotiating. Guess what y'all say? He's lying because Bill said it. And now you don't got no fight negotiating without the manager. What a joke, man. What a joke. Shakur got Jay Prince with him. You think he make fights without him? So fights get put together without Jay Prince having no knowledge of it. So what the hell is he managing exactly? Seriously, like what does he manage if all Bill Haney needs to make a fight with Shakur is Shakur Stevenson? Shit is smoke and mirrors, man. I respect that team. I rock with them. I support them. But the fluff, they come with a lot of fluff because I think they deal with a lot of insecurity. I think his entire fan base, and I'm talking about all of them with the exception of a very, very small percentage. I think most of his fan base, most, not all, but most of his fan base know he can't beat Shakur. It's a small percentage that think he might be able to beat him, but most of them know what it is. That's why they like this, the one up him. Oh, yeah, let's just put a Shakur face on a duck, make a creative title and say, he's ducking it and call it a day. That's all they ever wanted to do. And I told y'all to play months in advance. Soon as they started talking to Shakur shit, I said, be prepared. I guarantee you, I will bet you money I do not have that they don't fight this dude. And when it's all said and done, they're going to say he ducked us. What did they do? I called it out months in advance. I said it. Like, I'm not a psychic. How did I know they was going to do this? Because I know the play. I knew what they was going to do. I knew it. Y'all at 47 calling out lightweights, 40-pounders, fake, speculations to go on to 54 to fight guys like Jerron, Ennis, and Xander. You know you're not doing that. So, again, I'm going to always call a spade over here. I rock with them, but they create these lists that create a lot of confusion because y'all give them credit for the bare mention of them fighting. Like, think about something, y'all. Pattern recognition, facts, ill will. Think about something, bro. Think about something. All it took for them to believe that Devin Haney was willing to make 144 pounds was to tweet it in a suggestive manner. Like, oh, if I make 44, we got to fight, right? That's all he had to say. Mind you, his Haney whole fan base, his dad, and even him been arguing against 44 since they got out the ring with Jose Ramirez. All of a sudden, a random day on Twitter, he decides to find his Twitter fingers and tweet 144, we got to fight, right? Like almost like asking a question. His fans immediately took that as him agreeing to 144 pounds. They are some of the lowest level thinkers I've ever encountered in the entire boxing space. They took a tweet as literal negotiations and a guy saying, yes, I'll accept 144 pounds. But you know this was a lie because his dad kept saying 147. His dad kept saying 147. They played themselves, man. They never had no intent on making 144 pounds. Therefore, they never had no intent on ever fighting Shakur. It's just that simple. They just wanted to live a little bit off the name. Yeah, he beat Tszyu. Let's attach our name to his. We don't need to do it, but we're going to do it anyway. Devin got his own. I think he got his own motion, right? It ain't selling out MSG motion, right? It ain't Zulfikar motion, right? It ain't coming off of, beating Tszyu the way it ain't that kind of motion, but he got his own motion. But it's a lot of fluff that come with it. See, they'll tell you the shit that's real about Devin, but then they'll jazz it up with a lot of fluff. Yeah. For the last few years, they've been saying, yo, he with all the smoke, he want to fight everybody. And then when you ask people, what's the best name on his resume? They're going to say Lomachenko. You're going to say, how long ago was that? So how long ago is you going to keep lying and saying he fighting the best of the best, but then his best fight is Loma, and that's a guy that almost beat him, that the world thinks beat him. He learned something with that southpaw. You think he's trying to get in there with Shakur on an even playing field? Absolutely not. Only way he gets in there and fights Shakur if he think he got the upper hand. That's it. That's just my opinion. That's my opinion. Shakur fight him on an even playing field, but I don't think he giving up extra pounds at 47. He just ain't gonna do it. Shout out to Mike Kirk. I appreciate the love, man. He said thanks for calling this boxing straight for this older head, man. I appreciate you always showing love, man. I got to. Again, I'm giving y'all my thoughts and opinions without telling y'all Devin Haney's a duck or scared, but I think he wants that fight on certain terms. And why I say that, I'm gonna play the clip for y'all why I think that. I'm gonna play the clip. Nah, listen, I'm gonna tell you this, and I get why you say that. Shout out to Mike Kirkland. I appreciate the love, homie. I'll say this to you, still grinding. Maul, I'll say this to you, Maul. I understand that. I understand why you would say you're not clout chasing. But let me say this to you directly, right? We seen Teofimo and Shakur Stevenson get made very fast. And I'm a boxing fan more than I am any boxer. So I rock with Devin. I rock with Core. I'm from Jersey. Core's my guy. I think he beats all these dudes. I think anybody can lose on the day. I don't think he's perfect, but I think when it's all said and done, if we continue to see the locked in best version of Shakur, it's going to be really hard to beat him. Not impossible. It's going to be really hard. And the world knows that. That's why they beat him with the narratives and the slander and shit like that. They figure the more negative you can talk about him, the more people you can get to join on that. It could distract you from the fact that he's every bit as talented as your favorite fighter. That's all that is. So look, back to what I was saying about the clout chase. Why I feel like it's a clout chase? Because the timing of it still grinding. Hey, Maul, they're not even in the same weight class. Do you think I want to see Shakur Stevenson move up to 140 and then start looking at 135 like, hey, man, that's the biggest fight in boxing? Like a guy. And then when he says it, the guy got to come up to him. Imagine saying the biggest fight in boxing is a guy that's smaller than you, that you know outside of the last fight, he was 2 weight classes below you. Like, really level with me, y'all. Haney hoes, too. I know y'all be mad, but punch the air. I don't care. Everybody in the building, hit the like button. You on the vertical side, hit the like button, too. I see y'all lurking over there. Hit the like button. Clout chase, why? Because you haven't made one single move to actually make the fight. Outside of the Teofimo fight, that's giving you a little bit of breathing room to say he was just 1 weight class above you. He's literally 2 weight classes above you. Y'all respect that? I always wanted to see the fight, but I want to see the fight when it makes sense. It don't make sense after a guy just moved up to 140 and the guy just got to 47 to try to tell the other one, now you got to move up an additional weight class, right? But it's clout chasing because it's a dude that's smaller. You haven't went through the proper channels to make a fight with him. You put all of that shit on the internet. Maul, I'm telling you from an honest place. I'm not guessing. He did all of this on the internet without reaching out to said team about a potential opportunity for Shakur and Devin to fight. I know this. I'm not guessing. I'm telling you this. I'm not guessing for a fact. Get what I'm saying? He never did. He did it all on the internet. The most he talked to Jay Prince, to my understanding, about the fight between the two was the video that we all seen when he called him, when he was on Gilly and Wallow show, and they was talking for a minute. And even then, mind you, by that time, he was already said to be negotiating for more than a month, right? The conversation that he had directly with Jay Prince will let you know that was a clear indicator that was one of the first conversations that they had, and there was no prior talks or conversations or build up to a potential fight. So for me, it's a clout chase. You waited till he sold out MSG. You know what's what. They had the highest attendance. At least that's what they reported, because some people still argue if they really sold it out. I'm not here to do that. That's what they reported. That's what I'm going to say they did, right? Highest attendance there. Then all of a sudden, mind you, he just had said Ryan Garcia and him was the biggest fight. I thought he would have stopped there. That made sense. That's a guy in your weight class. Now it's a dude that just had one fight at 40 being the biggest fight in boxing. But he wasn't willing to meet in the middle to make it. He said it on Twitter, but he did nothing to actually gear up to go to 144. Bill Haney said he's not reaching out to Jay. He said it publicly. So, Maul, how are you? If it's not clout chasing, what is it? Because it's damn sure not trying to make a fight. Talking about it online doesn't make the fight. Reaching out to the fighter, I think fighters talking to fighters can make the fight. I think managers talking to each other makes the fight. I don't think Bill Haney trying to get in touch with the fighters directly is him trying to make the fight. That's smoke and mirrors, because it don't go like that. He know how the business go. Nah, I didn't either. But again, Maul, you don't forget, don't lose sight of my point that I'm making. What's the most logical sense and way to make that fight, Maul? If it's a weight discrepancy, take the Tszyu fight off the table for a minute. They would be 2 weight classes away. You telling me the most logical way to make that fight is for Shakur to come all the way up to 147 and not Devin to sacrifice 2 pounds? He just weighed 146 for Brian Norman. You telling me he can't lose 2 more pounds, weigh 144 for Shakur, and he said no catch weight, no rehydration, and blow up back to what you want? So you telling me Shakur got to go from 135 all the way to 147? So you telling me, Maul, again, you telling me it makes sense for Shakur last 3 fights to be at 3 different weight classes? Zepeda at 35, Tszyu at 40, and then Devin Haney at 147. Meanwhile, Devin can move up, fight Regis, fight Ryan, then fight Jose Ramirez, then move up to 47. You get me? One guy will be in a 5th weight class in 26 fights versus a guy in his 3rd weight class in his 34th fight. Do you see the discrepancy, the difference? That is the biggest glaring problem with this fight. People are not willing to acknowledge that the guy that they champion for, their Lord and Savior, the water walker Devin Haney, he's a bigger body than Shakur. That's all. It's just a fact. Now, is Shakur impossible to be able to fight at 47? No, I ain't never going to say that. I don't think that's the case. But again, to ask that man last 3 fights to be at 3 different weight classes is insane, and I think is ridiculous. Y'all both established where Shakur can't say, yo, I'm so much bigger of a bigger name than you that you got to come to me to make the fight. He's not saying that, but he's saying, yo, you know what? You established, I'm established. Let's meet in the middle and let's do it. And catch weight, no rehydration. And the catch weight, because you did it with Ramirez. You was cool doing it with him. Why not with me? You clearly a much bigger guy. It took you a month to step on the scale after everybody did the weight challenge. Make it make sense. He's clearly bigger than him. 144 was cool for Ramirez, but why not for Court? It's 2 pounds. He weighed 146 his last weigh-in. No, the fuck this dude did not just DM me after I sent him a specific DM telling him I'm live. Sending me DMs of random shit is distracting. This guy still sent me another DM. I'm definitely blocking him. These people are weird, man. I swear, man. Man, they burning my patience. I specifically told this guy to stop doing this, and he's still doing it. I'm going to block his ass when I get off of here, for sure. For sure. Shout out to everybody. Hit that like button. Jay Prince on the bullshit with Keyshawn mandatory move while they were negotiating 44. They was never Maul, you're not listening to me, family. You're not listening to me. They was never negotiating 44. Hey, Maul, I don't know. You got time. You could click the link and come talk to me. Maybe it might be easier to have a conversation on a live stream. Check this out, fam. What is there to negotiate if they say yes to 44? Hey, Maul, think about what you're saying. What is there to negotiate if he agreed to 44 and that's where Shakur said he wanted that? What is there to negotiate? You understand what I'm saying? Hey, Maul, this was before the Devin had a deal. This was before Shakur had a deal. This is when Bill Haney said he was doing all this negotiating, right? If you had to take a guess, bro, without neither one of them having a deal in place, where would the fight be happening at if Bill Haney was doing all this negotiating? And again, what happened to the contract or the fight that he alleged that Shakur signed but didn't sign a bout agreement? What happened to all of that? They was never negotiating 144, fam. It's nothing to negotiate. Shakur said his terms was 144, no catch weight. At any point, if they would have ever said yeah to that, I think we'd be getting that fight right now. They never negotiated that. They never reached out to try to negotiate that fight. That was a internet ploy, man. They just did that shit on the internet. I'm being so honest with y'all, fam. I can't answer for everything Shakur say or Team Haney. I'm just telling you the real information that I got from the people on that side, man. I'm not just guessing. I'm telling you from that side, fam. I'm telling you. They do this shit every time. Why do you think Shakur say he not entertaining that circus no more? He like, yo, this the same shit that happened over and over. They hype the world up. They make them think that this is the fight that they're pursuing. They label them a duck, and then they move on. You get what I'm saying? Bet, I got you. It being my link is always in my community section, but I'm going to put it here in the chat for you. I'll pin it. I'll pin the link just in case. So you could definitely come up and chop it up for sure. But I hope you get what I'm trying to say. You can't when you use the word negotiating, you saying they're negotiating 44. What is there to negotiate if they both agree, right? Then the next logical step would be if they agree to terms, right, to get an offer, you know what I mean, together, and then you in business. But the problem is they suggested, or should I say, let me be very specific, Devin suggested it on Twitter, but never did anything after that. Do you notice, hey, Maul, do you notice that once Devin said something about that 144 tweet, he never said nothing else to Shakur? You notice that when he said 144, we got to fight, right? You notice when Shakur retweeted it, he ain't say nothing else to Shakur about that. Nothing else to him about it. Nothing. They just left it there. And that's what I'm telling you. That's why I say it's a clout chase, because if you're not going to really go through the proper channels to make the fight, then what else could it be besides a clout chase? That's the only thing. It's the only way I could look at it, because there's no real energy behind you actually trying to put together that fight. You're not really trying to do. You get me? That's just me using logical thinking. I will apply that same logic to Shakur. Imagine him saying he trying to make a fight and his team ain't reached out. He ain't really. You get me? And he just said it on social media and left it there. I would say the same thing to him. I don't give a damn. He not getting special treatment, but he was trying to tell y'all, look, I'm not negotiating with nobody right now. And I told y'all the reason that was being said was because without a deal, what are you really negotiating? Where are you fighting at without the deal? Where are you fighting at, fam? Seriously, with no deal, where are you fighting? Where? Notice he got louder once he did what? You heard the Zuffa sign. Then he tagged them and said, what? Y'all know who I'm with, the money here, Nick, Dana, this and that. He tagged Devin and Bill like, yo, what's up? And then what did Bill say back to him? Think about it, Maul. You said they was negotiating 44. Think about it. He said something to Bill, and what Bill say? Make yourself the mandatory at 147, or basically no fight. What did Bill do on Cigar Talk? Shakur was telling them, I ain't never went nowhere. My stance is still the same, 144. The problem is they duped y'all into believing that they were cool with 144, but I'm trying to tell y'all, pay attention. MLC, if somebody spent, let's say 8, 9, roughly about 10 months arguing about something that they didn't want to do, and I see them say that they willing to do it once or suggest it on Twitter, that's not enough for me to think that you really serious about what you said. You put far more energy into why you couldn't do this than this little suggestive tweet that you could potentially make it and we got to fight, right? Like, that's so up in the air. That's not no confirmation. And think about it. Y'all, from that point on, Where did Bill say, yeah, man, we agreed, we said 44. He tried that shit, but he wasn't really talking behind the scenes to make that. Because if that was the case, he got trapped up. Because when Shakur said, yo, what's up? I'm still here. He said, man, make yourself the mandatory at 147 or it's no fight. So if you was negotiating and you agreed to 144, again, why didn't the fight happen? Why didn't you come out and say, hey, man, we already agreed to your stipulations and you still don't want to fight? He didn't say that. He backtracked on the 44 by saying 47. That's all. It's very logical. It's easy to see through that shit. But if you like them too much, you might be willing to ignore the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying they frauds, but they clout chase Shakur. They got their own clout. They don't need, it's a cheap tactic, but it's one that is not above Bill Haney doing. He finally stopped coloring outside the lines for the most part. When he used to make the wild comments about Tank, he stopped doing that because I think he found out people don't rock with that. But you get what I'm saying? So he stopped doing it. You know what I'm saying? But he still run these type of plays. He's not above shit like this. These little plays. Like, think about something, fam. He got y'all tricked and fooled and manipulated. And I say this to y'all. I don't know why y'all can't believe this or get this through your head. Look, he told y'all, yo, look, we ain't dropping nothing but our nuts. That's what he said, right? We ain't dropping nothing but our nuts. We fight, or we ain't dropping our belt, but we fight at the same time. That's what he was saying. How is that even possible if the WBO president clearly stated on Cigar Talk, shout out to Najee, he said, hey, Keyshawn fights anybody, but I mean, Devin Haney fights anybody outside of Keyshawn, he getting stripped. But y'all still like, nah, but he's fighting Shakur. Shakur just got a sign. Listen to what he's telling you. He overplayed his hand. And I say they do it all the time. They do it all the time. It's feedback. Hold on. You might have to turn. I don't know if you got the YouTube up or not. You might have to turn it down the back, Mo. But you seen what he did. He overplayed his hand. He overplayed his hand like he always do. He told you, look, we ain't dropping. He's saying Shakur said drop the belt. So we told him we ain't dropping nothing but our nuts. Cool. That shit sound cool. It's cute. It's cute. You ain't dropping nothing but your nuts. But what's good with it? But fighting anybody else outside of Keyshawn Davis will result into y'all getting stripped. So when I say overplayed your hand, let me make it make sense for you. You can't do both things at the same time. You can't keep your belt and be fighting Shakur. He was playing right in everybody's face. That's telling you right then and there that let Shakur or anybody do that to me. You tell me something that don't make sense to me, I'm gonna call you out. That's fake. That's like, yo, I can see if he said, know what? We're gonna vacate this title because we really want this Shakur fight, right? And the WBO president said if we don't fight, we fight anybody but Keyshawn, we getting stripped. So to avoid that, we just gonna vacate it because we want this fight. Or even furthermore, he could acknowledge what Shakur said, right? Remember, Shakur suggested, look, I'll sign the contract, but you could put it in the contract that you vacate the title after I signed the contract first and you vacate the title. Then it was like, oh, we're keeping our belt. We're keeping our belt. So it's like, that's how much they want y'all to believe that they want the smoke. They want y'all to believe that they're capable of doing something that they can't do. And that's something that we all know. That's not me making nothing up. That's me telling y'all the facts based on what Gustavo said, right? Not fighting Keyshawn results in you getting stripped. So how could you then fight Shakur Stevenson and keep your belt? Can anybody explain that to me? And that's how I called it a clout chase. That's smoke and mirrors, fam. That's kind of, I guess, taking advantage of the fact that I think he feels most people don't follow boxing fully, right? So a lot of people don't really know what be going on. So when he say something like that, it kind of goes over your head. You don't even hear it. Like, you like, the hell with it. Like, all right, oh shit, okay. Yeah, they ain't, yeah. And then you start asking the question, like, why you want him to drop his belt? Why you won't just fight him? See, it's smoke and mirrors, because it's like he tricks you into believing that what you asking is legit. Damn, why should he drop your belt if you want to fight him? Because that's what the rules are. It don't matter what Shakur is suggesting. He has to do it anyway. So I wish when Shakur said that, he would have said, yo, if y'all really want to fight me, then you know you got to drop your belt, right? Because the WBO president said it. It's not me asking you to drop your belt, but that's telling y'all basically, look, this is what you got to do anyway. I wish he wouldn't even said it, because it gave him a little bit of breathing room to confuse the people some more. So funny but true. like him too much, yeah, you might ignore the truth. I'm telling you, Maul, what's good? I see you back there.
Can you see me back there?
Yeah, I can see you. You good? Did he pop off? I think he popped back off. He popped back off. He might be having some connection issues. But yeah, man, that's what I was saying. Slick enough to talk with a slickster like Bill. You know what though? I begged it differ, COE. And you know what? My guy Jordan was pointing something out to me. Go look at that interaction when it was on H Money channel some years ago, when you had Devin and Bill up there and Shakur, and it was all up on that live stream. Go look at that again. Go look at that again. It'll make you think a little bit. Like, I don't know. I think he could have had his ass in a blender. Get what I'm saying? He think he gonna get the fighters in a blender, but I think Corby a little more on point. See back there. You on, yo? You on, Mo?
Hey, check it out. Hey, thanks, Jeff, for letting me on your show, brother. Been a long time listening. Been checking you out for a minute.
Oh, I appreciate you. Appreciate you.
No.
You got it, bro.
I got a delay over on this end, so I never go live on the show. So give me a minute to get used to that bullshit. But
it's all good. Just make sure your connection good. That's all. Yeah. I think he having some.
Yeah, I'm good. I got my TV turned down and all that, so I'm just on the phone. But check it out, my guy. I love your perspective, and I know you probably know a little more than I know.
Mm-hmm. I think you breaking up if you talking.
All right, my bad. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that. Ignore the I'm gonna ignore the delay. So check it out. For sure. So what I'm looking at is with damn, I'm gonna have to turn that shit down. With Bill negotiating with Shakur with the 44 shit.
Right.
Damn, that delay is fucking me up, my boy.
Try to go out and come back in and then check your audio settings and see if it,
Okay.
I don't know if you connected to Wi-Fi or if you walking away from it, you might, because that's sometimes that'll mess with your audio. Yeah, try to go out and come back in. That's all. Yeah, just go out and come back in. I'm here. Get it together. It's all good. Shout out to Maul, man. He been listening for a while. He said, hit the like button, y'all. We getting closer. We getting towards the end of the show. We pretty much we said what we needed to say. I want to make sure I ain't forget to bring nothing up. But look, I'll briefly speak on this for a little moment, man, because I've seen the different videos being put out there. And look, I ain't gotta protect no fighter, man. It's not about that. It's more so about the integrity of the sport. This is why fans are so toxic, because the people with the most influence, we breed that kind of energy, because we start off, and I'm talking to the fans, the stands, the super fans, the content creators, the fake content creators, the people that be doing these live streams. Give me a second, y'all. Give me 1 second. My bad, y'all. I had a phone call. Pardon me. Baby girl on my helmet, man. But look, I'm talking to the content creators. I ain't want to lose my train of thought, man. But I had a phone. I'm talking to the content creators, the live stream not live streams, the live streams that y'all do. It's not, I know when people see shit like this or they hear you speaking with some type of integrity, they take it as, oh, you're protecting a fighter. How the fuck am I protecting with my words? He protect himself every time he step in the ring with his 2 fists. He don't need me to do it. He got a team. He got lawyers and shit. They do the fighting for him. I just speak the real, right? And y'all, we all start out in this space as humble content creators and people that just love the sport. Somewhere along the line, once we grow our audiences and our, I don't know, I don't call people fans. I call people supporters. I don't even like the subscribers word. But once you grow your, you know, your support systems, right? Now, we kind of forget why we here. You see an opportunity and an avenue to make money, and that's what you single out on. That's what you target, right? And you start making hit pieces about these fighters and dragging them. Then you start attacking their women, their families, right? Their hometowns. It's just nasty work. This is what's wrong with boxing. The people that got the most influence talk the most reckless. So we're up here, and the way these people look at it, they come watch our shows. They like, damn, you got all these people, or you got these people watching them, and this is how you talking. Now you breeding this weird negative energy, and before you know it, it's like a lot of y'all help birth the same trolls that y'all hate with the energy that y'all put out. Now the trolls are super trolling, and they spitting the same weird energy right back at you. You get me? That's what's going on. We're showing people that the ones with the influence, the ones with the motion, if you will, right? The ones with the subscribers and the supporters and the listeners, the big audience. Yeah, let's convince them to hate boxing. And that's what the problem is. Y'all convincing people that they should hate the sport. Y'all making videos where you're wishing death on this man, but then when I come up here and I talk good, it's like, oh, well, you're glazing. But you ain't just hear that dumbass dude wish death on him. You ain't just hear dude say he hopes somebody put brass knuckles in their gloves and knock his brain through his nose. So y'all wasn't here when I was covering that. Like, it's so much deeper than boxing. Y'all make this shit personal, and it don't gotta be. So, you know, the new narrative, I guess, is that Shakur Stevenson's dad is Floyd Mayweather because, you know, he said on, you know, Twitter that Floyd called me his son. He said I'm baby money now and joked about it. And, you know, everybody got their different takeaways. I don't think it's that deep. I just look at it like this. Floyd is somebody that most of these fighters looked up to, if they don't still look up to him to this day. He don't have the relationship with Floyd that your favorite Gervonta Davis. I'm calling it straight out. He don't have the relationship that Gervonta Davis had with Floyd. So maybe Tank got super close to Floyd. Maybe he seen what he feel like he's seen it for what it is, and he like, man, that shit he ain't who he say he is. Maybe that's Tank's experience with dealing with Floyd. He was signed to TMT, right? He was pushed. He was put in weird situations. They had turmoil. It was rifts. It was a lot. Maybe Tank is like, man, anybody messing with him is stupid. But everybody don't have the same relationship you got, Tank. Shakur Stevenson ain't trying to sign to TMT or with Floyd right now. He good where he at. He got a mutual respect for him because he respect the boxer, the talent that Floyd is. I know he sees certain things in Floyd that he tried to, you know, implement into his own game. So his relationship is not a fractured one. Yours and Floyd is different. Y'all rock with each other on a personal level. Y'all probably broke bread. You know, it probably got, you know, you traveled together, all types of stuff. It hit different. And he did some things to you in your career that you feel like just wasn't solid. So I respect and understand why you feel the way you feel about Floyd, but you can't expect everybody else to feel that way, because I guess they saying he took shots at, I don't know, Shakur. I could care less. I rock with Shakur. I think it's like a blessing, man. Somebody, no matter how you look at Floyd now outside the ring or as a promoter, or, you know, if you pay attention to the financial struggle stories that's out there, he was still one of the best fighters that ever laced him up. That's how Shakur looks at him. So when he call him shit like Lil TVE, that's a compliment to a guy like Shakur that get hated on so much, whether it's justified or not. I don't think the slander he get is ever justified. You want to be a harsh critic, that comes with the game. But the slander, that shit ain't justified. Think about it. He is one of the only fighters right now that I know this man could post a picture of his daughter, fam. His daughter, y'all. And go read the comments. I dare you. Read them. Watch what some of them people say is some of the most disgusting shit you could ever see. He can't even post a picture of his damn daughter, fam. He posts his door. They in the comments. They saying all types of wild shit. I ain't even got to repeat it. Just do the homework. Pay attention. He gets slandered and shitted on a regular basis. So I think for him, when somebody is talented as Floyd and he knows Floyd is the goods, tells him like, "Hey kid, you little TBE, man, you my son, you bet," and he calls it. I think it's just a compliment to him. That's all. It's not a reason to try to look at him as less than a man. Oh, you're saying Floyd is your daddy now. That's corny, man. That's not what he's saying. But it's a compliment in the highest order because somebody that you look up to as one of the best boxers in the world, you get me, is complimenting you and giving you your just due. When the world is against you and tearing you down, this dude is giving you your flowers. Think about it. Think about how they was hating when Andre Ward, Bud, and Floyd walked him out for the De Los Santos fight. They was hating because of that. He got to be special to have a GOAT like Floyd, a GOAT like Crawford. You get me? A GOAT like Andre Ward all walk him out. Yeah, the performance wasn't what up to Shakur's standards and what he's used to putting out. Cool, you live and you learn. You win and you move on. Sometimes you got to get an ugly win. Better an ugly win than a bad loss, right? Better an ugly win than a bad loss. You got to take your lumps and take your, you know what I'm saying? It could have been a lot worse. But I ain't seen nobody else had them three walk them out. And just pay attention to the amount of hate that comes from a picture. He just took a picture. It was him, Floyd, Clarissa, I think, and Bud. Oh my God, the negativity that's coming from there is like it's outrageous. So look, shout out to Floyd. They don't have a relationship that Tank got. So when Tank look at Floyd and he sees somebody next to him, maybe praising something that Floyd said, he looking with a side eye. He like, man, that ain't his experience. So I get it. Tank gonna feel differently. Like, man, that ain't that he ain't what y'all. I get it. It's just what it is. Y'all relationship is different. Y'all had experience different. Y'all broke bread different. You was signed to him. Remember, he was saying that Floyd had him on the shelf and forced him to fight Pedraza. Remember, he was saying he was setting him up to fight Loma. It's stuff that Floyd has done that he didn't rock with. So his interpretation of how he see Floyd is going to be much different than the typical boxing fan or supporter such as myself. I have no personal experiences with Floyd. My ideal of Floyd is watching him beat ass for years and be a for sure bet. He was a guy that you could put your last on and he was gonna win you money. You knew that about Floyd. That's what I look at him as. Is one of the best talents that ever laced him up, made the most money in boxing. I'm not looking to have the experiences Tank had with him, but I can understand where Tank is coming from. But again, Shakur has just been all mutual respect. I've never heard Floyd say nothing bad about Shakur. I never heard Shakur say nothing crazy about Floyd. It's just what it is. But for people to be mad that he calling himself baby money, I think it's clown stuff. Shout out to Patricia Allen. Peace to the queen. You get what I'm saying? I think it's just another way to pile on the hate. It's not that big a deal. He's not saying Floyd is father. Y'all already know the story with that situation. I ain't getting into it. But it is what it is, man. I think ultimately it's high praise for somebody like Shakur. You know what I'm saying? He's not looking like, oh man, I need a dad. Floyd's my daddy. But when Floyd's calling you like a son, he see a lot of himself in you. And that's what he said, man. He's giving Shakur a lot of credit for being one of the best fighters in the world. You get what I'm saying? Didn't he have a recent clip where he was naming the best fighters in the world? Like he done called this dude little TBE. It's a lot. He's been giving him a lot of praise and a lot of love. Matter of fact, here go the clip right here.
What's going on, people? It's your boy, Mr. Chicken, back again with some more of that easy work. I just wanted to bring to your attention something that was on my mind. Since the WBO has given Bill and Devin Haney a time clock on whether or not they was going to fight their mandatory Keyshawn debut, you haven't heard not one word from Team Haney. Now, Devin, that's understandable. He's not that much of a talker. But Bill, that's
sad. That wasn't the one I was trying to play, just a regular video. Yeah, y'all heard it though when he was listing naming the best fighters in boxing. He, core name came up, Keyshawn. I think he said, did he say Devin? I think he said Devin too. You know what I'm saying? So he's been giving these dudes praise for the longest, man. I just think when things went sour and south between him and Floyd started doing how he was doing, and I think Tank seen what he felt like was a flawed individual, and he ain't rock with it. So his experiences with Floyd and his interpretation of what he is or who he is as a man is going to be far different than how Shakur said. Even when Shakur is asked about him in interviews, right? He like, man, I don't believe all them money stories and stuff like that. And he don't even like to get into it. You will hear Tank make comments about his money. He'll diss Floyd because it's more personal between them. So I don't say Tank is wrong for the way he views Floyd. Like, only he would know. He had the personal experiences with him. I would say got to be a reason he feel that way, whether justified or not. It's got to be a reason why he feel the way he do about Floyd. But it reminds me of people that go in business, that you do business together, and then you kind of fall out, and then you kind of see the worst parts of somebody, right? When they no longer had the same access to you. So I understand, you know, Tank's frustration, but a lot of y'all, man, I'm trying to stop cursing. A lot of y'all don't think for yourselves. Tank say something is bad, then it's bad. Tank say something wrong, then it's wrong. Tank that means something not worthy or somebody not worthy or this is sucker shit. Now y'all running behind it. He younger than a lot of y'all. Y'all need to start thinking for yourselves. You can't call Shakur a sucker because his relationship and with Tank or with Floyd is different than what Floyd's and Tank is. It's different strokes for different folks. That's just like in this YouTube space. It's people that I know that I'm cool with that don't like other people that I'm cool with, but I ain't got shit to do with it. I respect you. I support you, and I move on. It's the same thing with this. Your relationship with one, Tank being falling out shouldn't mean he can control or dictate who aligns himself or be cool with a Floyd Mayweather. It's love. Floyd seemingly has always spoke highly of Shakur and shown him love. Why wouldn't Shakur give him the same thing back? Now I think it's much different when you're in bed with somebody, meaning like when you're in business and his bread being broken and his moves being made and somebody is dictating your career and pulling the strings, right? So I understand the frustration of Tank. I'm not knocking him for it, but why knock Shakur for being cordial with Floyd or having mutual respect between a future GOAT and a legit bona fide Hall of Fame fighter in Floyd Mayweather, right? That's all I see, bro. It's not that big a deal. It's a good look to see them that this much talent in the same place. The Clarissas, the Floyds, the Buzz, right? The Cores. That shit is cool. Andre Ward, like, the hate on that is silly. So think for yourselves, man. Stop being a tanker maniac. Everything he say, he don't deem was cool to me, right? So I thought this was cool to see them all out because y'all forgetting the goal was to support Clarissa Shields. That's it. That's all. COE was good, homie.
What's good with it?
Talk to me. What's good, bro?
Yeah, man. Excuse me. So listen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a very logical thinker, and I don't tend to overthink situations. But I follow things very well as things go along. If you follow the timeline, you'll see that how this thing went, and if you look at it from the perspective of just somebody without having bias,
right?
You can follow it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always be trying to. I've had this conversation with several people. It's
right.
all about to me. If you're all about making the big fights, big boxing, making the most money. Shakur, if you have a chance to make the fight, you make the fight. Okay. So when you look at all the other fighters, I'm just thinking like, as you want to make the most money, I'm just thinking, hell, if I throw events, right? I throw basketball events. So my events I be looking to make the best matchups and everything, right? So as I'm following this with Bill, I know Shakur is the best fight for him. It's the biggest fight, the most lucrative fight, and legacy fight. You have several things that play in that aspect. You got the biggest fight, the most money. You'll be on the pound for pound list. Probably take his spot if I shoot up to number 2. So you got all these perks that you get to make this fight. Okay, then I look at Clarissa Shields, man, and I try to bypass all the slander, about her. But if you look at what she did by dropping 38 pounds, coming down to fight, 38 pounds. It wasn't the biggest fight she came down. You know what I mean? She came down for somebody, but she came down for the belts. She came down for a reason. Now, when I look at this situation between Shakur and Devin, I got to ask myself the logical thing. You're talking about 3 pounds. Now, you didn't hit on all the other facts in this matter, but you know about how or what he said, what Bill said when that he not going to 147, but then Devin came on and said he would fight at 144. Now, if Shakur's saying the fight is still on, if Shakur is saying the fight is still on, then all the perks I told you before this, right? The legacy, the money, you know, the status. We're talking about all these perks that you would get with Shakur, but you don't pull the trigger. But you said you want to be great, and you said you want legacy fights, and you saying you want the money.
Right.
Clarissa Shields just did it 38 pounds. So you talking about 3 pounds for a legacy fight, more money and everything, blowing Clarissa shit out.
We gotta talk about this stuff, man. I be forgetting. Some of these topics I be forgetting to cook on, cause yeah, that girl could drop 38 pounds, but your favorite fighter can't drop 2 more. And y'all want to talk about who won all the smoke? Miss me with that shit. Your favorite, Clarissa Shields could lose 38 pounds, go to middleweight, get shitted on and obliterated for being great. But your favorite fighter can't sacrifice 2 measly pounds for the biggest fight in boxing. But y'all say he want all the smoke. I'm sick of y'all. That saying he want all the smoke is fucking smoke and mirrors. He want all the smoke with stipulations too. Yeah, advantages and shit. I dare Shakur to be up at a weight class calling somebody out from 2 weight classes away, and watch how fucking disappointed I be. I promise you. That's why I said this was the worst time to call him Debo, because he played in people's face. You the farthest thing from it. You're not no damn Debo at all, fam. You're damn. This shit starting to look real fraud in the light. You hold this shit up to the light, it's looking real fraud like. Looking real fraud like, fam.
But
like
I gotta understand this, Jesse. I'm pretty sure you done seen all type of talkers. You know what I mean? Sound like you well versed and probably got some street smarts and some common knowledge.
For sure.
But anyway, so you done had, and what, you from Jersey? So I know it's a bunch of slick talkers and fast talkers up there. And if you don't catch the play, you'll find yourself in a web. And once they get you in that web, it's hard for you to even digress, because now you done got so far tangled up into it. Now, if you digress, you're gonna be looking crazy. So now you got to ride the wave on out. That's what's happening. See, you're not like that. You like no. I peeped the game long time ago. You got to answer this right here first before we move past this.
Yeah.
See, you done talk your way, and now that they got what they was gonna tell you or what they was even talking about, you done went on to something else, and that is what's happening. The 144 clause is a perfect way to get the fight that we never got at 135, right? We never got 35, which if they was looking at that, the same play was going on then, but they don't follow it. The same play. Right. Tell me you can jump up out of 135 for no you got another legacy fight right here in front of you. You didn't even let it go to purse bid. I mean, not purse bid, but you didn't even let them come back with the
decision.
With the decision. You jumped up out of there 6 days before they made a decision, but you stayed all the way to Keyshawn. Why you didn't stay all the way to Shakur?
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? You stayed all the way to Keyshawn. Why you just couldn't stay all the way to Shakur? But now what you do is you drop the belts to go fight a Regis Pro grade. And when I ask people this logic question, I said, what's the more lucrative fight? Shakur Stevenson or Regis Pro grade? Who is he going to get more credit for? They was at 135. Now he been fighting at 135 for the longest, but now Shakur there,
right?
To go to 140. Okay, let's just say you go to 140, but you going to fight Regis Pro grade. You try to say for another belt, but you ain't getting no credit for beating Regis Pro grade, because the best on your record is a Lomachenko.
Right.
That's what you're getting your credit. That's what you're hanging your hat on for.
Garcia was good, homie.
You know what I'm saying? But so let's be real about this thing, man. You can't.
Yeah, I heard she made over $1 million. I heard she made over $1 million for that fight.
You can't say you want to fight at 135 because it was right there in your hand. You made it seem like he wanted too much money, but he said, "Fuck it, just let it come with the decision, and whatever the decision is with, I'll fight for it. Fuck it."
Right.
But what you do? Oh, you don't want to hit. You try to say he asked too much money. He priced himself out because and what they say is he was fighting for 4 belts, the undisputed. Man, listen, you saying undisputed, but he the biggest fight for you and the most lucrative fight at that moment, just like now. Just like now. You know what I'm saying? The moment is still the same. It's just now he's saying, like he said, Dana and Nick, man, they wait for you. Give them a call. You said 144. Let's go. Ain't nothing in the way.
Yeah.
But you know what? You know what they said. Once I said that, this is what they say. Oh, yesterday's price is not today's price. Why would I do? Why would I do? But see, but y'all want to hold him accountable for when he said he'll fight O'Shaquie Foster. When you said O'Shaquie Foster, but now you don't have the same energy when he said let's do 144.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You see, you got energy for when Shakur said he'll do it.
Right.
Said, let's do it. But then you know when you said let's do it, it don't mean nothing now.
Right. Shout out to Wayne Matt. Say he wanted that 144. What happened? What happened was they argued about, like, you know, for months that he couldn't make this weight class. Devin suggested it in that tweet, and then he never said another thing to Shakur, and it went dead. That fight was a smoke and mirrors, man. It was being discussed on the internet with Bill Haney and Devin tweeting and him doing a mixtape tour.
Yeah.
Like, y'all not the slightest bit concerned that he made y'all think they was going to Zuffa because that's where the money was at, and that's who wanted the #1 fight, which was the biggest fight in boxing, that his son said. And then he comes out and tells y'all he went the opposite way and took less money to do it. Imagine that. Like, imagine me, y'all. I'm telling you, imagine me doing that. Like, I put me in this situation. Imagine me telling y'all I want something, right? Then when it's time, and these particular people that I'm in talks with has this fight, the money for this fight, right? And then I go to their competitor. What would be a competitor of theirs for less money? And then the people that don't have the fight. And then I justify it by saying, well, they got more people to fight. So this is why I took less money. They got more people, but we could still fight guys over there. But you just led on for 2 months straight that's where you was going because they had the money and the opportunity for you. And then he goes the opposite way, and people still like, well, Shakur, what happened? Like, what happened was Shakur signed to Zuffa, and they lied to y'all, made people think they was going to Zuffa. And how I know this? Because Fartman, lionman.com, aka Mr. No Sources, came on this channel and said Devin Haney was waiting for Keyshawn Davis to sign to you know, for them to announce the Zuffa deal. Say he was going to Zuffa. Right. So again, I know he was backing that claim was backed by what Bill Haney was promoting. Bill Haney was promoting that shit, that Zuffa had that money in the fight. And think about it. Imagine that, right? Bill saying this store has everything you want in it. It has what I want and what you want, the people. And then when the fighter goes to that store, they go to another one.
Right.
And then be over there talking about, yeah, but we still wanted to fight that guy. But you could have stayed where you was at and fought him. You could have actually made a deal and fought him. So that's why I'm never letting that go. Like, and again,
I'm not
they wasn't really negotiating no fight.
Right. But just check this out. I saw him on the Boxing Voice, you know. He said, Ness asked me who want to make that fight. He said, you know, the guys with the money, you know who want to make that Turkey. He said Turkey, right? So now let's talk about the fact that Turkey, the money man, wants to fight. So you mean Turkey done gave you the most money for how many fights he done fought on the ring card? 3? Have you fought what? 3? Has it been 3?
Padley, Zepeda, Tszyu, yeah, 3.
Yeah, okay. So how many Devin done fought on? About the same, right?
2. I think it was Ramirez and Norman.
Okay, Ramirez and Norman. So that's 2. You done got 2 big bags guaranteed more money than 8. I guarantee there were more money 8 than 8 million.
Yeah, they said he got 12 for Norman. At least the sources say that.
So you mean tell me you get 12 for Norman, and you mean tell me they want finna fatten your pockets up even more for Shakur? A bigger, the most talked about fight in boxing at this current moment. You mean tell me that Turkey done gave you all this big money, guaranteed bags, but the only thing you gonna say is, this how he slicked it out. Well, as of right now, we wanted to go where we can feel like we can get the most fights, and now you want to go where you can get the most fights. Well, check this out. I got news for you. Conor Benn and Ryan is fighting. So what you mean?
Right.
You can't say one thing without having to talk about the other. And if you disregard the other, then you just a person that just don't want to see the facts. And the facts is just because you're Lufa don't mean that you can't fight with another cross promotion.
Out to my dog, man.
We see it right now. So if you don't want to get that fight, if you don't want to get in the ring, man, only thing you got, I respect you more if you say, hey, you know what I'm saying, right now, we don't want to do that. We don't feel like we ready. You know what I mean? Time ain't ready. You need to say something instead of trying to swindle, trying to tarnish another fighter like he's scared to put hands on you. When you
exactly. And that's the corny. If they left that part out of it, trying to make it seem like people was scared and ducking more so than it being about business and doing good business, then I could respect it. Like, for example, like, I'll humor them. You want to go to duck narrative, so y'all duck Rolly. Every fight that doesn't ever get made when you can't get the money, we ain't trying to hear you duck. You supposed to take it, or you ducking, right? You ain't believe in yourself. You should have bet on yourself. It's pretty stupid to look at boxing that way, but that's how they look at it. But it's every time a fight is not materializing, it's this one's scared, that one's ducking. They got to 140, reached out to the wrong people, and claimed they talked to Mattia's team and said he was ducking. They had to retract it because they never even spoke to his team. They do the same shit. Brian Norman was on steroids. Keyshawn Davis was cycling off. Now he getting high. Now Shakur calling Floyd his daddy. All that negative tabloid shit come from Team Haney. Y'all the worst thing that happened in boxing. Swear by far. And y'all got the Tank and Maniacs beat. They love they Tank. They love them some Tank, but they ain't propaganda filled the way y'all are. They not filled with propaganda because they more, I think, comfortable and secure with the fact they feel like Tank beats people. Like his fans really feel like he'll beat any and everybody. Devin Haney fans, they say it. They say it, but I don't think they believe it. And why I say that, because see, you'll hear somebody tell y'all Tank will do this, he'll do it like this, he'll do this, knock you out. Man, I still ain't heard nobody in Team Haney whole land tell me how the hell Devin Haney beat Shakur and what he do better. I promise you, bro. I still ain't heard that. I see dudes saying, every time you click on this channel and talk about Haney, just know, make the wrong kind of comment. I've been waiting for y'all. I'm secretly low-key waiting for y'all to make the wrong comment so I could show you just how ignorant I could be and not talk about them no more. And I can't wait to do it. I want y'all to say, I can't tell y'all what to say, what kind of comment, but just make the wrong kind of Haney comment. And I bet you, I promise you, I will eliminate him from my conversation.
But just you know what type of dudes those are. This is who they are. The type that they can see a flaw that doesn't happen with they fighter, and the Tank fans, they can see a flaw that doesn't happen with they fighter. But when it comes to Shakur, they haven't had a chance to see anything in the boxing ring where they can say, only thing they can say, he run. But
ATB stupid.
What about you done seen Devin touch the canvas?
Yeah.
You done seen Tank touch the canvas?
Yeah.
But you haven't seen Shakur. But is that why y'all hate this man? Because it's no other reason for this man. I mean,
they hate him. They hate him, COE. I'm telling you, like I've listened intently. They hate him because he talk a certain way and they feel like it don't align with his fighting style. It's petty shit. It's stupid shit. Like they don't like him because they can't find nobody that's gonna beat him. And they know whoever your favorite fighter is, it don't matter who you think can beat him. You know he got a really good chance at winning the fight because real recognize real. If you really watch boxing and you know this, yeah, I'm definitely blocking dude after this. I'm gonna say this real quick, man, because he distracted me again. This is why I tell people to stop doing that. The worst thing you could do is while somebody trying to build, like while I'm here, I'm at work, we having fun, but we building. When somebody sends me random ass DMs and stuff that I'm not talking about, it's so distracting and it's annoying. Now, mind you, I've been here almost 5 hours. We 7 minutes away, a little less than 7 minutes away from 5 hours. I ain't seen this person one time. They've been sending me DMs since I've been live.
Man, dude,
just random shit.
Them type of people right there, man. They sit in the room and have shit else to do.
But see, now you're right, COA. But look, Matt, real quick, just to piggyback off what ETB is saying. Nah, he's exactly right. I said this to you before. I said it publicly. You got to stop making everything about Tank. Like, I don't know nobody in boxing that do that. Everything is not centered around him. You make every conversation about him, every move is centered. It's something to do with him. You connect everything back to Tank. When you did it the other day, it's like Tank this, Tank that, Tank. Floyd fucking Mayweather is not supporting Shakur Stevenson to get mad. As a matter of fact, he wasn't even there with Shakur. He was there supporting Clarissa. See? When you a Tank-a-maniac, that's all you see and think. Everything Floyd does is to piss Tank off. Bro, what kind of life is that? Seriously, like, I ain't saying he ain't petty, because we clearly is. Remember, he said his fight is canceled and turned the comments off so nobody could respond. He's clearly petty. But fam, they don't even, like, from far as I know, like, it ain't even no current, like, beat. Like, you ain't see Floyd saying nothing about him. He just, where he at? He was supporting Clarissa. So Andre Ward, Floyd Mayweather, and Terrence Bud Crawford walked Shakur out for his fight a few years back, to make Tank mad, I guess. When he calls Shakur little TBE and his son and all, that's all to make Tank mad. That's what y'all think? Y'all think like I don't know, like women, bro. Man, that shit crazy. Like, I just want you to think a little bit more logically. He was there supporting Clarissa. Shakur has a good relationship with him. You hear how he talk about Floyd Mayweather? People be trying to get into the money shit. Be like, I don't even want to talk. Tank could go in. Why? And I understand it. Tank ain't the bad guy. I get it, because Tank got a totally different relationship. So when Tank turned up and he pissed off about something with Floyd, I could only guess as to what he pissed off about. And that's his story. That's his plight with Floyd. But you can't look at everything Floyd does as a reason to make Tank mad. That's weird. And if that makes Tanks mad, then he's super sensitive and he need to grow the fuck up. Seriously, that's some truth serum for your ass. I doubt if Tank give a damn. Yeah, he'll make a comment, but that's him. He a troll. He an angry dude. He don't care. And when I say troll, I'm not in a distant sense. Like, Tank a troll you. He'll talk shit, tweet, delete. He don't give a damn. Speak his mind. He an angry dude. That's what I think. He be just turned up, snapping on people on Twitter. You ain't never just see him randomly go off on somebody on Twitter. I seen somebody tell Tank they miss him and the game ain't been the same without him. He said, F you, something. Like, he went off. Like, that shit was funny because it's like, it was so unwarranted. Somebody was telling him they got love for him and they want to see him back. He said, hell with him. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, look, I get it, but everything is not about Tank. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it's just boxing for sure. Like, it's this with me, you know, it's an honest conversation. It's not a back and forth, but that's some truth serum for you. Like, everything ain't connected to Tank. We know how much you adore and rock with Tank. We get it. I rock with him too. It's not a fighter that I talk about that I don't like. That's why when bro said, you know, every time you click, you talking about Devin, but don't just say that. Because we talk for hours. We're going on 5 hours. We just got to that. And he ain't even in the title. You get me? Like, he was very brief, but he comes up because he's one of the more important names in the sport. I like Devin. I don't mind that he's a pure boxer and he don't knock everybody out. My favorite fighter don't knock everybody out. I watch that dude all the time. I don't mind talking about him because he's talented. He's actually good. His substance surrounding the name Devin the Dream Haney, right? I thought the Debo thing was funny and creative, but the fans make it corny. Right. So I'm always talk about people I support. But again, Y'all sounding like y'all don't want me to talk about him. See, the only time y'all push back is when I'm telling the truth. But where y'all be at when they was calling him a thug and shit a few years back when he was fighting Kambosos at 35? Remember the Patriot and the thug? They said Kambosos was the Patriot, had the flag bomb and everything, and they had Devin Haney with his jewelry on. Like, look at this dude. Like, you get me? Downplaying it, had a lot of undertones in it and everything. Where was y'all at? I was going hard for him. Like, yo, this is weak as hell. Devin Haney gonna whoop his ass. Where was y'all at? Like, you could literally go type the live streams and find this stuff. There's no hate. I don't like the fake shit. And I'm gonna keep. Let me just do rant coming. Y'all Devin Haney fans, the worst shit that happened to this space. Y'all the least supportive, not only to the content creators, but to your favorite fucking fighter too. All I do is show love. If you can tell me one comment that I've ever said about him that's hating, I'll fucking cash at you right now. Nobody has taken me up on the offer to make this free money. I don't dislike him. I can't keep saying this every day. But I don't like the fact that they won't just highlight what's dope about him. One of the hardest workers in the game. Yeah, talk about how he a fat kid at heart. He like to blow up in between fights. He get a little heavy. But when it's time to fight, you can't find another fighter that's in better shape than him, fam. Ripped up everywhere. You get me? He worked hard as shit. I admire that about him. As one man to the next, he worked his ass off. I look at that and I'm like, well done, young man. You got a father that had money. He could have got in here and half-assed his career. He could have got in here and just said, hey, man, I'm eating all my pops. We rich. He got his own bag. Now he got more money than his fucking pops. That's how I look at him. But those are all the things that I think about before I get to some false narrative that the half of the boxing world is scared of. That's all, because I don't believe that shit. He shouldn't believe that stupid shit. Like, it's people out there that really think when Tszyu didn't accept the fight, it's because Tszyu was scared. Y'all really think that? You ain't scared to get outboxed by Shakur. You ain't scared to get outboxed by Devin. Outboxed is fucking outboxed. It can't be no worse than that unless you get stopped. You get me? Y'all really be at home like, yeah, man, people are they scared to fight him. And that's what creates the negative conversation about his lack of knockout power or his lack of knockouts. Y'all do that with the, oh, man, everybody's scared. Then you force people to tell the truth. Why would anybody be scared of a guy that's boxing people and not knocking nobody out? But I could level with it. People don't want to get embarrassed for 12 rounds. They don't want to get embarrassed. That's why some people do think about that. Damn, I might get embarrassed for 12 rounds.
So you really think that's crazy?
Man, I ain't gonna play with y'all. Y'all think I'm playing. It's tortillas that was in the oven.
You know what I'm saying? So
Buzz.
I like Debo, man. I do. I like Dev, man. That dude's he's a smart, talented ass boxer, fam. Like, and he really is gonna take a hell of a fighter to beat him. I'm not trolling, not joking when I say that. That's why he's 33-0. You think it's easy to win 30 plus fucking fights? No, that shit ain't easy to do. 3 different divisions, I get it. You can go through the resume, try to pick and poke, but that shit is not easy. Coming back after getting cheated and dragged by Ryan Garcia is not easy. My respect for him grew, but the disrespect for y'all fans grow. You know what I'm saying? The disrespect for the fans grow. That they annoying as hell, fam. Like they make you hesitate giving a man his flowers because they want you to praise him while they shit on everybody that he potentially could get in the ring with. I watched it for years. Shakur Stevenson got in the ring with that dude at 35. Man, I ain't even got to say the people names, man. Hey, y'all know who y'all are. Y'all was online calling this man coons, backstabbers. He a snake. They was friends. Mind you, the same people that saying it ain't no friends now in boxing and they want Keyshawn and Shakur to fight, they was saying how they was friends. And this picture right here calls a shitstorm. He a coon. They hate, he fake, he this, he that. So look, man, make no mistake. Getting in the ring with Devin comes with getting the shit outboxed you if you can't deal with him. He gonna box your head off, man. He gonna box your shit off. You gonna box your shit off. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is, man. He gonna always have my support because he's a hell of a fighter, man. He really is, bro. But I've always maintained my position. I just think there's a short list of guys that can beat him. Shakur is one for sure. I think Shakur can beat him. I do think if they ever fight, he gonna lose. Just think Shakur fight a more mistake-free game, right? If the game is hit and I get hit, and I get hit less than everybody in boxing, and I'm able to go out there and stay consistent with what I've been putting out, who wins that fight based on what they do in the ring? Shakur does. Because he's never been in a fight where somebody hit him way more than you get me? So if that stays true, right? I know that's like, all right, but he could get in there. Maybe Devin is able to do some shit that everybody else could. Maybe. But I'm telling y'all, based on the numbers that he put out through 25 fights, from jab percentage, having the most accurate jab in boxing, to having a number 2, and combination percentage landed, like those are the things that makes me feel like he beats these guys. If he stays on par, meaning be on his A game, he got a great chance of beating all these dudes, bro. I ain't about to half-ass it. I ain't about to pussyfoot around my opinion. Man, he hard to beat. And stop acting like y'all ain't been watching the same shit. You might not have been enjoying it the way I enjoy it, but you've been watching him do the same shit that I've been watching him do to everybody too. Cook dudes. And for conversation purposes, for all the people that ain't entertained, bro, he fought the most entertaining, the guy that throw more punches than any boxer currently in the sport, and beat him at his own game. Beat him at his own game, man. COE, man, talk to me.
Yeah, man, I'm with you on that, dog. Listen, I'm just trying to wrap my head around how in the hell you get millions. Well, I can say, is it millions of people, or is it about 1 million people? Or is this just the people that's in the boxing space? I can't see how you get them in a web, and once you start asking yourself facts, just facts, you will see the picture, but you can't get nobody to do it. And it's like every time I turn around, they always want to try to put this man's name in the trash. I'm talking about I everywhere I go, I'm like, yeah, I'm damn near wondering, is
still 70 people in the building. Everybody hit that like button, man. Y'all on the vertical side today is all good. Hit the like button over there too. Yeah, man. He gonna always have my respect because he earned it. I feel like that's the way to cover sports. Really highlight what's going on. Yeah, your emotion, or I guess your passion, should I call it, emotion, gonna be wrapped in your assessments, but you should still be able to highlight what's real with boxing. And I think creating a space, making it toxic, and creating this ideal that everybody is scared to fight. And meanwhile, the dude got 33 fights. On one end, COE, they'll tell you he won all the smoke and he fight the best competition ever. But then on the flip, in the next breath, they'll tell you everybody's scared to fight him. Both of those things can't be true. You get what I'm saying? And be fighting everybody, wanting all the smoke, but then everybody ducking him at the same time. So that means he's not fighting everybody. If everybody is ducking him, how is he also fighting everybody? Y'all logic be flawed. It'd be stupid as hell because you over promote him. And by that, I mean you make it very unrealistic, the conversations. You make it so one-sided. Like, you let these dumbasses, Haney whole fan base channels tell you Shakur ain't worth shit. But at the same token, if Devin Haney beat him, it'd be the best win on his resume. And they wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. Oh my God, imagine they might break the internet with Shakur if Devin Haney ever beat him. They'd be rejoicing, fam.
Oh man.
Oh my God, they'd be rejoicing.
Motherfucker rain dancing, boy. I'm talking about rain dancing in the snow. It's going crazy.
Right. Yeah, I'm definitely watching him.
It'll be so many.
Threw 400 less punches than Cepeda and still outlanded him, right? If that ain't impressive, I don't know what is. And he did it right in front of him, fam. Reduced that man to 27% landed. And then did one better because they said, man, see, his defense really ain't that good. Cepeda hit him. Yeah, he stood right in front of Cepeda. His defense is great. That's exactly what I learned that night all over again. He upped the ante with Tszyu. Reduced Tszyu to 15% landed. 85. Imagine being in a world-class championship fight as a defending champion and you only land 15% of your shots. What? 85% of your shit miss. That is one of the best defensive displays that I've seen. He's just one of the most consistent at doing it. And the game is called hit and not get hit. he's the least hit. That's why I feel like he's going to be really hard to beat. It's not
But, man,
impossible. He could get caught. He could get clipped. He could get stopped. He can get outboxed. Any of this could happen. He could have an off night. He could be injured, right? He could slip up, anything. But on his A game, he's going to be hard to beat. Very. Same thing with Devin. Same thing with Devin. Same thing with Tank. Focus Tank, dangerous Tank. Same thing with any of these guys that's world class. Keyshawn, on his A game, hard as hell to beat.
Yeah, hard as hell to beat. Did you hear what Tszyu said, though? Did you hear what Tszyu said when he said, man, Shakur is, they asked him who's the best fighter he done fought, and he said Shakur is the best fighter he done ever fought.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think I got the clip.
Yeah, when you got a guy like that saying that Shakur, after he done fought Loma, he done beat Loma, after he done did all that, right?
Right.
Then he go up to Shakur and get minimized to merely nothing. I mean, his daddy didn't even have a, you know, when your daddy is in the corner and can't give you nothing, he done broke you down and the coach down. It's damn near like a flawless victory. That's why T.O. dad still had a hard time trying to get over it, because not only did he get himself broke, did Tszyu get broke mentally, he broke Senior as well. And you know, he tried to put it on Tszyu, but Tszyu had just told you, man, who is the best fight I ever fought. So that right there means something. If you don't analyze that and take it for what it is, then you just trying to.
He ain't never went against his own. That's that shit that y'all Haney fans talk about. He made up for his going against his own with the tail win. When did he go against his own? Y'all really push. That's the shit Team Haney do. Narratives, bro. Y'all don't just keep it by. When did he go against his own? People got mad when a man said he's Puerto Rican. Do y'all know my pops is Puerto Rican too? Do y'all know I got a sister that's damn lighter than some of y'all? And I know y'all, you give me some of the Hispanic people that I know. Like, what I'm lying to? It's like when he say that shit, I could really relate. Like, I know what he mean. Like, shit is shit. You can't control what the reality is, but they like, oh, he switched up. Like, nah, y'all weird, man.
See that?
I'm mixed with Puerto Rican. You gonna tell me I'm lying?
And
shit is weird, bro. That's just not something that overly, you know, like
those are the facts.
But it's like, yeah, he embraced it. They like, oh my god. I was like, yo, y'all super weird, man. Stop being mad. Can your favorite fighter beat him? That's what I want to know. Let's keep it on box. Can your favorite fighter beat him? Would your favorite fighter fight him? Do he want smoke? That's what I want to know. TL showed us if you want to fight Shakur, it's really easy to do. I'm staying stuck on that. I don't care what nobody say. He showed me, he showed the world. Yo, you want to fight him? That's how easy. Look, 1, 2, 3. We don't gotta play on Twitter. We don't gotta go back and forth. We ain't gotta be mad at each other. 1, 2, 3. Fight done.
Done. Yeah.
Done. And that's a message for any of y'all that want to fight Shakur, aka Baby Money.
Man, it's 1, 2, 3. You're done. He said, "Holla at Nick." I'm not gonna ever let that down. When he said, "Holla at Nick" and "Holla at Dana," that means Dana or Nick could have came out and said, "No, we didn't say that. We
Right. Like, what you talking about?"
Yeah, they could have said, "No, we ain't say that, and I don't know nothing about that." But
that's why I like the fact that I got real people that come here and listen, because y'all heard me kind of suggesting, y'all heard me breaking down where I was hearing he was going to Zuffa. Y'all heard me say this. It was a 90-something%. I said a 99% chance that he go there, right? My guy was telling me he came up here, hollered at us. You know what I mean? You notice he got louder, COE, once the deal got solidified. He got louder with the talk. Like he got quiet for a minute. They thinking they ran him off. He doing real business. Y'all trolling for the internet. The business of boxing don't move as fast as the conversations do on the internet. Everybody should know that by now. Then when he got it done, now he start tagging and atting and what's up? What's up now? And it's just like, oh shit, nah. And then they just ignored him. So I was like, I've seen this play. When he said he wasn't entertaining it, job well done, Shakur. Smart man. Don't let them play with your name no more.
Yeah, they don't play with it.
Respectfully, because look, I mean, they played 25% of nothing is playing. I'm not rehashing that. I got the clip still.
Yeah.
I'm gonna repost that shit on Twitter so people can see it. for the last time. That's plenty. Calling a person out when a grandfather said they was gonna stay 2 weight classes away. That was before that came out before he falls to payday, if I'm not mistaken. You get what I'm saying? Then you kind of see how the cookie crumbled. Dude ended up there, and then he moved up, fought Tszyu, and it looked like they 1 weight class away when it's really 2. So again, dudes be having plans. They strategic. They use the names that keep their names afloat, and they use Shakur's. You know what I'm saying? And that they didn't need to. I want to be clear. He got his own clout, but that's still some clout chasing shit when you tell everybody what you're gonna do, but then behind the scenes don't lift a finger to actually do it.
Right.
And pick up the phone to actually do it. That's all I'm telling y'all. It was coming from the person that he would be negotiating with. Y'all think I'm just guessing? Why y'all think I'm saying it with so much passion and confidence? Because I know it's coming from the source. I know where it's coming from. He telling y'all I don't believe it. Y'all like, well, Shakur said. I'm like, all right. And that's where y'all got me. Only thing I can say is he made things confusing when he said, oh, yeah, there's negotiations. But it's how I interpret what he said and how other people interpret it is totally different.
Hey, yeah.
Like when he says that, when he's people been throwing that word around real loosely. When they say that, they say, yeah, it's talks, it's conversations, it's like it's out there. I don't think that y'all really you on the phone, Dad's pops is on the phone. Like I don't think it's that, right? But I think it's the internet, right? Oh, we doing this and that. I think you like, yeah, man, because he said one thing. He said something about signing. So he's like, well, I didn't sign. Let me take that back. He said, I verbally agreed.
Right.
And that says plenty.
That's what he was talking about.
Nothing is written down. No contract. It's a lot of talk.
Yeah.
And that's what be going on. Like, think about it. You just was about to get it with Vergil and Charlo. Charlo came out and did what? Said, hey, man, I just spoke to Al. I ain't hear nothing about this Vergil. I'm fighting Tszyu next. See what I'm saying? Like, shit like that, it'll float around, but these fighters can shoot it down. But let's keep the same energy we had for Core when Bill was saying he was negotiating. Shakur said he wasn't. We said he was lying, right? Charlo just said he don't know nothing about this Vergil shit. He fighting Tszyu. Should we say he lying too? He lying. He said he talked to us. Should we say he lying? Nah, you lying.
No.
No. He lying. He lying because such and such said it. That's what we was doing. That's what we was doing with Core, telling him about his business. And then I asked all of y'all the same question that was saying the negotiations was legit. I said, what network was they fighting on? I ain't get an answer at all. And you better not say Zoof. I will cyber choke you. I will cyber choke your ass. They ain't created it yet, but I'll cyberly choke you. That's what they said. So crazy shit, man.
And that's crazy. I just be sitting back, just kind of amazed about everything, because I kind of make my rounds and kind of try to stay up on what boxing doing and just who's who and what's going on. So I always tune in to watch you. You know what I mean? Because I know one thing for sure, you gonna call it how it is. You know what I mean? So I be amazed as I look around the spaces, man, and it's out of control. But see, I'm a backpack off what you said. See, when the people don't keep the same energy for this fighter and that fighter, what you're doing is you causing you're not being consistent in a space that requires consistency. You know what I mean? Like boxing need a consistent type of fan base that hold these fighters accountable. See, if you hold your fighter accountable consistently, none of this right here won't even be in play. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I look at the guys that pretty much try to keep it on a consistent, you know what I mean? So I can get the real, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I can't be mad at what Shakur did, man. He got on up out of there. Look, y'all ain't respect me. All right, y'all ain't gonna appreciate what I bring. I try to talk to you. I talk on the platforms. I get it. Y'all want to try to put me in the box to make me be this some type of fight when really you need to be uplifting boxing, making him some shit like Tyson. You know what I mean? When I about far as fight style, I'm talking about just popularity. You need to try to make like a Ali or a Frazier. You know what I'm saying? You need to try to Sugar Ray Robinson. You need to try to make them and pump them up like that. But I know that boxing is all politics, and what what Bill done figured out is, hey, if I can keep this going and that going and build my own lit type of narrative, but what he don't know what that is doing is causing a rift amongst boxing, and what it's gonna do eventually, you're gonna cause a problem with like when Devin lost. When you push a narrative and he lose the way he or he get into a fight where he get knocked out or he get, you know what I'm saying, get punished or get rocked and he lose, all that hate that you just put out, right? Now you gonna get it 10 times fold, because I'm telling you, that he think that Devin, that Ryan Garcia was something. That even though Ryan, even when Ryan cheated, I didn't agree with that. But if he think that melee he caught then, boy, they were talking so bad, I rock with him. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to be, if Bill gonna push a narrative to build it, man. Don't push a narrative to kill one of the greatest fighters image that this boxing have right now, man. You should be trying to hype him up, because if you do fight him, then Devin get above that. You know what I'm saying? Building. You know,
I'll say this too, man. Because people always saying that they tweet more than they fight. That's because it's not. You could tweet every day, every single day. You can't fight every day. That's so fucking stupid when people say that. Turn Twitter off. They gonna always tweet more than they fight, always. But they all do fight. We gotta stop saying that dudes is fighting. Everybody got situations right now. Now guys is getting up there where they're doing a lot of business. Dudes crunching numbers. They trying to weigh their options. No, none of these guys want to lose. You think they want to lose in this bullshit ass space that we in, so they could get dragged for the next 8 months to a year, maybe 2, depending on who you lose to and how you lose. None of these dudes, call it what it is. None of these dudes want to lose, because I'm not sure that fighters feel like we got their backs if they lose.
That's it.
Everybody supports you when you winning. That's it. Look how they did Errol Spence. He got 2 losses now, but before that, he was the most disrespected one-loss fighter that I ever encountered. I ever witnessed seeing people like disrespect, talk crazy. First, it was Keith Thurman.
Yes.
One of the best. He was literally the best welterweight once upon a time. Looked at. You get me? He was really the guy. He get injured. People like, F Keith Thurman. He need to retire. Yeah. How long you going to be injured? When I started hearing fans snap on people for being hurt, and that's how he make his bread, you think he want to be injured? Nah, he faking. I started hearing wild shit. Then the way they attack Earl, you get me? You cannot even lose. The way they shitted on Devin Haney, yes, I'm saying it. Nasty work. Do y'all remember you soft-ass Haney fans always talking about him? So make sure you talk about the context that I provide when I talk about him. Do y'all remember they was calling them all types of bitches and soft because of the lawsuit? And I was here talking about, look, y'all being fooled. It's not about the battery part. It's about the money. He feels like his money is fucked with. That's why he's suing the guy. He's seen a purse bid situation with nobody wanted to bid on it, not realizing that fight just wasn't a good fight for boxing, right? But he felt like he lost funds fucking with him. And I was right there going to bat for him while everybody was calling him bitches, everything but his real name. I be wanting to know, where the fuck do people be at when I do these things? So I'm going to have that same energy if I feel like it's fluff coming from his fan base, right? But I called them out, not him. I think he will fight, but I think it's a lot of smoke and mirrors surrounding him. Because he actually can fight.
Yeah. But it's a gang of them. But let me talk about that Earl Spence situation. So Earl, that's a prime example of the type of
Thank you, Brett. I think your connection dropping. I'm still live. Yeah, I went to my son football game and everything. Shout out to Judge. Yeah, we going on 5.5 hours. COE came up here chopping it up, and we just ended up being here a little longer. It's all good. Y'all know how we do over here anyway, man. I'm starting to. I know as much as I do, and I'm thinking about upping the ante a little bit. Period. Just lock in all the way with the content. So it's gonna happen. Hold on. My bad. That was my son. It's almost about that time for me to end anyway. I was in the field when they were slandering Devin, defending him because I don't rock with wrong, and they were doing them wrong facts. That's why I did too. I was like, yo, how y'all calling him all these names? He all types of BANs and hoes and bitches. And I'm like, Ryan cheated. And from what my guy told me, what picture he seen with Ryan in it, it wasn't unintentional. Like, y'all don't get it. Certain stories I could tell on here. I just leave them off because I ain't here for that. But it's a lot of weird stuff, fam. Like, I don't like to listen to grown men and women get slandered and disrespected and dragged for being successful. You dumbass, and again, the Clarissa Shields shit, I'm never off that. You dumbass dudes all day. Y'all, yo, fam. Hey, y'all, real quick, before we do get out of here, I counted 100 straight Clarissa Shields videos. Yup. It don't take that long. I know he's like, damn, you had some time. Yeah, I made some time. I was eating, came across a wild video, and it wasn't a channel that covered boxing. And I was just curious because I seen, like, you know, the whole page was like, I clicked the channel, the whole page was like basically all Clarissa. I'm like, how long did they keep this up? I stopped counting after a while, but I know it was more. I counted 100 straight Clarissa Shields slander videos, bro. The wildest shit I've ever seen in my life. I was blown. I'm like, wow, fam. Wow, really? Like, whole channel. Then I clicked another one. Hey, fam, every single live stream. Clarissa this, Clarissa. I seen the fool that we were talking about earlier, the Mr. Fake a car accident guy. 800 people watching him talk crazy about Clarissa. So disappointing, fam. But then people will get mad at me for supporting boxing. I build boxing up. Oh, you're glazing. Somebody told me yesterday I was glazing. What was it yesterday or the day before? I was glazing Clarissa. I didn't even know that was a bad thing. A man glazing a woman. I thought it was only bad when you men glazing men. Man told me I was glazing Clarissa for telling the truth. Bro, man, this shit is a toxic ass space, but we gonna keep doing our due diligence, man, and trying to build boxing up, man. I talk shit too, but I try to make it funny. We have fun. I don't believe in slandering successful people. That's some hating ass shit. So the next time you upload a video hating on a successful person, just know you are the epitome of a hater. Watching a complete stranger be successful at some shit that you can't do, and then getting on a live stream talking about how bad it was makes you a clown. That is the epitome. That's the example. Like, that's the description of what a hater, a miserable hater is too. You get what I'm saying? I had to glaze my wife out there. I cooked this. I should have known. Shout out to my dog, Aunt McQueen, the professor. He said, it's bad to them because they like the other side, right? It's like they Peter Thomas getting in the housewife shit. Hey, Mike, yeah, they milking it. Rick, they milking it. Getting women to go backstage and go back and forth. I'm telling you, bro. Whole channel Clarissa Shields slander. It's disappointing because I be thinking these people are solid. But hey, y'all, it's only a few of us left. I don't claim to be better than nobody in this space, but I claim to be more genuine than these dudes because I am. I know where the avenue's at. I know the way you could switch up. I'm watching people switch up. If I decided to start uploading and talking crazy about Clarissa, it would work because that's what they want. I'm watching at least, I'm not going to exaggerate, maybe 3 or 4 channels that did it. All of it is overdoing it. It's past milking. It's like they driving it into the ground. It's getting so bad. You seeing non-boxing channels cover Clarissa and Papoose drama. It's sad, bro. So message to the group, keep bringing the greatest woman of all time. They couldn't beat you, so they teamed up against you, and they still can't beat you. Alicia and Serrano look out of place in that video, and I don't give a damn. I'm always rocking with the GOAT. I don't give a fuck about how Alicia Bumgarner make y'all feel, how she look to y'all. I got a woman. I don't need to fantasize over no Alicia Bumgarner. I love her as a talent, too. She's fun to watch. She with Derrick James. She look like she got a little bit better under him, more comfortable. I'm looking forward to watching her fight the next time. But I'm not interested in no Clarissa Shields slander, no boxing slander whatsoever. So with that, man, I just gave y'all 5.5 hours of my time giving boxing its just due. We just gave boxing its just due. Much love and appreciation to everybody that continues to support. Hit the like button, hit the super chat, hit the cash app. I appreciate y'all, man. It's love. It's another good show. We're gonna be back tomorrow too. Do this all over again. It's a couple of things. It's oddly enough, as long as we into this show, it's still a couple of things that I ain't even get to. I'll say that for tomorrow. Y'all know how we do. I do this. I make my shows this long because people spend hours of slander. So to combat some of the slander that's out there, I stay on here and I'm long-winded, man. We be here for the long haul. We're gonna make sure we put some good content out for some people to listen to, fam. Shout out to my dog. Just, you sleep better not being fake and full of bullshit. That's an absolute fact, bro. I'm telling y'all, the day I come up here and I start putting money in the views over the integrity, I'm deleting this channel. I won't with no warning. I will delete my entire fucking channel, fam, before I come up here and lie to y'all. Shout out to everybody. Lisa, I appreciate all the support for the huge donation. Shout out to Mike Kirkland, always supporting the grind as well. And everybody else, I appreciate y'all. Yeah, they both corny and goofy. All they do, tear her down. A woman at that. And I asked my girl the other day, y'all. Right? I asked my girl, like, hey, man, because I can't help. This stuff really bothered me. Real quick, while we wrapping up, y'all, this stuff really be pissing me off at when I get off of here. Seeing her get dragged like that, women. Like, I asked my girl, if you seen me, you listen to me, and every time I was on live, I was talking about Clarissa and going crazy, talking crazy about her. You would hate me, wouldn't you? Like, she looked, and she ain't say yeah, but she gave me that look like you would be wild. She wouldn't like if I did that. I know what that look is. She looked like, you better not ever do no weak ass shit like that. She gave me that look over the glasses like, bro, you better not ever get up there and start doing what these people do. You get me? She don't want me don't no damn Clarissa like that. But again, I don't do that to no fighter because I want y'all to realize something before we leave. And shout out to my dog too. I can't enjoy boxing if I'm always pointing out what's wrong with it. Finding the negatives. Clarissa Shields showed you she great. If you don't think, the opponent selection was great, if you don't think the competition level was great, then her dropping from heavyweight, female heavyweight, all the way to 160, dropping 38 pounds, tweaking her knee, having a knee brace, breaking her finger, and stopping that girl in 6 rounds is great. She didn't lose a single round. She was compromised. She had a knee injury and one of her money makers. You get what I'm saying? She had one of the money makers, a finger all broke. That was greatness. That's what greatness is. You didn't hear shit. She wasn't trying to say nothing about the knee brace, nothing about the broken ass finger, fractured finger, until she won. So again, she did show us how great she was. You seen that crowd? That's what greatness is. It's more than one way to measure greatness. She started her career with franchise. She gave her another shot and beat her again. She the only girl to ever get an official win, amateur or pro. She went to the UK and dethroned her ass. What are we talking about? Now that girl not even relevant no more, and Clarissa Shields is getting bigger and bigger. And you know what we doing as a boxing community? We getting on here. We tearing down one of the most successful athletes you ever got to watch lace up a pair of gloves. All because you don't like her attitude. Get that soft ass shit out of here. I hate that. People don't like her because the stuff she says, her mouth. I don't care. Came from the hood, man. I know plenty of women with mouth and confidence that talk crazy. I know women that don't look nothing close to how she looked, but will talk like they look 10 times better. So I done experienced it all, man. Clarissa Shields' confidence do not bother me at all. Only thing I don't like is her talking about beating up men, because the thought of her getting in there with a man after seeing dude drop her make me want to whoop ass. And I don't never want to see that. I don't want to see her pair herself up with men. You don't got to beat no man to beat a GOAT. Keep whooping these women ass. Keep going up and down these weight classes. From now on, everything she do in the sport of boxing, I'm going to continue to support it like I've been doing. I don't give a damn who Clarissa Shields fight from here. It's only one fight. Y'all know what fight that is. That's Shadeja. If she come back, everything is good. I would love to see her. I would love to see her get the opportunity. And that's me being, having favoritism. I just would like to fight because I would like to see her get this shot. Outside of that, I'm good. Clarissa, beat whoever ass you see fit. Don't tell me people saying she ducking everybody. They can't name one fighter she ducking. They saying she need to fight better fighters, can't name one better fighter. She need to be fighting elite competition, can't name me one elite fighter. I'm good on y'all. Keep beating ass, man. Keep talking your shit. Keep tweeting. Keep making money. Sell your merch. Sell them crowds out. Beat these women up. Shit. Go get another knockout. Go fight Michaela Mayer. She says she won next. Beat her ass. Go get Lauren Price. Get all these. Get them all. Because ain't none of them going to beat her. Them 3 that she talking about fighting, Tam Thibodeau, she going to beat her too. Respect to all of them because they all talented. But Clarissa Shields is something different that we haven't seen in boxing. I love Layla Ali too, but I'm not even thinking about trying to put them two against each other. Layla was great for her era, and she represented being the daughter of one of the greatest fighters to ever lace them up. And that's what I'm going to look at her as. Clarissa Shields is in a different era, so we ain't got to compare them. Clarissa Shields is something special. And I got to see all of these fights. I got to see the entire run. I'm impressed, man. For somebody to not quit in a male-dominated sport where they try to build somebody's career off a win that they never should have got, and then you got people that tear you down because of how you look. You get me? Right? You got people that diminish your accomplishments because they never been successful at anything in life. You got fat, goofy, out of shape, can't even talk without breathing hard ass people telling her who she should be fighting, how it should look. Talking about how sloppy she looked, how bad she looked. Y'all out here reporting her earnings now. Y'all pocket watching. Well, I did my own research and they said she made well over $1 million for this fight. That's all I care about. I'm not in her pockets. I want to see her do well. Y'all want to see her fail, and we different. So with that, man, we just gave Boxing is Just. Shout out to everybody, man. Lisa, Jess, I appreciate you, man. As always, Mike Kirkland. Much love, my dog Jordan, man. He hit the Cash App. Appreciate you for the dub in the Cash App. Always supporting the grind. He said for the great build. Shout out to the homie Jordan, man. We over 5.5 hours, and y'all know how we do over here. We get Boxing is Just.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
You see fit. You get what I'm saying? Be whoever ass you want. You know what I'm saying? Be whoever. Appreciate you, Lisa. And shout out to the queens. My baby girl, Miss Just Do, slipped in the back door. Yeah, I was just talking about her too. It's funny. Slipped in the back door. Like them fighting a man. Yeah, fighting a man either. Hell no. Because when I seen that video of her getting dropped in sparring, I start thinking, like, I wonder what do that right now. I ain't gonna lie, I'm being honest with y'all. It popped through my mind. Not saying I was gonna go find him, but it did pop in my mind. Like, I wonder where he at right now. I meant to make a whole video about that. I think I was too annoyed with what I seen, so I just left it alone. That shit pissed me off seeing her get dropped by dude, and then people celebrated. I'm like, damn. Yeah, put the quote down, man. We still might jump dude when we see him. Still might jump his ass. But again, y'all, I kept y'all here long enough. It's now almost 8:30. Appreciate everybody's support. Everybody that tuned into the show. Always another dope build with y'all, man. He said, let me donate real quick. For sure, radio. Man, let Pat handle that just. Nah. You know, she wasn't with him at the time, though, baby girl. She wasn't with him. You know what I mean? She needed the boxing community to step in for her because she wasn't with. Pat wasn't upstairs. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't upstairs yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think he was around the corner at the time. You get me? Flatline my girl. You know what I'm saying? I was looking at dude like, man, I wonder where he at right now. It just popped in my mind. I ain't gonna lie. It popped in my head. I was like, I wonder where he's at. Pat business, my God. Shout out to Jess. I appreciate you. Everyone have a blessed and safe evening. You too, Lisa. You too, Queen. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Yeah, but that wasn't Pat work. That's for us. We ride for the queens in the boxing community, man. Like, you can't just put hands on the goat and don't think we want to see you. We wanted to see you. And now, after seeing the way she's been getting hate, I'm gonna do everything in my power, y'all. It's only so much I could do, but I'm gonna do everything in my power to try to get an interview with Clarissa Shields because I feel like she need her just due. The way they've been tearing her down, dragging her for being great, I can't respect that. Because if we gonna do that to the woman, to a female that's proven to be the absolute best currently right now, come on, let's not be silly. She's big as hell. So the girls that you think better than her, maybe they got more knockouts or wins, they won't beat her in a fight. She's the best thing that's lacing them up right now, and proven wise with the accolades that back it up, and it's okay to highlight that. without taking from her, right? These other women are great too, but she really pioneering this shit. 2 gold medals ain't nothing to sneeze at, fam. Ain't nothing to sneeze at. 2 gold medals ain't nothing to sneeze at. Floyd with the graphic is crazy. The disrespect with Floyd, the graphic, Core fought like 2 boxers, 18 electricians. Listen to this, 4 plumbers and 1 salesman. We got one, y'all, right before we left. Teachable moment on the way. Let me let you know something, Chris. You got to be a casual fan. Go do your homework. Over 90% of the boxers currently have other incomes outside of boxing. It's a very, very, very small percentage that could focus solely on boxing and do nothing else, and they be good. Go do your homework. Furthermore, is it disrespectful? The graphic is disrespectful, but is it disrespectful that Floyd took a picture with him? Is it disrespectful that Floyd walked him out with Andre Ward and Terrence Crawford? So do you know this picture? I just added the extra stuff with to make the, the thumbnail pop. But do you know this is a real picture? The only thing missing is Clarissa Shields and Bud. I took them out the picture because it wasn't relevant to the conversation. So you being a clown is par for the course. I expect it. So you think he can be in a picture with Floyd? Floyd called him Little TBE, and now his name Baby Money because he said that's his son. So I don't think me putting them in a picture that they actually took together is disrespectful at all. I think you might be a casual. You might need to go learn some boxing. Is Shakur Stevenson Floyd Mayweather? No, it's only one and only one Floyd Mayweather, one and only one, right? And it's not Shakur. Floyd is Floyd. I don't know no other Floyds but Floyd, but I don't know no other Shakurs but Shakurs, and that's good enough for me. So he's good enough to take a picture with him. If Floyd is good enough, if Shakur is good enough for Floyd, Ward, and Bud to walk him out for his fight, they good enough to take pictures, fam. You do know that they actually call him and like he called him and talked to him and stuff. So ain't nothing disrespectful about this picture. You just being a weirdo. You just being a weirdo. And we got another one right at the end of the stream. Sitting, I'm gonna call you a Lyft, not an Uber. The Lyft will bring you back to the show. The Uber, that's permanent. The Ubers pack you up all the way. Shout out to my dog Radio, man. Said Rip. Radio Boxing, that's my dog. I know it's him with that. Shout out to Radio, man. I appreciate the love too in the cash. I appreciate you, homie. Jordan, my dog, I appreciate the love. He's funny as hell. Shout out to Radio. But yeah, man. My girl over here, Miss Just Do acting crazy. She said I'm hot for Clarissa. I know I seen that comment a second ago. Nah. I keep it clean. I keep it clean with Clarissa. But nah, man, we gotta protect the best talent in boxing. If we don't, then we ruining the sport. And real quick, before we get out of here, if you can't highlight what's dope about some of the best talent, look, that's from Shakur, one of the best active fighters today. I don't care about your personal feelings. He one of the most proven, one of the best, and he get dragged. Clarissa Shields, one of the most proven, one of the best, and y'all know it. It's not even close. She get dragged all day, all night. Terrence Crawford, he still get dragged. I mean, look at the video I put out about Ryan. Look how Ryan was talking. This is how people talk about the greatest talent that's graced the sport. And I'm not saying that, it ain't, the greats of yesteryear didn't get it, but at some point we got to change the narrative and we got to really start expressing what's really going on. Leave your personal feelings to the side and start telling people what's really going on in boxing. When you see a special talent, highlight that. Be like, that ain't my cup of tea. I don't like how Shakur fight. I don't like, he too defensive for me. He not offensive enough. Shit, James Toney said it, right? He said he's a great fighter, is coming, but he said he ain't on his level, right, when he was boxing. So that's James Toney opinion. That's his preference. I understand everybody got a preference, but don't let your preference be the overall standard. So if somebody don't fight the way you want to see him fight, that don't mean shit on him for 5-6 hours, right? You still should be able to say, man, Shakur cold at what he do, but that ain't my style. I don't really care for it. And I can respect it. But nowhere in boxing am I respecting or accepting the conversation that holds him in a negative light that doesn't give him the just due that he deserves. But it's the same thing for him, Clarissa, Bud, Floyd, Tank, a Haney. I don't want to hear people tell me the personal things, personal gripes that you got with a person that you never met. Tell me what's going on in the ring. And if we stay on that, then we could do a better job of bringing more people to the sport. with that, that's my time. I appreciate all the love. I'll see all of y'all tomorrow. Peace to the
Representing Brick City, Shakur.
Finding those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meets him with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand. From Patterson, New Jersey, please welcome the sweet Terminator, Shakur Green.
Make sure y'all subscribe to Just the Boxing, the best boxing talk.
It's probably the most unbiased channel on YouTube.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.